Chapter 3258. The star path was winding, and after a star fell, Xiaohua saw a scholar wearing black clothes walk out with a smile on his face. Xiaohua rolled his eyes and walked over with a silver star card in his hand. When Xiaohua was about a foot away from the star cluster, he saw a smoke-like star dust rush out from the star cluster and land on the star card in Xiaohua's hand. Puff! A silver brilliance burst out from the star token, completely covering Xiaohua. At the same time, a thin vortex appeared in the middle of the star token. This vortex turned into a star bridge in a moment, and specks of starlight emerged from the vortex and fell under Xiaohua's feet. When Xiaohua's feet moved slightly, the star bridge automatically retracted and took Xiaohua into the star cluster. After entering the star cluster, Xiaohua's eyes lit up. It was several feet wide and looked like a study room. Inside the study room, not only were the 4 treasures of the study placed on the desk, there was also a bookcase and a bed in front of the window. There was even a palm leaf fan placed in the corner of the study room. However, through the window of the study room, there was no scenery outside. "Fellow Immortal, please." A voice came. In front of the empty desk, a ray of light appeared and slowly fell from top to bottom. Immediately, a silver human figure formed by countless star dust gradually appeared. The voice came from the mouth of this human figure. "Fellow Immortal." Xiaohua looked down and sure enough, he had also turned into a human figure formed by silver star dust. He smiled in his heart and cupped his hands in greeting. That person stretched out his hand and said, "Fellow Immortal, please sit. I wonder what Fellow Immortal has taken a fancy to." Seeing that person sit down, Xiaohua also sat on a chair not far from the desk and said with a smile, "Fellow Immortal, what do you have here?" "Oh. Look. Fellow Immortal also has a silver figure. Didn't you also rent a star palace?" That person asked curiously. "It's inside Fellow Immortal's star palace." Xiaohua didn't hide it and said with a smile, "Hee, I just came in and haven't entered the star palace yet. I just happened to pass by here, so I came in to take a look. If Fellow Immortal has something good, I'll definitely buy it. It's also good to have a prize." When that person heard this, he smiled and said, "Fellow Immortal really has vitality stones. You're only renting the star palace for 2 hours, and there's only an hour left before the auction starts. Instead of going to your own star palace to look at other people's things, you're here to stroll around. Forget it, this is what I want to trade this time, take a look." As he spoke, that person pointed with his finger. A book flew out from the desk and landed in front of Xiaohua. "Many thanks." Xiaohua took it and was about to open it, but the book flashed and a string of words flowed on the book. It turned out that this book was just a decoration. "Oh, I understand." Xiaohua's eyes focused on the contents of the book, but he suddenly realized something in his heart. This so-called star palace should be a small illusion array. Everything can be arranged according to master's wishes through the star tablet, this book. Xiaohua thought for a moment and saw that the contents of the book were either calligraphy or painting, ink brushes, and even rice paper. He couldn't help but stare blankly. What use did he have for this thing? He originally wanted to ask, but there wasn't enough time, so he didn't dare to delay and hurriedly looked at the back. Fortunately, after the 4 treasures of the study, there were some spiritual herbs and spiritual pills. Of course, the medicines written on the book weren't Taoist medicinal pills. Unfortunately, Xiaohua could understand the names of these medicines, but he didn't know the specific effects. He simply stopped looking and handed the book to that person, saying with a smile, "Fellow Immortal, you've made ample preparations for this transaction." "Hee, Fellow Immortal, are you different?" That person took the book and said with a smile, "I wonder what Fellow Immortal has taken a fancy to." "Fellow Immortal, do you have the extreme magnetic origin light?" Xiaohua asked. That person was obviously stunned. After a moment, he asked curiously, "What's the extreme magnetic origin light?" "Hee, forget it." Xiaohua stood up, "If Fellow Immortal doesn't have it, then forget it. I really haven't heard of this thing before. I'm very sorry. That person didn't get angry. He also stood up and said with a smile, however, fellow immortal, do you have the 1,000-year-old perpetual morning grass? If you do, I can pay a high price for it. Perpetual morning grass? Xiao Hua frowned. There were countless strange flowers and herbs in his space, but he really hadn't heard of this thing before. However, he immediately understood and said with a smile, I do have some spiritual herbs here, but I don't understand plants and vegetation. I wonder which one fellow immortal is talking about. Oh, I'm talking about this thing. That person waved his hand, and a silver ball of light appeared on his hand made of stardust. Then, that person pointed at this ball of light, and a ball of light rushed out from it and landed on the wall of the study. A picture scroll appeared on the wall, and it was precisely a stalk of exquisite grass. Hee, so it's exquisite grass. Xiao Hua understood. If this person in front of him was a cultivator, he would probably be at the peak of the qi refining stage. He should be using this exquisite grass to build his foundation. Xiao Hua waved his hand, and a 2,000-year-old exquisite grass was taken out from the space. He handed it to that person with a smile and said, what a coincidence, I have a 2,000-year-old exquisite grass here. I wonder what fellow immortal is willing to exchange for it. That person's body trembled a bit. He impatiently stretched out his hand and took the exquisite grass. After identifying it, he hurriedly said, fellow immortal, we'll give you 10 high-grade primordial stones. What do you think? What? 10 high-grade primordial stones? Xiao Hua almost cried out in shock. That person said very embarrassedly, I know this number is a bit low. Then, how about 11 high-grade primordial stones? This is the most that I can take out. Of course, this is still not enough for a 2,000-year-old perpetual sorrow grass, but I only need a 1,000-year-old one. Xiao Hua smiled bitterly. If this 2,000-year-old exquisite grass was in the EG of the Dawn Rain continent, wouldn't it be worth 1 top-grade primordial stone? How come it was only 10 high-grade primordial stones here? The difference wasn't small at all. Seeing that Xiao Hua was still hesitating, that person took the booklet again and handed it to Xiao Hua, saying, how about this, fellow immortal, take a look again. You can choose anything inside. Xiao Hua thought for a moment and said, I have all the 4 treasures of the study in here. Do you have any materials for refining? Oh right, or cultivation methods, no matter if it's Confucian, Buddhist, or Taoist, they're all fine. Oh, so fellow immortal wants these. That person understood. He picked up the booklet and pointed at it again, saying, I have some materials for refining imperial tools here. However, they're not particularly precious and aren't worth many primordial stones. As for cultivation methods, I really don't have them here. Xiao Hua picked up the booklet and took a look. Indeed, the materials inside were all ordinary materials. He didn't fancy them either. Fellow immortal. Xiao Hua was helpless. He handed the booklet to that person and shook his head, saying, these things, TSK, they're really not worth primordial stones. Fellow immortal. That person almost stepped forward and pulled Xiao Hua, saying with a smile, how about I exchange all of these with fellow immortal? All of them? Xiao Hua was stunned. That person heard that there was hope and said with a smile, yes, although these things are worth close to 20 high-grade primordial stones, but I really need this endless sorrow grass. If you don't mind, you can take all of these things. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Hua appeared stunned and then laughed loudly. Xiao Hua's laughter was really somewhat unruly, causing that person to be somewhat at a loss. He looked at Xiao Hua very strangely. After the time it took to finish half a cup of tea, Xiao Hua stopped laughing and said, how about this, fellow immortal? I don't want these things anymore. Why don't you see if there are any other strange things? If it's possible. I don't want these things anymore. Strange things? That person was even more stunned. He thought for a moment and said, "You mean, as long as it's strange, it's okay?" "Of course." Xiaohua nodded, "Yes, as long as it's strange and of unknown origin, it's okay." Strange and of unknown origin. That person pondered for a moment and seemed to have a plan. He nodded and said, "I understand. Can you wait for a moment?" "Sure." Xiaohua was happy. He liked strange things the most. Sure enough, that person went out for a moment and came back. He took out a jade box and handed it to Xiaohua, saying, "This thing belongs to a good friend of mine. Take a look, if it's okay. As long as it's strange and of unknown origin, I like it." Xiaohua was very expectant. He reached out his hand and said with a smile, "This thing can't be said to be strange and of unknown origin." That person looked at Xiaohua expectantly and said in a low voice. Xiaohua opened the jade box and took a look. He hurriedly closed it and waved his hand to put it into the space. He said with a smile, "Not bad. It's this kind of thing of unknown origin that I like the most. That mournful everlasting grass is yours. Thank you very much, fellow immortal." That person was very happy and cupped his hands in thanks. Hee, does fellow immortal's friends still have this thing? If there's more? Xiaohua asked with a smile. That person hurriedly waved his hand and said, "For this kind of thing of unknown origin, it's already rare to have one. How can there be more? Fellow immortal, if you still want it, you can tell me in the Star Palace." Xiaohua stood up and walked out of the Star Palace. He said while walking, "This thing. I don't dare to write it on the Star Palace." Hee, that's right. That person smiled as he watched Xiaohua walk out. He hurriedly waved his hand and the entire study room immediately turned into nothingness. It was a starry night sky and the human figure formed by the stardust had completely turned into a middle-aged scholar. The smile on that person's face had already disappeared. He looked at the small chinkuan bag in his hand and said coldly, "If you want to get the Buddhist sect Saraira, you naturally can't write it on the Star Palace. This person actually has a 2,000-year-old mournful everlasting grass and also wants the Buddhist sect Saraira. I'm afraid he's a monster from somewhere. Today in Bright Moon Lane, there are a few Buddhist sect's senior monks. This little one should leave early." Chapter 3259. That's right, how could Xiaohua not laugh? Since a 2,000-year-old Ling Long grass was only worth 10 high-grade spirit stones, and there were so many things in this person's book that were only worth 20 high-grade spirit stones, then, to Xiaohua, the Ling Long grass was not worth any spirit stones. But obviously, the spirit stones in Xiaohua's space could be exchanged for many things, right? If not for the fact that the lightning sound transmitting talisman could reach the Dawn Rain continent, Xiaohua would definitely frantically send a sound-transmitting talisman to his friends on the Dawn Rain continent. "The people here are stupid and the spirit stones are few. Come quickly." What was special was that a Ling Long grass could be exchanged for a Ling Long grass. This was something that Xiaohua would never have dreamed of in the Dawn Rain continent. Others might not be able to use this Ling Long grass, but Xiaohua could use it. He had the great strength Vajra Dharma body cultivation technique. This thing could devour the Ling Long grass of the Buddhist sect's eminent monks, so there was no need for any cultivation. The heavenly laws embodiment technique and the great strength Vajra Dharma body were combined slightly, making the cultivation of the Dharma body much easier. Xiaohua's heart was incomparably refreshed. He walked out of the Star Palace and hurriedly rushed into his own Star Palace. After entering with the help of the Silver Star token, he did not set up any background and hurriedly pointed at the star token. A mirror like the full moon flashed in front of Xiaohua's eyes. Xiaohua pointed at it, and pieces of words flashed across the mirror. Starting from Tian E and Tian Air, all the things that had been announced in the Star Palace and had not been traded were revealed. Sigh. Xiaohua looked at it for a moment and felt somewhat helpless. The contents inside were no different from what he had seen just now. The only extra things, were the names, but most of them were useless to Xiaohua. This star-plucking tower is still not considered enough. If they could list all the things that I like and not reveal the rest, that would be the best. These 10 low-grade spirit stones were spent in vain. Forget it. Xiaohua waved his hand and pointed at the silver star token. That star token gave birth to a ball of light, and another mirror like the full moon appeared beside the previous one. Xiaohua's divine sense swept over it, and a few large words appeared on the mirror. I'm afraid this is the least amount of content in the star-plucking tower. Of course, there were only strange items and items of unknown origin. There were only these words, nothing else. Of course, there were the requirements, but also the strangest. Demon core? Jiuxia Xiaohua waved his hand, and the contents of the mirror disappeared. It should have been sent to the other star palaces. Xiaohua's gaze swept across the mirror, and the words, Yao Core, appeared in the flipping pages of the mirror. Seeing these words, Xiaohua slapped his forehead and said with realization, damn it, that's right. This is the 3 continents of the hidden immortal continent, the pure land of ultimate bliss, and the 1,000 demons sacred realm. Since there are relics, there must be Yao cores. Since there were demon cores, then, there must be a pill formula for using demon cores to refine medicinal pills. Since this Xiao was able to obtain some pill formulas in the QC, there will definitely be some here as well. However, Taoism has already declined here. Don't tell me that even the cultivation methods have disappeared? At this time, Xiaohua's heart was in a mess. Thinking of the cultivation method, he hastily pointed his hand. Just as he was about to add something to the mirror, he suddenly felt the silver star card tremble. A door appeared in the starry sky before him. Oh, it's time for someone to come. Xiaohua came to his senses and pointed his hand at the star card. Sure enough, the door opened and a human figure made of stardust walked in. That person casually glanced at it and said with a smile, "Fellow Immortal is indeed different. Unexpectedly, you didn't arrange anything in the Star Palace. This is really unexpected. This one just came in and was too lazy to arrange anything." Xiaohua said with a smile, "Fellow Immortal is the first one to come to this one's Star Palace. This one has already completed the transaction. I was just preparing to tidy up and participate in the auction." That person said with a smile, "Seeing that Hong Siliu beside me actually sent out such a strange message, this one naturally had to come and take a look." "That's good." Xiaohua pointed his hand at the star card and 2 stone chairs appeared. He sat on one first and raised his hand to indicate, "Fellow Immortal, please take a seat. I wonder if Fellow Immortal has any strange or unknown items." "Fellow Immortal, I'm afraid this is the first time you are participating in this star-picking towers transaction?" That person said with a smile. Xiaohua rolled his eyes. He knew that he had already made a fool of himself. Nevertheless, he was natural and unrestrained as he nodded his head, that's right. If Fellow Immortal has any advice, this one will be eternally grateful." "I don't dare to say advice." That person also sat down and said with a smile, "Fellow Immortal only said that you have strange and unknown items, but you didn't say what you are going to exchange for them." Strange and unknown items. To be honest with Fellow Immortal, even this one knows that they have some value. If Fellow Immortal only wants to exchange for them with those primordial stones, this one also can't take out these things. See. Xiaohua slapped his forehead and came to a realization. He said with a smile, "Fellow Immortal is right. This one was careless. Next year, I just happened to obtain some old spiritual herbs and have been saving them up until today. I want to exchange them for some useful things here." As he said this, Xiaohua hurriedly pointed his hand at the star card and added another sentence, "I have all kinds of spiritual herbs for exchange." When that person heard that it was spiritual herbs, he was obviously very interested and asked anxiously, "What kind of spiritual herbs does Fellow Immortal have?" Xiaohua smiled, "It should be what Fellow Immortal wants to exchange with this one, Or what kind of spiritual herbs does fellow Immortal want? To be honest with fellow Immortal, this one was lucky and obtained some spiritual herbs. Even I don't know the names of many of them. This one really doesn't have anything. I already knew that fellow Immortal has spiritual herbs here. Just now. That person was actually very regretful, forget it. Fellow Immortal, you always have something good, right? The range of your strange items is too big. Can you be more specific? Cultivation methods. Xiaohua decided to get straight to the point and asked, does fellow Immortal have cultivation methods of Confucianism, Buddhism or Taoism? Fellow Immortal is joking, right? That person stared blankly, you. What do you want these cultivation methods for? This is this one's business. Fellow Immortal doesn't seem to need to know, right? Xiaohua said with a smile, if fellow Immortal has these cultivation methods, this one can consider exchanging spiritual herbs with you. That person shook his head slightly, this one naturally can't give you my cultivation methods. As for the extra cultivation methods, this one also didn't expect that someone from Star Picking Tower would want them, so I didn't take them. However, if fellow Immortal wants to obtain Taoist cultivation methods, I'm afraid it won't be easy. You. How did you know that this one wants Taoist cultivation methods? Xiaohua almost jumped up from the stone chair. He had concealed it for a long time, but it was still exposed. That person said indifferently, if this one tells you the reason, would fellow Immortal consider exchanging with this one? Good. First tell me what spiritual herbs you want. Xiaohua agreed. 500 years old dragon beard grass. That person was overjoyed and quickly said, does fellow Immortal have it? Xiaohua naturally had dragon beard grass in his space, but he didn't know if this person wanted it or not. When he took out a 300 years old dragon beard grass, that person was already extremely happy. It's actually very simple. Fellow Immortal just came in and didn't carefully look at the list of Star Picking Tower. There are many cultivation methods of Confucianism. Cultivation methods of Confucianism are very common in my bronze pillar state. As long as you have the aptitude, you can cultivate them. As for Buddhist cultivation methods, fellow Immortal doesn't know? Although my bronze pillar state doesn't allow Buddhist sects to enter and no Buddhist temples are open, in the other countries of Yu province, as long as there is a temple in the capital city, Buddhist cultivation methods can be obtained for free. Xiaohua was dumbfounded, but after thinking about it carefully, what this person said was very reasonable. The hidden Immortal continent was originally the foundation of Confucian cultivators, so the cultivation methods of Confucian cultivators naturally had to be popularized. And if the Buddhist sect wanted to infiltrate the hidden Immortal continent, then the cultivation methods of the Buddhist sect naturally had to be followed in. High-level cultivation methods would not be leaked out from the pure land of ultimate bliss, but ordinary cultivation methods would definitely be offered as a gift, and they would even pay for it. Only the Taoist techniques that fellow Immortal wants. TSK, within the hidden Immortal continent, yes, even within the Pure Land and the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm, techniques that are below the second grade of elemental energy will definitely not appear in this star-plucking tower. This is because Confucianism and Buddhist sects have already made it clear that the most basic Tao cultivation methods are not allowed to be traded. That person continued, even if it appears in the auction, it is only at the 4th or 5th grade of origin energy. As far as I know, it is not allowed to be sold. See. Xiaohua sucked in a breath of cold air. He finally understood the strangeness of this matter. That's right, not allowing the existence of basic cultivation methods, naturally it would stop the development of Taoism. Without the existence of high-level cultivation methods, those Taoism cultivators also wouldn't have the opportunity to cultivate to the peak. Looks like his idea of collecting cultivation methods was wrong. Fellow Immortal, what do you want to exchange for the dragon beard grass? Xiaohua understood and didn't delay any longer. He asked somewhat gloomily. That person took out a small Qingquan pouch from his sleeve and handed it over to Xiaohua, saying, "I only have these here. Fellow Immortal, take a look. What do you think?" "That's all." Xiaohua looked at the brush, ink, paper and inkstone inside the pouch. There were also some ordinary materials. He took them all in one go. "This dragon beard grass is fellow Immortals. Also, many thanks for fellow Immortal's guidance." Many thanks fellow Immortal." That person was very happy and bowed to thank him. "You're welcome." Xiaohua was just about to return the bow when he saw a flash of silver light in the entire star cluster. Soon after, a sweet voice sounded, "Fellow Immortal, because a very rare item might be delivered a bit late, the auction will be delayed by 2 hours. Fellow Immortal in the Star Palace, your star tablet will be delayed by 2 hours." "Hi, that's good." That person laughed bitterly. This one hurriedly completed the transaction. Star picking tower has delayed the time. Why would this one be delayed by 2 hours? Forget it, fellow Immortal, this one will take his leave. This one will go take a look elsewhere. Chapter 3260. After that person left, the time it took to brew a cup of tea passed, but no one came over. Xiaohua was rather waiting for the rabbit to appear on the surface of the mirror. Suddenly, he stood up and said to himself, I've made a mistake. This isn't Daybreak Continent's e.g., there are no stalls here. I only said that I wanted to trade strange things of unknown origin. Not to mention that the cultivators here might not have these things, even if they did, they would probably have a guilty conscience. Also, I only said that there were various kinds of spirit herbs, but I didn't write down what kind of spirit herbs they were and what year they were. Who would believe me? Who knows, others might even think that it was a trap. Forget it, it's better to take the initiative. Thinking about this, Xiaohua immediately came out of the star palace, looked left and right, and walked towards the nearest star cluster. Not long after, Xiaohua came out again and entered another star cluster. In the time it took to eat a meal, Xiaohua had actually entered and exited 10 star palaces. With these 10 star palaces to trade, Xiaohua gradually gained experience. This star-plucking tower's trade was different from EG's. On one hand, star-plucking tower admittedly protected the privacy of the people trading, but on the other hand, it also concealed the openness of EG's trade. Of course, star-plucking tower also had the information on the mirror, but after all, it was just words, and was different from seeing it with one's own eyes. Xiaohua's previous method of waiting for the rabbit to appear was really not suitable. Now, as soon as Xiaohua entered the Star Palace, he first asked if they were willing to trade spirit herbs, then asked if there were any strange things in their small Qingquan bag, and the last sentence was, "Fellow Immortal, you and I are fated. How about this, everything in your small Qingquan bag, including your small Qingquan bag, would you like to trade with me?" Within the 10 star palaces, 8 cultivators were dumbfounded, and the other 2 really didn't have anything strange to take out. Xiaohua didn't even say the last sentence. Out of the 8 cultivators, 5 of them wanted spirit grasses and 3 of them wanted spirit stones. Xiaohua didn't lack these 2 things. Xiaohua was like a whirlwind sweeping through the 8 star palaces, sweeping away all the items that the cultivators wanted to trade. And this wind was spreading to the other star palaces. It seemed that Xiaohua had suffered a great loss in this sort of transaction. Of the first 8 star palaces he had traded, the vast majority were things that ordinary Confucian cultivators could use, such as low-level imperial tools and medicines, things that Xiaohua had no use for. However, he had also collected some rare qi refining materials, 2 yao cores, half a sarira, and even a damaged magic tool. And Xiaohua had only spent some middle-grade spirit stones, not even enough for a top-grade spirit stone. There were also a few hundred-year-old spirit herbs. This was much more effective than waiting for the rabbit to appear. Cough cough, don't forget, Xiaohua even got 8 small Qingquan bags. After Xiaohua made another 20 or so transactions, he finally caught a big fish. He found an incomplete jade pendant, and it actually recorded a gold core cultivation method. After waiting for another 10 or so times, Xiaohua obtained a white bone. Although this white bone wasn't the huge white bone in Xiaohua's space, Xiaohua heard that the person had also seen a huge white bone, so he didn't hesitate to spend a middle-grade spirit stone and leave that person's information. By the time Xiaohua met Xiao Jian and the other two on the Star Road, nearly half an hour had already passed. Xiaohua's harvest was very bountiful. Not to mention obtaining more than a dozen sariras of different colors, not to mention several damaged artifacts, not to mention dozens of rare materials for refining artifacts. Just the nascent soul cultivation methods recorded in the 3 jade eyes made Xiaohua smile from ear to ear. Of course, these cultivation methods were all incomplete without exception, but this was nothing to Xiaohua. Xiao Jian and the other two were also happy to see Xiaohua, but seeing Xiao Jian's somewhat disappointed expression, they knew that what he was looking for wasn't there. After thinking for a moment, Xiaohua took out a small Qingquan bag and handed it to Xiao Jian, saying, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, I'm afraid that what you want will appear in the auction later. How about this, help this Xiao do some things, and if it appears in the auction, this Xiao will buy it for you." Xiao Jian hurriedly took it and asked, "How can this junior help senior?" Xiaohua told Xiao Jian what he was thinking, and finally said, "With your knowledge, you won't suffer a loss. As long as it's something that my Taoist sect can use, you can take it. Lu Yi and Yuanya, give them a spiritual grass each time. If you can exchange it, then exchange it all. If you can't, then forget it." "Yes, this junior understands." Xiao Jian nodded, and used his weak divine sense to scan the small Qingquan bag, and an extremely shocked expression appeared on his face. Even if he was the king of the single Yang country, he had never seen so many spiritual grasses. Come back before the auction." Xiaohua waved his hand and let them go. He turned around and headed towards the heavenly one-star palace where Zhai Xinglu was located. The heavenly one-star palace where Zhai Xinglu was located was very dazzling. It was at the center of the entire star map, and that round star cluster was like a bright moon. Seeing two cultivators wearing scholarly robes enter at the same time, and a moment later, a big man wearing embroidered robes came out. Xiaohua understood that this heavenly one-star palace should be different from ordinary star palaces. When he entered with the silver star token, he discovered that inside the star palace was another Zhai Xinglu. This Zhai Xinglu was divided into 3 floors, and on each floor, there were some young men in black and women in palace attire greeting guests. The so-called guests were like Xiaohua, and they were all in human form piled up with stardust. The human form was divided into bronze and silver, and there were even a few golden ones. Xiaohua's figure had just entered the star palace when a young man in black immediately came to greet him, and respectfully saluted, saying, "Junior 307, what can I do for senior?" "You don't have a name?" Xiaohua asked with interest. 307 smiled and said, "Junior naturally has a name, but in this heavenly one-star palace, I can only be called 307. May I know what senior wants to buy in this Zhai Xinglu?" Xiaohua looked up and asked with a smile, "First, tell this old man what you have in this star palace. I'll let senior know." 307 replied, "The Zhai Xinglu of the heavenly one-star palace is divided into 3 floors. The first floor is for making scrolls, immortal medicines, swords, and imperial tools. There are also the 4 treasures of the study, all kinds of spiritual herbs and spiritual fruits, and also all kinds of materials. The second floor is for making scrolls, immortal medicines, and imperial tools. There are even some Buddhist tools and Taoist tools. As for the third floor, in addition to Confucian cultivation methods, there are also prescriptions for refining immortal medicines and imperial tools. Of course, other miscellaneous things are also sold on the 3rd floor." Xiaohua nodded. "Does the heavenly one-star palace only accept primeval stones?" "Of course not." 307 smiled and said, "If senior doesn't have enough primeval stones, you can naturally exchange with other things. This one is responsible for the evaluation of these things." "Very good." Xiaohua clapped his hands and said, "Lead this old man to the first floor where the spiritual herbs are sold." "Senior, please." 307 stretched out his hand and said, "Junior will lead the way." N. Xiaohua nodded and followed 307 to the front of the Zhai Xinglu. On the first floor, there were more than a dozen doors that were exactly the same, all of them were engraved with star patterns. 307 casually walked in front of one of the doors. Without even looking, he pushed the door open and said respectfully, "Senior, please." "Hee, it seems like these doors are just for show." Xiaohua took a look and saw that there was only starlight shining through the doors. He couldn't see anything inside clearly and asked with a smile. 307 replied, "Senior's words are correct. My Zhai Xinglu has arranged more than 400 rooms on the first floor for guests. If there were 400 doors here, wouldn't it be a joke? These random doors all lead to a single room, and the things in each room are the same, so there's no need to choose." As he spoke, Xiaohua had already stepped into the room. This room was similar to the star palace that Xiaohua and the others were in. It didn't have a specific shape and size, only an empty starry sky. Xiaohua and 307 stood alone in the sky. "Senior, what kind of spiritual herbs do you need? Junior can help you choose." 307 slightly stepped forward and took out a thumb-sized star tablet. With a wave of his hand, more than a dozen starlight flashed around the two people. At the place where the starlight came from, a jade box appeared. Clearly, there were spiritual herbs inside. Xiaohua smiled and gestured with his hand. The jade box closest to him landed in his hand. Xiaohua casually opened it to take a look, then placed it back in the same place. After looking around, he asked, "Are the spirit herbs in Zhai Xinglu ready?" "Ready?" 307 stared blankly. He didn't understand Xiaohua's question that was so different from others. However, he answered almost without hesitation, "Senior knows that my Zhai Xinglu has branches in all 9 provinces of the hidden Immortal continent. Although my Yu province's Zhai Xinglu may be different from the Jin province's Zhai Xinglu, I can guarantee that Senior knows that my Zhai Xinglu has branches in all 9 provinces of the hidden Immortal continent. However, Junior can guarantee that all the common spiritual herbs and spiritual fruits in Yu province can be found in my Zhai Xinglu. Moreover, no matter if it's 100-year-old, 500-year-old or 1,000-year-old spiritual herb, they all have a price. All the spiritual herbs in Yu province, no matter how old they are, your Zhai Xinglu has them all?" Xiaohua asked with a smile that wasn't a smile. 307 hesitated for a moment. Junior is only talking about common spiritual herbs. If it's especially rare, then Senior needs to make an appointment in advance. How much is 1,000-year-old desolate everlasting grass worth? Xiaohua probed. "Here." 307 wasn't in a hurry to answer. Instead, he pointed his hand. A jade box flew out from the starlight and landed in front of Xiaohua. "Senior, take a look first." Xiaohua naturally took a look and nodded, "That's right. Tell me, how much is it worth?" 18 upper-grade primordial stones. 307's crisp voice fell into Xiaohua's ears. Xiaohua finally understood why the person who made the deal with him would rather try his luck in the Star Palace than come to this Sky One Star Palace to look for desolate everlasting grass. What about the 10-year-old desolate everlasting grass? Xiaohua closed the jade box in his hand and asked. Chapter 3261. Stunned, 301 stuttered, 10. 10 years old desolate everlasting grass. Senior, you're not wrong, right? What can 10-year-old desolate everlasting grass do? Didn't you say that Zhai Xinglu has everything? You can trade spirit herbs of any age? Xiaohua smiled. This desolate everlasting grass isn't considered rare, right? Since there are 1,000-year-old ones, why aren't there 10-year-old ones? But 301 hesitated, then smiled. Senior, are you sure you're not looking for trouble? This is the first time I've heard of someone coming to my Zhai Xinglu to search for 10-year-old desolate everlasting grass. Humph, Xiaohua snorted and said lightly, Zhai Xinglu opens its doors to welcome guests, so naturally we have to guess what our guests are thinking. In the past, no one wanted 10-year-old desolate everlasting grass, but that doesn't mean there won't be any now or in the future. Yes, you're right. 301 immediately bowed and said, Senior, please wait a moment. Then, 301's figure disappeared from Xiaohua's sight and only returned after a full 5 minutes. He said with a smile, Senior, I've made you wait for a long time. It's indeed my negligence. My Zhai Xinglu's 10-year-old desolate everlasting grass costs half a low-grade primordial stone. This is clearly marked, and I only remembered the older ones. These, I'm really sorry, please forgive me. Oh, half a low-grade primordial stone? Xiaohua rubbed his chin and pondered for a moment. 301 smiled and said, 1,000-year-old desolate everlasting grass costs 18 upper-grade primordial stones, but that's because it's old enough. A 10-year-old desolate everlasting grass, to be honest, it's only the price of one desolate everlasting grass seed. My Zhai Xinglu has always been fair in our prices, so I don't dare to ask for more. What about other spirit herbs? Xiaohua asked. Of course they're ordinary. 301 was clearly prepared. Ordinary spirit herbs and fruits that are less than 20 years old are all this price. Okay, how many 10-year-old spirit herbs and fruits does your Zhai Xinglu have? I want a portion of all of them. Xiaohua immediately shouted. 307's body trembled slightly. His face was full of confusion. He opened his mouth as if to ask something, but when he thought of Zhai Xinglu's rules, he closed his mouth. Then he held the star token in his hand and looked at it carefully for a moment. He opened his mouth and said, Senior, our Zhai Xinglu has a total of 12,015 types of spirit herbs and fruits. If you want them all, you need to pay 60 mid-grade spirit stones. In addition, because the amount of spiritual herbs you purchased is too large, but the price is not high, Zhai Xinglu will take 10% of the loss. That means that you will have to pay 66 mid-level spirit stones. So much. Xiaohua was flabbergasted. 307 immediately smiled and said, I'll let Senior know that these spiritual herbs that are 10 years old are not fully formed. To be honest, Zhai Xinglu does not have any ready-made ones. If Senior wants it, we can immediately mobilize people. We can't even give it to Senior right now. This was where the 10% loss came from. Moreover, spiritual herbs that are 10 years old are originally the price of seeds. It's just that there are too many types, that's why the price of spirit stones seems high. No. Xiaohua shook his head. What I mean is, how can there be so many spiritual herbs and trees in Yuzhou? Senior doesn't refine spirit herbs, so you don't know the knack of it. 307 smiled and said, Our hidden immortal continent is blessed with good fortune and is the head of the 3 continents. The vitality of heaven and earth is also incomparable to that of the other 2 continents. That's why any flower or tree can be soaked in vitality and grow into a spiritual herb. These 10,000 types of spiritual herbs were only discovered by us Confucian cultivators. There are many others that have not been discovered yet. Zhai Xinglu has long collected all kinds of spiritual herbs for the sake of Senior's needs. On one hand, we sell them to sects that cultivate spiritual herbs. On the other hand, we cultivate some spiritual herbs that are not too old. After all. Without waiting for 307 to finish, Xiaohua asked curiously, You specialize in selling spiritual herbs here? Yes, 307's answer made Xiaohua not know whether to laugh or cry. Spiritual herbs are originally one of the things sold on the first floor of Zhai Xinglu. Forget it, Xiaohua waved his hand, give me one of each of these spiritual herbs. Remember, I don't want more. You want all of them? 307 really hurt his brain. However, he also didn't dare to get angry and confirmed again. After waiting for Xiao Hua to give a definite answer, 307 disappeared again. This time, he came back very quickly. In just a moment, he handed over a small Qingquan pouch to Xiao Hua and said, "Senior, here are 13,110 spiritual herbs. According to Senior, you need a total of 66 mid-grade primeval stones. In addition, because Senior bought a lot of spiritual herbs, my Zhai Xing Lu will gift you a jade eye scroll. Inside it, the classification and planting of these spiritual herbs are recorded in detail." Great! Xiao Hua was so happy that he almost jumped up. In Xiaoyu continent, these spiritual herbs were very hard to find, let alone jade scrolls that recorded spiritual herbs. He didn't expect that in hidden Immortal continent, these things were practically given away for free. Xiao Hua took the small Qingquan pouch and sent all these spiritual herbs into the space. He handed them over to Xiao Gua. He took out a piece of high-grade primeval stone and handed it to 307. He smiled and said, "You only need to give me 30 mid-grade primeval stones. The rest is your reward." "Many thanks, Senior." 307 received the primeval stones and the small storage pouch. He was really beaming with joy. For mid-grade primeval stones, this was a reward that 307 had never seen before. Although the senior in front of him was really a bit strange, he was really generous. What else does Senior need? After 307 put the 30 mid-grade primeval stones in Xiao Hua's hand, he asked again. He already had a premonition that the senior he met tonight was definitely a big spender. Sure enough, Xiao Hua simply didn't hesitate and said, "What materials does your Zhai Xing Lu have for refining tools?" This time 307 smiled bitterly and said with a smile, "Senior, if you always wanted to plant those 10,000 spiritual herbs yourself, Junior could still accept it. I would be very happy to recommend these spiritual herbs to Senior. But there are also close to 5,000 kinds of refining materials. Senior, you want some of each, but there's no use at all. Although my Zhai Xing Lu can earn some primeval stones, Junior still has to remind Senior." Good. Hearing this, Xiao Hua threw over another mid-grade primeval stone without demur and said, "That's right, young man. Take this primeval stone. You let this old man save primeval stones, so this old man will reward you with primeval stones." "Many thanks, Senior." 307's heart really bloomed with joy, and Xiao Hua also very much enjoyed the feeling of being so generous. Yes, in Xiaoyu continent, a mid-grade spirit stone really doesn't count for much, but here, it can actually be exchanged for a moment of loyalty from a green-clothed youth. Xiao Hua stretched out his hand and said, "You take out the details of these materials for me to see, or how many primeval stones the jade eyes costs, this old man will pay. These jade eyes aren't worth any primeval stones." 307 immediately took out one from his bosom. "Junior will give one to Senior." Good. Xiao Hua took the jade eyes, used the clear eyes technique to look at it, and said the names and quantities of dozens of materials. In front of 307's stupefied eyes, he paid more than 10 high-grade primeval stones. Looking at 307's appearance, Xiao Hua's heart is really refreshed. These materials are considered common in hidden Immortal continent, but they are rare in Xiaoyu continent. Xiao Hua looked at them and was reluctant to part with them. On the contrary, hidden Immortal continent's rare materials are in Xiao Hua's space, so although he bought a lot of materials, the amount of primeval stones he spent was not much. Taking the high-grade primeval stones from Xiao Hua, 307 hesitated for a moment and said in a low voice, "Senior, Junior will tell Senior another piece of information. Recently, Copper Pillar country is waging war. My Zhai Xing Lu recently obtained a batch of materials. The quantity and variety are very large, and it is said that there are also some rare materials. If Senior wants, Junior can help you make an exception. It only costs 10 top-grade primeval stones." See. Xiao Hua took a breath of cold air. He got so many materials, but only spent a dozen high-grade primeval stones, and what 307 said was 100 times more. And from what he said, the price of this batch of materials is not just one top-grade primeval stone. Xiao Hua looked up and down at 307's appearance. It did not seem like he was faking it. He only pondered for a moment, then clapped his hand, took out 10 top-grade primeval stones and 1 high-grade primeval stone, and handed them to 307. I'll leave it to you now. 307 looked at the high-grade primeval stones, his eyes shining, and slightly bit his lips. It is very obvious that this guy was moved by Xiao Hua's bribery again and again. However, he still resisted the urge to snatch it, smacking his somewhat dry mouth, and said in a low voice, Junior will try to make an exception for Senior, but Junior does not dare to guarantee the result. After all, the quantity of these materials is really too large. Also, I have to explain to Senior, these materials have not been purified. Senior may have to spend a lot of effort. No matter. Xiao Hua waved his hand, and these primeval stones all flew in front of 307, and said, I can rest assured with you handling things. What you did before, this old man saw, you can do it without restraint, whether it succeeds or not, this old man will remember it in his heart. As for the problem of the materials, you don't have to worry about it, as long as there is it. When 307 heard this, he was really happy, and with a grab of his hand, those primeval stones all went into a small Qingquan bag and turned to leave. At this moment, Xiao Hua suddenly called out, that's right, give this old man a copy of the list of materials sold on the 2nd and 3rd floor of Zhai Xinglu. Also, only you can come, don't bring anyone else. 307 was stunned, and immediately said respectfully, many thanks for Senior's trust, this Junior understands. 307 knew very well in his heart that with Xiao Hua's generosity, as long as he told others, those with a higher rank than him would definitely take over, and he could not refuse, so he would not be able to get any benefits. With Xiao Hua's words, he could completely evade these people. Of course, when it came to giving benefits to others, 307 was already very familiar with it. Chapter 3262. Then, without even thinking about it, 307 took out a somewhat special jade eye from his bosom and respectfully handed it over to Xiao Hua again before turning around and leaving. After 307 left, Xiao Hua used the eye-clearing technique to carefully examine the jade eyes in his hand. There were many detailed descriptions inside. What was special was that after each description, there were 2 prices, one slightly higher and one slightly lower. It was obvious that this jade eyes was used by Zhai Xinglu's own people, so the slightly lower price should be the lowest price. Sigh, being generous, really has its benefits. Xiao Hua sighed as he looked. Although I gave 307 a few primeval stones for free, this Xiao saved more than just these few primeval stones. The large amount of refining materials that 307 mentioned, this Xiao Hua is looking forward to it. This time, 307 left for a little longer, almost the time it took to eat a meal before returning. Xiao Hua carefully examined the jade eyes. 307's face was flushed red, as if he was very excited. The small Qingquan bag in his hand was different from before. It was much bigger, and its color was also a little yellow. Senior, upon seeing Xiao Hua, 307 immediately smiled. Fortunately, I did not disappoint you. This Qingquan bag contains the materials that Senior wants. Senior, please take a look and see if it suits your taste. Okay. Xiao Hua was also looking forward to it. He returned the jade eyes to 307 and took the Qingquan bag. After he scanned it with his divine perception, he was stunned. Then, a kind of unexpected ecstasy filled Xiao Hua's heart. This so-called Qingquan bag was more than 100 times bigger than the small Qingquan bag, and currently, the Qingquan bag was densely packed with countless, broken artifacts. Xiao Hua immediately understood the meaning of 307's words just now. Yes, these artifacts were broken, but the materials were still there. They only needed to spend some effort to refine the materials inside, and these materials were much better than the original ones that had not been refined. But the problem was, how to refine these artifacts. How much manpower and material resources would Zhai Xinglu spend to do this? Of course, Zhai Xinglu could also choose to repair these artifacts. Although it would take more effort, the exchange for more primeval stones would naturally be more. However, the problem with this method was that Zhai Xinglu had to have enough weapon refiners and hidden Immortal continent had to have enough cultivators to purchase these Dharma weapons. It was undeniable that Zhai Xinglu had the capital to do so. But now that Haotian Taoism was in decline, would there be so many cultivators coming to purchase these Dharma weapons? Zhai Xinglu's only chance was to sell these magical weapons to a country that relied on Taoism. The problem was, could the hidden Immortal continent of Confucianism do this so openly? Therefore, it was really a waste of time and effort for Zhai Xinglu to earn enough primordial stones from these damaged artifacts. When Room 307 met Xiaohua, it was easy to resolve this matter with a quick thought. Moreover, Zhai Xinglu did not earn much primeval stones, but it was definitely worth it. If it wasn't for Xiaohua not being willing to see other people, the one who came over right now definitely wouldn't be 307. At the very least, the contents of this Qinkuan bag had already expressed Zhai Xinglu's intentions. These damaged magic tools were of little value to others, but to Xiaohua, they were absolutely treasures. Inside the space, the green-robed Xiaohua had now gone through 100 years of refining the wishful steel rod. At this time, his refining level was definitely at the level of a master. Repairing these Dharma weapons could be said to be a piece of cake. Although it would take some time and delay the green-robed Xiaohua's comprehension of cultivation methods and secret techniques, Xiaohua believed that the green-robed Xiaohua could not always comprehend cultivation methods. How could he not exercise his muscles and bones? The balance between work and rest still needed to be done. As for whether the green-robed Xiaohua had muscles and bones, that was not something Xiaohua thought about. When Xiaohua was pondering, 307 also looked at Xiaohua with apprehension. Although Xiaohua's appearance and expression were replaced by the stars and could not be seen clearly, this short period of pondering actually made 307 feel incomparably long. This matter was far simpler than 307 thought. He thought that he would have to bend the rules a little. Who knew that as soon as he reported it, he immediately received a warm response from the steward. He did not need to spend a single low-grade primeval stone. Even the steward's reaction was the same as Xiaohua's. He wanted to personally negotiate with Xiaohua on behalf of 307. After 307 said Xiaohua's words, the steward extinguished his thoughts. Looking at the 10 pieces of top-grade primeval stones in 307's hands, he hurriedly put these worthless primeval stones into his Qinkuan bag and handed them to 307. Before 307 left, he even said that as long as this transaction was successful, 307 would be heavily rewarded. Little friend. Xiaohua opened his mouth and said with a smile, "These are not the materials you mentioned. Even if I wanted to use these, it would be troublesome." 307 hurriedly smiled. Yes, these are naturally not the real materials. But if Senior had someone to clean them up and refine them, the quality would be much better than ordinary materials. Besides, if not for the fact that the Bronze Pillar state is at war with the outside world, it would be impossible for my Zhai Xinglu to obtain so many broken magic tools. Especially since this batch of materials has not been included in the list that Senior saw earlier. If other seniors saw it, I'm afraid the price would not be this. Xiaohua originally wanted to bargain for a bit, but 307's last sentence moved him. That's right, if others knew that there was such a large batch of damaged magic tools, even if they didn't have the heart to buy them, under the careful investigation, they could still raise the price too high. Since these magic tools were useful to him, why should he be stingy? Thinking of this, Xiaohua threw the Qinkuan bag into the void and took out the magic tools that were as big as a small mountain. After instructing the green-robed Xiaohua, he hurriedly retreated and returned the Qinkuan bag to 307 without even looking at the green-robed Xiaohua's face. Hiss. 307 was immediately dumbfounded. This is a Qinkuan bag. This senior, actually also has a Qinkuan bag. And even, a Qinkuan bracelet. Thinking that Xiaohua actually had a Qinkuan bag that was of a much higher grade than the ordinary small Qinkuan bag, and even a Qinkuan bracelet, 307's eyes once again flashed with self-satisfaction, a kind of pride at his sharp eyes. Many thanks, Senior. 307 took the empty Chinquan bag and carefully put it away. He then reached into his bosom and took out a triangular token with a star engraved on it and handed it to Xiaohua, saying respectfully, "This is my Zhai Xing Lu's VIP token. In the future, Senior can use this token to enjoy a 2% discount on all of my Zhai Xing Lu services." "Oh. Only a 2% discount?" Xiaohua raised his brows and smiled. But thinking about it, he had only spent 10 supreme-grade primeval stones. This was really a far cry from the hundreds of supreme-grade primeval stones in Xiaoyu continent. "Yes, Senior," 307 smiled obsequiously. "If Senior spends more primeval stones at my Zhai Xing Lu in the future, you will naturally change to a higher grade token." "Oh, that's right, if Senior wants to participate in my Zhai Xing Lu's auction, you don't have to pay any fees with this token. Even if it's the commission for the auction, you can still charge less." "And, this old man understands." Xiaohua casually put away the token and said, "This old man indeed wants to participate in the auction later. Now that there's not much time left, take this old man to the 3rd floor." "Yes, Junior understands," 307 said and waved the star token in his hand. A star path appeared in front of Xiaohua, extending to both sides. 307 stepped onto the star path and said, "Senior, please." Junior will take Senior to the 3rd floor now. But when he saw Xiaohua step onto the star path, he reminded him, "Senior, the materials used to make these scrolls on the 1st floor are not bad. If Senior has no use for them, you can buy them and give them to your juniors." Hearing this, Xiaohua's eyes turned. He thought of the item in the hands of Yu Clan's 7th uncle and Mo Jinli. He hadn't been able to find a suitable person to ask about it. This was a good opportunity, so he smiled and said, "This old man has already made some transactions with some immortal friends in other star palaces. This old man doesn't have many juniors, so this is enough. However, this old man wants to ask you, what's the difference between these things and the ones outside? What's the difference between the scrolls made here?" 307 saw that Xiaohua had already bought them, so he naturally knew that Xiaohua wouldn't buy them again. But how could he not say these words to get closer to Xiaohua? Taking advantage of the opportunity to go to the 3rd floor, 307 replied, "Senior must know that scrolls are things that carry the noble qi of Confucian cultivators. Its use is different from imperial tools. The quality of the material and the quality of the array have a great impact on the quality of the imperial tool. But scrolls are different. Ordinary brushes, ink, paper, and inkstone can be made into a very good scroll. Everything depends on the refinement of the true qi in the Confucian cultivator's chest. However, after my star-picking tower scholars' research, we found that the 4 treasures of the study, which usually don't seem to be the key, still play a certain role in writing scrolls. Good materials, or rather, materials made by specially trained scholars, would innately possess a certain amount of noble spirit. After being written by a Confucian scholar into a scroll, it would be easier to trigger the noble spirit and even increase the effects. The materials made by ordinary people require even more noble qi to trigger the noble qi in the scroll. I won't hide it from Senior. My star-picking tower's 2nd floor has some specialized scrolls made by scholars. They don't need any noble qi to trigger them. As long as the person who owns the scroll opens it, the noble qi inside will immediately rush out. Senior, think about it. These scrolls that ordinary people can use, if you use the materials that Senior sells outside, can you write them?" "Oh, so that's how it is." Xiaohua completely understood. These scrolls were actually the Dao sect's yellow talismans. The difference was talisman paper and xian paper, talisman pen and ink pen. Of course, the scrolls and yellow talismans not only had different names, but also different methods of use. The scrolls seemed to be able to be used by anyone, but the yellow talismans needed to be triggered by true qi. The scroll's function was somewhat similar to jade talismans. The 2 refining methods, the Tao sect focused on using talismans to draw in the spiritual qi of heaven and earth, while the Confucian cultivators focused on their own noble qi. This was also related to the difference in the true meaning of cultivation of the two sections. As for the advantages and disadvantages of the two, or even distinguishing which one used which one, there probably wouldn't be any results. Chapter 3263. Xiaohua actually wants to ask how this scroll is made, but he has already seen the jade eyes in 301's hand and there is no record of this, so he doesn't dare to ask rashly. Of course, if Senior doesn't want to buy these materials, then you can also buy some ready-made scrolls on the second floor. Tonight is the Hungry Ghost Festival, the night of 100 ghosts. My Zhai Xing Lu's scrolls are the nemesis of these evil spirits. As long as you have a scroll with you, no malicious spirit would dare to approach you. Room 307 found another topic to talk about. Xiaohua waves his hand. If it's normal, I will also come to pick some, but I'm afraid there isn't enough time today. Wait until after the auction. It won't be too late for me to pick then. 301 doesn't dare to say any more and says with a smile, that's good. Junior is afraid that Senior won't be able to buy everything on this trip. Alas, we male cultivators are the most careless. Who would think so much? If we go back and people say, that won't be good. Ha ha ha. Xiaohua laughs loudly, no. No one will dare to say that I forgot one thing. Xiaohua is laughing when he suddenly stops, causing 301 to be stunned. He says anxiously, what did Senior forget? I wonder if Junior can help. Alas, two things. Xiaohua smiles bitterly, if I didn't hear you mention it now, I really would have forgotten. 301 sighs in relief and pats his chest. No matter, as long as it is related to my Zhai Xing Lu, Junior can help Senior. Don't say it's so early. Xiaohua shakes his head, if it's simple, how can I not remember? It's just too difficult. 301 smiles, Senior, please tell me. Although Junior is small and weak, Junior has Zhai Xing Lu behind him. Within Yuzhou, there are not many things that Zhai Xing Lu can't do. And, since that's the case, then my first difficulty is a detailed map of the hidden Immortal continent. Xiaohua says somewhat gloomily because he didn't see any record of this in 301's jade eyes. Hiss. 301 inhales a breath of cold air and says with a bitter smile, Senior is really making things difficult for Junior. There are tens of thousands of countries in the 9 prefectures of the hidden Immortal continent. If this Junior wants a detailed map of them, it is indeed troublesome. Senior, why don't you talk about the second problem first? The moment Xiaohua heard, he unwittingly sighed and said with a smile, the first one is already so difficult, the second one is even harder. I have a junior who has failed in his studies and wants to find a new path. I heard that Taoism is easy to cultivate and that there is no need to study hard every day. He wants to ask me for a Taoist cultivation method. Tell me, where can I find it for him? That's why. I came to Zhai Xing Lu today for this troublesome matter. 307's face was as bitter as if he had eaten Chinese gold thread. He smacked his lips and smiled apologetically. Senior, to be honest, it's not like Zhai Xing Lu has never seen Taoist techniques before. However, it is an ironclad rule of the 3 continents that we cannot sell low-level and high-level Taoist techniques. We, Zhai Xing Lu, do not dare to touch it. You. At this point, 307 hesitated for a moment and lowered his voice. Junior has occasionally heard from others that there is a kind of underground auction in Copper Pillar Country. It is similar to my Zhai Xing Lu's auction. However, the things inside are even stranger and more bizarre. Ordinary people cannot enter at all. Junior feels that the low-level Taoist techniques that you want can be found there. Good. Xiaohua clapped his hands. He had already understood that the so-called underground auction should be Dawn Rain Continent's secret auction. The things inside definitely wouldn't follow the rules and regulations of the auction. Not to mention the Tao sect's low-level cultivation methods, Even the high-level cultivation methods would be available in this auction. However, Xiaohua also knew that what 307 said was correct. It was impossible for an ordinary person to know about this secret. 307 might have only heard about it from others. It was unlikely that he would be able to obtain this information from 307. As for the map that Senior mentioned, 307 opened his mouth again. Junior will help you ask Junior's steward. Perhaps they have some ideas. Good, Xiaohua was delighted and said, as long as there is a map, this old man will reward you greatly. Senior can go ahead and participate in the auction. After the auction, you can come to Star Palace and look for Junior by name. 307 replied. Of course, Junior does not dare to guarantee that it will succeed. Hee, Xiaohua laughed. Let's not talk about anything else. Help this old man purchase these Confucian techniques from Zhai Xing Lu and also the prescriptions for these immortal medicines. And also the refining methods for these imperial tools. With the things that this old man purchased today, I presume that your steward will not ignore this old man's request? 307 was overjoyed again and hurriedly nodded. He silently remembered that he had misunderstood Xiaohua's meaning. Xiaohua's original intention was to get some basic Confucian techniques and refining methods for reference. 307 thought that Xiaohua had purposely purchased so many common techniques and methods to help him. How could he not be grateful? In just a moment, Xiaohua had collected a large pile of jade eyes, but what he spent was merely some high-grade primordial stones. Xiaohua originally wanted to see if there was anything else he could take advantage of, but 307 smiled and said, Senior, the time is already late. Although the auction has been postponed for 2 hours, some immortal friends have already entered. If Senior has the heart to go take a look, you still have to make some preparations first. Of course, what else does Senior want to purchase? Feel free to tell this Junior and this Junior will prepare it for you. It won't be too late for you to come back after the auction. Make some preparations? Xiaohua was somewhat puzzled, but he could not ask. He nodded and said, That's good. Help this old man find some strange and unknown items on the 3rd floor. As long as it is something that others do not want, or something that your Zhai Xing Lu cannot identify, leave some for this old man. This old man likes to hunt for strange things the most. Hee, Senior may be disappointed. Hearing this, 307 understood that Xiaohua was not talking about the items listed in the jade eyes. Thus, he smiled and said, My Zhai Xing Lu's items all have clear origins. Anything of unknown origin will not appear. But it is a strange item, Junior will help you take a look. Thank you for everything. Xiaohua nodded. Like I said, this old man will thank you greatly. Yes, Junior understands. 307 waved his hand, and another star path appeared under Xiaohua's feet. He bowed respectfully and said, Senior, please. Once you leave here, you will reach the Star Palace. Forgive Junior for not seeing you off. And thank you for your hard work. Xiaohua knew that 307 would be busy again, so he casually returned the greeting. He stepped onto the star path, and his figure shot out like a shooting star. Seeing Xiaohua's figure disappear, 307 hurriedly turned around. He still had not handed over the supreme-grade primordial stones that Xiaohua gave earlier. This was the biggest transaction of the night. Moreover, the item Xiaohua wanted was really strange. 307 had no choice but to rack his brains to deal with it. Xiaohua left Zhai Xing Lu's Sky 1-star palace, revealing his true appearance. He did not look around, and swaggered towards his own Hong Siliu. His soul sense had already been released. Within the Star Palace, there were some restrictions on divine sense and Buddhist sense. They could not go too far, and some places could go far, but they could not stay for long. However, soul sense did not have any restrictions. Xiaohua carefully observed for a moment, but did not see anything strange. Only then did he relax and leave. But just a few dozen feet away from Hong Siliu, across from Xiaohua, a thin and tall young man in embroidered clothes also hurriedly walked towards Hong Siliu. "Io, this person." Seeing that person walk in front of Hong Siliu's star cluster and take out a silver star token, but the star cluster did not react. Clearly, there was no one in the star cluster. The young man in embroidered clothes showed a disappointed expression. Xiao Hua originally wanted to slip past the young man in embroidered clothes and enter the star palace after he left. But when he was less than 2 feet away from the young man in embroidered clothes, he saw the anxiety on the young man's face. Xiao Hua's heart skipped a beat, and he stopped. He cupped his hands and said, "Fellow Immortal, are you looking for Hong Siliu's master?" "Correct." The young man in embroidered clothes raised his eyebrows, clearly on guard. His tone was a bit cold, but this matter seems to have nothing to do with fellow Immortal, right? Hee, how could it have nothing to do with me? Xiao Hua took out his star token, and a cloud of stardust shot out from the star cluster and enveloped Xiao Hua. Similarly, another cloud of stardust enveloped the young master in embroidered clothes. Xiao Hua chuckled and said, "Fellow Immortal, please enter." The two of them disappeared into Hong Siliu's star palace. "Sigh, fellow Immortal, please enter." After entering the star palace, the young man in embroidered clothes sighed. "I originally didn't want to meet fellow Immortal with my original appearance, but I had no choice. Hee, fellow Immortal Fu, this is fate." Xiao Hua said with a smile, "I am Xiao Hua, a Taoist loose cultivator. I also didn't want you to see my original appearance, but since we met outside the Star Palace, why should I hide anything? I wonder why fellow Immortal Fu is looking for me." "Oh. I am Fu Jiwen, a Confucian cultivator." "Greetings, fellow Taoist Xiao." The young man in embroidered clothes bowed and said, "I have always heard that Taoist cultivators are stingy, forgetting righteousness in the face of profit. They have always been the type to kill people and rob them. But I didn't expect fellow Taoist Xiao to be so magnanimous, even more open and upright than a Confucian cultivator like me." "Oh. Fellow Taoist?" Xiao Hua was startled, and asked curiously, "Fellow Taoist Fu, has also practiced Taoist cultivation techniques?" "It can't be considered practice." Fu Jiwen replied, "I have only dabbled in it a little, and am very curious about Taoist magic power and divine abilities." Upon hearing that Fu Jiwen also had Taoist cultivation, Xiao Hua's impression of him unconsciously improved. Naturally, he also knew why he changed his mind when he was just about to miss the opportunity. "Young Master Fu, I wonder why you have come to find me?" Xiao Hua asked. "If there is anything I can help with, feel free to tell me." Chapter 3264. Hee, I heard that fellow Taoist Xiao collects strange things of unknown origin. I've already come here twice, but I haven't encountered it yet. If I don't encounter it this time, I'll leave the Star Palace." Fu Jiwen said with a smile. Xiao Hua clapped his hands and said, "Isn't that right? My Tao sect emphasizes fate. Didn't we encounter it this time? What strange things does young Master Fu have? To others, it's naturally strange, but to fellow Taoist Xiao, it may not be so." As Fu Jiwen spoke, he took out a spoon-like thing from his bosom and handed it to Xiao Hua. "Fellow Taoist, please take a look." Xiao Hua scanned it with his divine sense, but didn't take it. He shook his head and said, "This is a magic treasure of my Tao sect. It really isn't anything strange. Does young Master Fu have anything else?" Immediately, Fu Jiwen took out a few more things, either jade slips or old yellow talismans. To Xiao Hua, these things were really common and didn't attract him in the slightest. "Forget it," Xiao Hua waved his hand and said with a smile, "Young Master Fu, these are all things of my Tao sect. I presume that young Master obtained them when you obtained the Tao sect's inheritance, right? These aren't what I want. What I want is something that young Master doesn't know of its origin and doesn't know what it is." "Sigh, then it's difficult." Fu Jiwen scratched his head. "I only have these here, actually, as long as it's strange, it's fine. It doesn't have to have a bright appearance. Xiao Hua was naturally disappointed. Fujiwen suddenly thought of something. He stretched out his hand and took out a white bone joint from his sleeve and handed it to Xiao Hua. This is something that I've been playing with since I was young. It seems to have been picked up from somewhere when I was young. It looks like an ordinary white bone, but it's also abnormally sparkling and translucent. I know that it's strange, but this thing, it's just strange, nothing else. I don't know if it's the strange thing that fellow Taoist Xiao mentioned. Bone, joint? The joint of a soul cultivator. Xiao Hua's gaze fell on the joint, and a huge wave immediately set off in his heart. He was very familiar with this thing. It was the joint of the millions of soul cultivators of Meng Mountain in Xiaoyu continent. Although Xiao Hua didn't use his soul sense to examine it, he was almost certain. How is this possible? This was clearly the boundary of the 3 continents. How can he have the bones of a soul cultivator? Xiao Hua was puzzled. Because of the physique of a soul cultivator, they can't leave the millions of Meng Mountains. If he left, he would end up like Xiao Mao, unable to cultivate as a soul cultivator. Then how did this bone end up here? Perhaps there are others like me? Fellow Taoist Xiao. Seeing that Xiao Hua didn't say anything, Fujiwen was a little embarrassed. He retracted his hand and said with a smile, "So I'll say it? Although this is a strange item, it may not be of interest to you, fellow Taoist." There's no rush. How could Xiao Hua allow Fujiwen to retract his joints? He laughed and said, "Let this Xiao take a look first." Okay, both of them were currently blocked by the stardust, so they couldn't see each other's expressions. Xiao Hua did his best to calm his tone, and in a hurry, Fujiwen also didn't discover anything from Xiao Hua's tone. Xiao Hua's soul sense entered the bone. With just a glance, his little heart that hadn't been excited for a long time started to beat wildly. Xiao Hua took a deep breath and said with a smile, "This strange item is exactly what this Xiao wants. Young Master Fu, name a price. If it's not outrageous, this Xiao will take it." Phew. Fujiwen was still inferior to Xiao Hua. When he heard that Xiao Hua wanted it, he let out a sigh of relief. Then, he waved his hand and said, "Since this item has entered fellow Taoist Zhao's eyes, then please name a price. As long as it's suitable, this one will definitely part with it." This. Xiao Hua was a little hesitant. This item was a priceless treasure to him, but if the price was too high, Xiao Hua was afraid that Fujiwen would ask for a ridiculous price. "How about this? This Xiao offers 10 mid-grade origin stones, what do you think?" Xiao Hua bid, but Fujiwen hesitated instead. Seeing that Fujiwen didn't speak, Xiao Hua asked curiously, "Young Master Fu, is this price high or low? You should name a price. The auction is about to start, this Xiao doesn't have time to dawdle with you." "Sigh, I won't hide it from fellow Taoist Xiao." Fujiwen simply told the truth, 10 mid-grade origin stones is far beyond this one's expectations. This item is nothing but a toy for this one. "Oh. Then why are you hesitating?" Xiao Hua was also interested. Fujiwen smiled bitterly, "But this one hopes to exchange for some high-grade origin stones, but fellow Taoist Xiao doesn't like it. So this one is very conflicted. If I give this item to fellow Taoist for 10 mid-grade origin stones, this one will enter the auction, and will definitely return empty-handed." Simple, Xiao Hua smiled and said, "How many high-grade origin stones do you want? 30? No, 25 is enough," Fujiwen said hurriedly. Although he couldn't see his expression, Xiao Hua already understood Fujiwen's anxiety outside earlier. "Then 50 high-grade origin stones." Xiao Hua didn't even think and took out a small chinkuan bag and handed it to Fujiwen. "Ah." Fujiwen stared blankly and didn't dare to take the small chinkuan bag. Xiao Hua flung his hand and the small chinkuan bag landed in front of Fujiwen. He smiled and said, "Although you aren't of my Dao sect, you still cultivate Dao techniques. This one can't just watch fellow Taoist in trouble and not help. This item is also worth this many origin stones in this one's eyes. You and I are willing to make a deal, it's very fair. Huh, well said, fellow Taoist Xiao. Fujiwen heard and laughed loudly. He bowed and said, this one and my humble wife thank fellow Taoist Xiao for the origin stones. If fate wills it in the future, this one will invite fellow Taoist to my humble home for a chat. Forget it, forget it. Xiao Hua helped Fujiwen up and said, young Master Fu, hurry up and go. The auction is about to begin, you and I both need to prepare. Indeed. When he heard the auction, Fujiwen hurriedly turned around. This one still needs to let Zhai Xing Lu verify my qualifications to bid. Qualifications to bid? Xiao Hua understood. This was probably the token that 307 mentioned that allowed one to enter the auction site. Since he had the token to enter the auction site, there was no need to rush. When Fujiwen's stardust-like figure disappeared, Xiao Hua couldn't wait any longer and took out the bone. He impatiently immersed his soul sense into the bone. He was even more anxious and curious than when he was dual cultivating. See, it really is this item. Xiao Hua's soul sense clearly saw the contents of the soul cultivator's words and the diagram of the soul treasure. He waved his hand again and took out the bone ball from Million Meng Mountains from the space. Xiao Hua had already examined this ball of bones before. This ball of bones was divided into 18 layers. Each layer was composed of tens of thousands of tiny bone particles. Although the outermost layer looked like a ball of bones, when the bone particles moved slightly, they formed a faintly discernible skeleton. When Xiao Hua met Grandmaster Qin Qin in the soul refining cave, he discovered the shaman code. However, he didn't dare to rashly drag this bone ball into the heaven ring to examine it. Moreover, after many unforeseen events in Million Meng Mountains, he didn't have the opportunity to discover the origin of this bone ball. After returning from Million Meng Mountains, Xiao Hua returned the bone snake to Xiao Mao. Although he kept the bone ball, he didn't pay attention to it. What he didn't expect was that in this hidden immortal continent, 100 years later, in this inconspicuous bronze pillar country, he found the green seal text to control the bone ball and the origin of this bone ball in the hands of Fujiwen. It turned out that this bone ball was a soul treasure of soul cultivators. It had the same origin as the soul falling lamp and the nether passage. The function of the soul falling lamp was to attack and kill. Its green seal text could directly communicate with the aura of hooded great god. Those few second-grade sword transformation swordsmen couldn't resist the soul falling lamp at all. The nether passage used the bloodline of hooded great god's descendant to connect directly to the netherworld. The nether passage was the medium to condense the power of the green seal text. As for this bone ball, it was called the soul bridge, a soul treasure used to communicate with the souls of others. The records in Fujiwen's bone ball were very clear. Although the soul cultivators of Million Meng Mountains had been cultivating soul arts for generations, they still didn't have a complete understanding of the mysterious souls. They didn't even know where the so-called 9 heavens of spirit origin and the mysterious dark clouds were. Or in other words, they knew it was there, but they couldn't sense it. Even with the soul cultivation technique of 9 heavens of spirit origin and the Magus Codex, these soul cultivators of Million Meng Mountains couldn't cultivate their nascent divinities in the layers of spirit heavens like Xiao Hua. Since he couldn't touch his own soul, the souls of others couldn't be touched either. There was no need to talk about attacking and killing. He only needed to take out the soul falling lamp and attack like a whirlwind. But how could they communicate, repair, and other actions that could help the soul? The soul bridge was such a soul treasure. The owner of the soul bridge could control the soul bridge through the green seal text. Through the soul bridge, they could touch the souls of others, and then touch the heavenly runes and earthly deeds outside of the soul. A powerful soul warrior could even break through these heavenly runes and earthly deeds and enter the souls of others. Excellent. Xiao Hua finished reading a few lines in one glance, then clapped his hands and praised, with this item, Kaizhuxia's soul can be repaired. But, I still need to comprehend this bone ball more, and see if I can find the green seal text that can truly repair the soul. Especially, if I can find the green seal text that can revive people, that would be even better. Of course, Xiaohua also understood that this item was just a soul treasure that could be used as a medium for communication. If he wanted to repair the soul, or even reach a higher level of reviving the dead, he still had a long way to go. But, this bone ball seems a little strange. Xiaohua knew that now wasn't the time to look at it carefully. Moreover, he had just thrown a pile of junk to green-robed Xiaohua, so he didn't have the heart to trample on him. So, he carefully stored the bone ball into his space, and waited until he had time to study it. Chapter 3265. When Xiaohua walked out of the Star Palace, he was still extremely bewildered. He couldn't help but think to himself, isn't this so-called soul just the mysterious dark cloud in my mind? Didn't I see it clearly from the start? Moreover, other people's souls. I can also see them, right? Why can't any soul cultivator see them? Since I can't see them, what kind of nine heavens spirit are they cultivating? But that's right. Ziming didn't seem to have mentioned nine heavens spirit to me. Xiaohua lowered his head to look at the star path beneath his feet. The brilliant starlight was truly enchanting. Strands of brilliance flickered with confusing colors, obscuring one's eyes. Even Elder Wu of Huda Village didn't mention it. Could it be that they really can't see it? Only I can see it? As for the nine heavens spirit they speak of, could it be like the Tao sex cultivation method, just a realm? And this realm just happens to match the situation inside the mysterious dark cloud? Right, Dharma Eye. Suddenly, Xiaohua had some understanding. The soul strands he used were all from his Dharma Eye. If he could see the shape of the mysterious dark cloud, then it could only be the effect of the Dharma Eye imprint. Even his mind being able to see his own dark cloud was definitely the effect of the Dharma Eye. What's the origin of the Dharma Eye? Simple. Thinking of this, Xiaohua thought of the little white dragon. I just need to pull out the little white dragon and ask it, won't that be enough? Sigh, that won't work. The little white dragon itself is a soul essence. A few days ago, it even discovered the seal of the full sky. If it can't see it, how can it sense it? It can't be counted. Senior. Just as Xiaohua was thinking about it, a voice sounded. Xiaohua raised his head to look. It was Xiao Jian standing there cautiously, his face full of admiration. Lu Yi's face carried a trace of excitement as he accompanied him. Only Yuanya was still as calm as ever. Oh. You're back. Xiaohua stopped thinking and smiled. Xiao Jian hurriedly replied, yes, now that the auction is near, many cultivators in the Star Palace have closed their stalls. Junior and the others didn't know about Senior's arrangements, but we were afraid that Senior would be worried, so we hurriedly came back. How could Xiaohua not know that Xiao Jian wanted to go to the auction? He asked again, how was it? How's your harvest? Taoist priest, before Xiao Jian could speak, Lu Yi, who was beside him, addressed him as Taoist priest. Although he was not as respectful as Xiao Jian Sr., there was a sense of intimacy between them. I found a jade eye from our Taoist sect. Taoist priest Xiao said that there was a basic technique inside. When Xiao Jian heard this, he hurriedly looked around and glared at Lu Yi. It was obvious that he was blaming Lu Yi for revealing the secret at the wrong time. When Lu Yi saw this, he hurriedly stuck out his tongue and didn't say anything else. He was so happy that he forgot about what he had just said when he made the deal. Ah. Little guy, you're really lucky. Xiaohua stared blankly at first, then immediately felt happy for Lu Yi. Not only was this little fellow's fate in immortality extremely good, even his quick-wittedness was not something that others could compare to. These jade eyes were definitely obtained by him by relying on his glib tongue. However, Xiaohua was immediately confused. He looked at Xiao Jian and asked, your divine sense can see the things in the jade eyes? Yes. Xiao Jian hurriedly replied, Junior has some secret techniques for the use of divine sense. They can be used in the same way as the divine sense techniques of Confucian cultivators. Oh, I understand. Xiaohua said with a smile, bring the things over. This old man will first take a look at them for Brother Lu. If it's possible, this old man can give you some pointers. Thank you, Taoist priest. Lu Yi was wild with joy. He hurriedly took out a dozen small cosmos bags from his bosom and handed them over to Xiaohua. The things are inside. This little one is afraid that it's not safe to keep them in my bosom. And, looking at Lu Yi's slightly stingy appearance, Xiaohua felt that it was very familiar. He took the bags with a smile and sent them into the space. Immediately, Xiao Jian and Yuanya also took out a dozen small cosmos bags and gave them to Xiaohua. Xiaohua didn't look at them carefully and accepted them. It's really good to have someone to help me. Xiaohua thought in his heart, if it was me, I wouldn't be able to do so many things in such a short time. Finally, Xiao Jian took out a small cosmos bag and handed it over to Xiaohua. Senior, this is the spiritual grass that hasn't been traded yet. Take it. Return it to me after the auction. Xiaohua waved his hand and said. A grateful expression appeared on Xiao Jian's face. He hurriedly bowed and said, Xiao Jian thanks senior. Oh, right, take out 30% and give it to Yuanya and Lu Yi. Xiaohua thought of something again and said with a smile, they don't need to go to the auction. Take those spiritual grass and walk around. Maybe Brother Lu can find something good. Yes, Xiao Jian didn't hesitate and gave 30% of the spiritual grass to Lu Yi. However, Lu Yi was somewhat hesitant and said in a low voice, Taoist priest, this little one can't see what's inside the small cosmos bags. What if I'm cheated by someone else? Ha ha ha, Xiaohua laughed loudly. He swung his sleeves and walked away in large strides. As he walked, he said, in this world, there's nothing that the heart can't see through. As long as you want to, spiritual sense and other things can't replace your heart. This. Yuanya was confused, but Lu Yi's eyes lit up. He seemed to understand what Xiaohua was talking about. At the end of the star path was a wide Milky Way. Inside the Milky Way, the stars were shining brightly. The dots of starlight were like ripples in the water, looking very realistic. Above the Milky Way, there was an extremely majestic rainbow bridge. This rainbow bridge had 3 colors, and many people dressed in brocade robes and Confucian robes were stepping on it. The end of this rainbow bridge wasn't the opposite bank of the galaxy. Instead, it was the disk-like bright moon above the galaxy. Damn it, this star-picking tower is even more imposing than my Tao sect. Xiaohua looked at the grand occasion in front of him. I'm afraid that any ordinary auction in the Dawn Rain continent wouldn't have such a majestic aura. Only the Yuanying auction in Haoming City could compare with it. Confucian cultivators, oh Confucian cultivators, it's really not what this Xiao imagined. The galaxy naturally didn't appear out of thin air. Many small shuttle-shaped boats were anchored at the edge of the galaxy. The boats were heading towards the rainbow bridge that crossed the galaxy. Xiaohua brought Xiao Jian to the front of a boat and said with a smile, the moon is bright and the stars are rare guests returning late. The boat is unmanned. The night rain is continuous, and the spring clothes are wet. Can the boatman cross? Ha ha ha. A hearty laugh sounded, and a blue brilliance flashed on the boat like a comet. A middle-aged Confucian cultivator appeared on the boat, and the clear voice of reciting poetry rushed into Xiaohua's ears like falling rain. The bright moon is bright and the stars are gathered. Where can a bosom friend be found? The rainbow bridge crosses the sky, and the boat ferries the fated ones. Oh! Young Master Zhu. Seeing that the middle-aged Confucian cultivator in front of him wasn't an ordinary blue-clothed youth, Xiaohua stared blankly. A thoughtful expression flashed through his eyes, and he stepped forward and cupped his hands. Young Master is so free. The auction at Zhai Xinglu is about to begin. Young Master isn't going to the auction to entertain guests, but instead is here to welcome guests. This really makes me surprised. The auction will naturally be managed by the auction's host. This Zhu only needs to worry about the operation of the entire Zhaixing Lu. This Zhu doesn't care about the specifics. The middle-aged Confucian cultivator smiled and returned the greeting. Previously, I only saw fellow Immortal's unbending character in front of Zhaixing Lu, and now I see fellow Immortal's bright and beautiful chest. If fellow Immortal wasn't wearing Daoist robes, this Zhu would only think that fellow Immortal was a Confucian cultivator. If this Zhu wasn't waiting here, how would I know that fellow Immortal was hiding? I wouldn't dare. Xiao Hua was secretly proud, but he waved his hand and said, "It's all dog-tailed stuff. It can't enter the Hall of Elegance." Dog-tailed stuff? Hearing Xiao Hua's words, the middle-aged Confucian cultivator unconsciously rubbed his nose. It seems, the dog-tailed stuff is me. However, looking at Xiao Hua's smiling expression, the middle-aged Confucian cultivator didn't feel that Xiao Hua was mocking him. Thus, he smiled and said, "This one is Zhu Qing. Greetings to fellow Immortal. How should I address fellow Immortal?" "Oh, this one is a Daoist loose cultivator, Xiao Hua." Xiao Hua also didn't intend to hide anything and answered truthfully. "I wonder if young Master Zhu was waiting here, for this Xiao?" Zhu Qing nodded. "That's right. This Zhu really does have something to discuss with fellow Immortal Xiao." Xiao Hua faintly smiled and shook his head. If young Master Zhu wants to be a peacemaker and make this Xiao lower his head, this Xiao feels that you and I have nothing in common. As the saying goes, counter soldiers with arms, water with an earth weir. This Xiao feels that there's nothing wrong with what I did. If they do anything, this Xiao isn't afraid of anything. I'll let them experience the thunderous might of my Daoist sect. Zhu Qing's face revealed a trace of astonishment. When Xiao Hua said those words, although his body didn't tremble and there wasn't any heaven-shaking domineering aura, Zhu Qing heard a kind of incomparable confidence from his mouth. He couldn't help but look up and down at Xiao Hua. Unfortunately, he really couldn't see where Xiao Hua's confidence came from. Actually, at this time, he really wanted to talk to Xiao Hua about young Master Duanmu. However, after hearing Xiao Hua's words, how could he say these words? "Fellow Immortal Xiao, please rest assured. This Zhu isn't a lobbyist for the Duanmu family. As for what this Zhu has to say, please come on board." Zhu Qing thought for a moment and said with a smile, "This Zhu will send fellow Immortal Xiao to participate in the auction. Let's talk while we walk." See. Xiao Hua stared blankly. He immediately thought of the pile of magic tools in his space and said inwardly, "Damn it, this guy can't be going back on his word, right?" Or maybe, he sensed something from the magic tools. After hesitating for a moment, Xiao Hua nodded. However, he pointed his hand and said, "Thank you for your trouble, young Master Zhu. However, where is this Zhao's junior?" Junior? Zhu Qing originally had some understanding. Now that he heard Xiao Hua personally admit it, his heart truly understood. The youth in front of him was definitely not a youth in the prime of his youth. "This fellow Immortal can go to another ferry," Zhu Qing replied with a smile. "My Zhaixing Lu's ferry can only carry 2 people. Moreover, every cultivator who boards the ferry must be qualified to participate in the auction. If you don't have enough primeval stones, you can't board the ferry. My Zhaixing Lu doesn't welcome these cultivators to participate in the auction." Chapter 3266. Oh. Could it be that even with young Master Zhu here, you can't make an exception? Xiao Hua originally had one foot on the boat, but stopped when he heard this. Zhu Qing nodded. "Nothing can be accomplished without rules. Although I am in charge of Zhaixing Lu, I still have to abide by Zhaixing Lu's rules. Moreover, I don't believe that this little friend doesn't have enough primeval stones." "Good," Xiao Hua clapped his hands. "I like this answer the most." Then Xiao Hua turned his head and said, "Go to the boat on the side." The things in the small Qingkuan bag are enough for you to participate in the auction. Yes, this junior understands. Xiao Jian was even more observant than Xiao Hua. Since he heard Zhu Qing call him little friend, how could he not know Zhu Qing's cultivation level? He obediently replied and went to the boat on the side. When Xiao Hua stepped on the boat, Zhu Qing didn't move the boat. Instead, he said seriously, "Fellow Immortal Xiao, please take out the primeval stones you prepared to participate in the auction. If it doesn't reach the amount my Zhai Xing Lu has, I still can't send fellow Immortal to Bright Moon Palace." Hee, doesn't young Master Zhu have something to do? Can you tell me first? Xiao Hua smiled. Clearly, Zhu Qing didn't come here for the pile of magic tools. Xiao Hua's heart was at ease. Unfortunately, Zhu Qing glanced at the distant rainbow bridge and shook his head. Fellow Immortal Xiao doesn't need to hide anything. What I want to say can't be said in a few sentences. If fellow Immortal Xiao doesn't want to delay the auction, let me take a look at the primeval stones first. In addition, I don't know if it's fellow Immortal Xiao's first time participating in my Zhai Xing Lu's auction, so I want to remind you that the more primeval stones you have, the higher the grade you can bid. Since Zhu Qing didn't know about the magic tools, Xiao Hua wouldn't take out the VIP token. After hearing Zhu Qing's words, he thought for a moment and understood Zhu Qing's meaning. The amount of primeval stones was like a guarantee. With enough primeval stones, Zhai Xing Lu wouldn't be afraid that you won't pay after bidding. Thus, Xiao Hua took out a small Qingkuan pouch from his bosom and handed it to Zhu Qing, saying, "How about young Master Zhu take a look at these?" Oh. Zhu Qing's expression didn't change as she glanced at the supreme-grade origin stones and a large pile of spirit herbs in the small Qingkuan bag. She flipped her hand and took out a golden token with 3 stars engraved on it. She handed it over to Xiao Hua along with the small Qingkuan bag and said, "Fellow Immortal Xiao, please keep it well. With this 3 stars token, fellow Immortal can bid for anything in the Bright Moon Palace." Yes. Xiao Hua's face was also calm. He took the small Qingkuan bag and the token and asked indifferently, "Now, young Master Zhu, you can tell me why you're looking for me." Yes, in this short period of time, Xiao Hua had thought of many possibilities, but none of them were possible. Xiao Hua didn't think that the so-called Zhai Xing Lu would be able to discover anything wrong with him after he had appeared in Yuzhou for so many days. "Fellow Daoist Xiao, please wait a moment." Zhu Qing wasn't in a hurry. She waved her hand and took out another star token from her sleeve. She opened her mouth and a strand of true qi similar to the stardust rushed out of her mouth and landed on the star token. Shua, the star token emitted a brilliant yet not dazzling brilliance and then landed on the boat. Buzz buzz. The boat shook slightly and also emitted a dazzling brilliance. Like a meteor, it rushed towards the rainbow bridge in the distance. Although the boat's speed was fast, the rainbow bridge seemed to be very far away. Although it looked very close, in Xiao Hua's eyes, the distance didn't shrink at all in a few breaths. "Fellow Immortal Xiao, do you like the star chart of my Zhai Xing Lu?" Zhu Qing asked with a smile. "Yes, I do like it." Xiao Hua nodded. "My Dao sect has always emphasized the heavenly Dao. My Dao sect's cultivators also pursue the heavenly Dao. This starry sky contains the mysteries of the heavenly Dao. How could I not like this starry sky that contains my Dao sect's highest principles? My Dao sect pursues the heavenly Dao and wants to roam the heavens with my own body. Confucian cultivators also pursue the heavenly Dao. However, they believe that the heavenly Dao is the human Dao. Experiencing the world of mortals can naturally temper the heavenly Dao in their hearts. The heavenly Dao is either Dao, law, or truth." Zhu Qing continued, "What I am curious about is, fellow Immortal Xiao is such an outstanding person. You should be a bright star in the night sky now that the Dao sect has declined. Why is it that my Zhai Xing Lu doesn't have any records of you?" "Hee, young Master Zhu." Xiao Hua smiled faintly. "Zhai Xing Lu does have some strength, but do you think your Zhai Xing Lu can record all the heroes of the hidden immortal continent? What about the cultivators far away in the Western Paradise, the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm, and even the Four Seas? Zhu Qing wasn't angry. He continued to speak slowly. Fellow Immortal Shao actually still doesn't understand what my Zhai Xing Lu represents. Forget it, you will know in the future. Furthermore, you haven't been recorded in my Zhai Xing Lu's Book of Heroes. In the future, as you appear in my Zhai Xing Lu's Book of Heroes, you will definitely write a thick stroke in my Zhai Xing Lu's Book of Heroes. Is Zhai Xing Lu's Book of Heroes very thick? Xiao Hua suddenly asked. Zhu Qing was slightly taken aback. Somewhat puzzled, he said, my Zhai Xing Lu's Book of Heroes isn't a book of Confucian cultivators. Ha ha ha, Xiao Hua laughed loudly. I'm afraid your Book of Heroes won't be able to contain my scribbles. Huh, fellow Immortal Shao, please don't worry. If one Book of Heroes isn't enough, my Zhai Xing Lu still has a second one. It will continue until fellow Immortal Zhao's deeds are fully recorded. Then I'll have to trouble you. Xiao Hua cupped his hands and said, I'll have to trouble young Master Zhu to start from today. Of course, of course. Zhu Qing was also happy to hear this. Fellow Immortal Zhao's name has already been recorded in Zhai Xing Lu's Book of Heroes. Oh. Xiao Hua raised his eyebrows and suddenly said indifferently, if young Master Zhu was an individual cultivator, this Xiao wouldn't mind boasting and chatting with young Master Zhu here. However, young Master Zhu is so serious about driving away this Xiao's junior. It can't be that you want to talk about your dreams and future with this Xiao under the romantic starlight, right? If that's the case, I suggest you change to a prettier female cultivator. Zhu Qing's face was really full of excitement. He looked up and down at Xiao Hua's Daoist robe, rubbed his nose, and sighed. Alas, I seem to be getting old. With fellow Daoist Xiao, there's really no way to talk about romance. Forget it, fellow Immortal Shao, have you heard of Star-Moon Union? Or perhaps you've seen these three words somewhere? Although Zhu Qing spoke casually, his gaze was looking at Xiao Hua's face. He looked very solemn and cautious. When Xiao Hua heard this, he immediately understood the reason why Zhu Qing was looking for him. Xiao Hua raised his head to look at the nearing Rainbow Bridge and said with a smile, Confucian cultivators often say that one shouldn't look at indecent things. When I just entered Zhai Xing Lu, I only took a few glances and you were actually peeping at me from the side. Young Master Zhu, what should I say about you? I don't care what you say, Zhu Qing said word by word. I just want to know if you saw these three words or not. I also want to know if it's worth it for me to postpone this auction for 2 hours. Oh. You. Xiao Hua didn't expect that the auction would be postponed for 2 hours because of him. Presumably, even Zhu Qing himself couldn't decide, so he must have reported to the so-called Star-Moon Union within these 2 hours. Therefore, Xiao Hua said word by word, I think young Master Zhu found the wrong person. I didn't see the 3 words Star-Moon Union on the screen, I only saw the 2 words Star-Moon. And a big hand. Good, Zhu Qing clapped his hands and said, fellow Immortal Shao is indeed a fated person. Stop, stop. Xiao Hua hurriedly stopped him. I didn't see the 3 words Star-Moon Union. Why do you say we are fated? There is no Star-Moon Union in this world. Zhu Qing sneered. It's just that some people call Star-Moon Union Star-Moon Union. There are even some bored people who like to call Star-Moon Union Star-Moon Business Union. In this world, how many true allies are there? A business union driven by profit is nothing but a joke. Oh, I understand. Xiao Hua said with a smile. Star-Moon, Star-Moon, it's really interesting. Zhu Qing said curiously, fellow Immortal Shao, when you heard Star-Moon, you didn't think of other places? Other places? Xiao Hua shook his head slightly. I didn't think of anything else. Ha ha ha, Zhu Qing couldn't help but laugh. Fellow Immortal Shao, it's a good thing that I'm a man. If it was a female cultivator of my star-picking tower, Tsk, with your tongue. I would have given myself to you. Tisk. Xiaohua said righteously, don't come near me. I still have a bottom line of morality. Ha ha ha. Zhu Qing couldn't help but laugh until he bent over. I regret meeting fellow Immortal Xiao too late. Too late? Star Picking Towers Hero Book has only just started recording. Alright, Zhu Qing laughed for a moment and said, since fellow Immortal Xiao didn't mention that place, you must have a plan. Then I won't hide anything. That's right, Star Moon naturally came from Star Moon Palace. Star Moon Palace? Xiaohua's eyes really showed a trace of surprise. Zhu Qing saw that Xiaohua's doubt wasn't fake and was stunned. He asked curiously, could it be that fellow Immortal Xiao doesn't know about Star Moon Palace? Do I have to know? Xiaohua rubbed his nose. Fellow Immortal Xiao should know, but since it's like this, I think you really don't know. Zhu Qing replied with some surprise. I never thought that fellow Immortal Xiao wouldn't know about Star Moon Palace. This is a bit troublesome. Zhu Qing looked at the approaching Rainbow Bridge and said hurriedly, how about this, I won't say much about where Star Moon Palace is. Fellow Immortal Xiao only needs to find any cultivator of 3rd or 4th grade of essence power and they can explain it in detail. Even my Star Picking Towers Fantastic Stories has a brief explanation. Fellow Immortal Xiao only needs to know that it's an ancient ruin. Damn it, Xiaohua shook his head and said hurriedly, young Master Zhu, for this kind of interesting adventure, it's better to choose a few beautiful female cultivators to go with us. I'm an outsider, so I think we should just forget about it. Why don't you look at other people? Chapter 3267. It was no wonder that Xiaohua refused. Once he arrived in the 3 continents, he had accepted the invitations of Venerable Jing Chen from the Great Snow Mountain, Chu Muhuan from the Jingzhou Chu family, and Xue Ping from the Left General of the Nanpu Prefecture. Although the first 2 had fallen, Xiaohua did not feel relaxed. Not only did he have to go to the Golden Mountain Temple in the Western Paradise, he also felt that he had to give an explanation to the Jingzhou Chu family. If all of this could be accomplished easily, Xiaohua would not be stingy with his strength and luck. He could follow Sir Zhu of Zhai Xinglu to the Star Moon Palace. However, if even the imposing Zhai Xinglu was so serious about this matter, then the dangers of the Star Moon Palace were obvious. Furthermore, his Dao sect cultivation had not even recovered 10% of his supernatural powers. How could he go there? Therefore, Xiaohua felt a headache coming on when he heard this. Without waiting for Zhu Qing to say more, his first reaction was to refuse. When Zhu Qing saw that the expression on Xiaohua's face was not the shock and joy that he had expected, but instead one of impatience, he was stunned as well. Soon after, he smiled bitterly and said, fellow Immortal Xiao, you are the first cultivator that I've ever seen or heard of who doesn't want to go to Star Moon Palace. This really makes me depressed. That 2 hours. I have worked for nothing. Xiaohua smiled. He could not bear it and said, my cultivation is shallow, I dare not risk my life to laugh proudly in the mortal world. I am so sorry. After thinking for a while, Zhu Qing smiled and said, how about this, I will not force you to do anything. How about we just briefly talk about the Star Moon Palace? Xiaohua knew that this was Zhu Qing's delaying tactic. Zhu Qing wanted to say something that would move his heart, but he was originally a soft-hearted person. Thinking about how Zhu Qing had helped him out of his predicament a moment ago, and then delayed the auction for him for an hour, he could only nod his head and say, young Master Zhu, please speak. It is said that the Star Moon Palace was passed down from ancient times. It contains the secrets of the stars and the moon. Cultivators who are fated to know about the Star Moon Palace, whether they are Confucian cultivators, Buddhist cultivators, Taoist cultivators, demons, or even the ancient dragon clan, all covet the Star Moon Palace. According to ancient legends, the Star Moon Palace is a relic left behind by the upper realm in the 3 continents. There are also legends that say that the Star Moon Palace was established by the great divine ability of an ancient god. At this point, Zhu Qing took a deep look at Xiaohua and continued, legend has it that the Dao sect fought with the Buddhist sect and Confucian cultivators for the Star Moon Palace. That was why the two sects joined forces and annihilated them. In short, this Star Moon Palace is a mysterious place. It is also a place of luck. Whoever can enter will be able to obtain a fortuitous encounter. Xiaohua's expression was calm as he nodded lightly. Yes. It doesn't matter if fellow Immortal Xiao believes it or not. According to the records of our Star and Moon Palace, among the few who entered the Star and Moon Palace, there were indeed quite a number of people who were fated to reach the heavens, and became arrogant characters in the 3 continents. Zhu Qing did not try to persuade him, and only explained. Xiaohua frowned. What? How many times has Star Moon organized such operations? It's like this. Zhu Qing nodded. My cultivation is not good enough, so I have not participated in these operations. Moreover, the appearance of the Star and Moon Palace does not have any pattern. Even the location is ever-changing. Even if I invite fellow Immortal Xiaohua now, I don't know when I can honor it. Of course, if fellow Immortal Xiaohua accepts the Star and Moon token and does not intend to go, Star Moon will not force you. Then is the screen in front of your star-picking tower used to select the candidates to enter the Star and Moon Palace? Xiaohua did not continue the conversation, but chuckled and continued to ask. Of course. The operations of our Bright Moon organization have all been carefully planned, and we have made many preparations beforehand. Compared to those aristocratic families and sects, we are worlds apart. Many cultivators who know the inside story want to follow our Star and Moon's operations. Our Star and Moon naturally have to carefully select the candidates. Zhu Qing said proudly. This screen is one of the checkpoints of the selection. Only cultivators who have divine consciousness, primordial thought, divine eyes, or Buddhist consciousness that have a unique perception of the moon and the stars can enter the Star and Moon Palace and gain the favor of the Star and Moon Palace. Alright, Xiaohua was speechless, and expressed a kind of surrender. What specific benefits can one get from entering the Star and Moon Palace? That's hard to say. Seeing that Xiaohua had relented, Zhu Qing was somewhat happy, but he still shrugged and said helplessly, everyone's opportunities are different. There are Confucian cultivators who cultivate the heart of heaven and become literary stars. There are also demon kings who cultivate the heart of heaven and become great saints. Of course, there are also Taoist seniors who break through the void and ascend. Ah, really? Xiaohua was a little shocked. This Star and Moon Palace is too powerful. It's fake. Zhu Qing said resolutely. These are all legends. There are only a few words in the records of our Star and Moon, but these cannot be taken seriously. It's true that only you can enter. Just like this rainbow bridge, if you want to participate in the auction in the Bright Moon Palace, you can't just listen to others. Only when you participate will you know the grand occasion inside. When Zhu Qing said this, the boat had already reached the rainbow bridge. Zhu Qing looked at the tricolored rainbow bridge in front of him, then looked at Xiaohua as he spoke. Sigh, Xiaohua sighed. Actually, this Xiao should have closed his ears long ago and not listened to Sir Zhu's advice. Sir Zhu's words have still moved this Xiao. Whether you are moved or not is fellow Immortal Zhao's own matter, it has nothing to do with this Zhu. Forget it. The Bright Moon Palace doesn't seem to force others to participate, right? Xiaohua asked tentatively. Even if this Xiao doesn't go, it's fine, right? Yes, that's for sure. Zhu Qing nodded. Because I don't believe that anyone can resist the temptation of the Star and Moon Palace. Xiaohua stretched out his hand. I hope this Xiao is the first person who can resist the temptation. Maybe. Zhu Qing answered with a smile, then looked at Xiaohua's outstretched hand and asked curiously, fellow Immortal Xiao, why are you doing this? Don't you have any token? Naturally, there's no need for that, Zhu Qing waved his hand. When the Star and Moon Palace descends, all 3 continents will know. When the time comes, fellow Immortal Shao can go to any star-picking tower and just report your name. Naturally, there will be people specially assigned to arrange everything for you. That's strange. Xiao Hua slapped his forehead. Then your Star and Moon Palace, what benefits do you get? Hee, this one doesn't know. This one is only responsible for finding and selecting fellow Immortal Shao who is qualified to enter the Star and Moon Palace. Zhu Qing smiled lightly and raised his hand. Fellow Immortal Shao, the boat has reached the shore. Fellow Immortal Shao only needs to step onto the Rainbow Bridge, and the Star-Picking Tower's disciples will naturally receive Bright Moon Palace. Many thanks, Lord Zhu. Xiao Hua shook his Daoist robe and stepped onto the boat. Could it be that Lord Zhu doesn't want to go in with this one? Our guest has arrived. Our Star-Picking Tower has its own way of entertaining guests. As for the host, he naturally has his own path to walk. Zhu Qing stretched out his hand and took out a star-patterned mask from his sleeve and handed it to Xiao Hua. Once you enter the Marquee Gate, you will be a passerby from now on. This one doesn't dare to travel with fellow Immortal Shao. Ha ha ha, passerby Zhu, goodbye. Xiao Hua didn't put it on. He put his hand behind his back and stepped onto the Rainbow Bridge, his body and mind following the Rainbow Bridge as it flew towards the full moon. This Daoist is indeed somewhat interesting. Zhu Qing looked at Xiao Hua's confident and unrestrained back and said with a smile, if he changed into Confucian attire, he would definitely be a romantic youth. Immediately, starlight flashed around Zhu Qing's body and his figure disappeared again. Xiao Hua's figure rose up along with the Rainbow Bridge. He watched as the bright moon gradually grew bigger, finally transforming into a huge moon hall high up in the sky. The number of cultivators flying towards the moon gate had already decreased. Xiao Hua knew that he had arrived a bit late. He swept his divine sense around and discovered that he had actually been restricted. Immediately, he put the mask in his hand on his face. However, he felt a wave of coolness sweep over his body from top to bottom. A figure that was also covered in stardust appeared in front of the moon gate. This one's Xiao Yi greets Senior. Xiao Hua's figure had just stopped in front of the moon gate when a woman with a graceful figure walked out from the gate. She placed her hands on her waist and saluted. And this old man has come to participate in the auction. Little girl, lead the way. Xiao Hua opened his mouth and said. Unexpectedly, his voice was also somewhat different. It was impossible to tell that it was Xiao Hua's voice. That woman smiled apologetically and said, Senior, please take out your star token. This one will arrange a place for you to go. Here. Xiao Hua extended his hand and handed over the star token that Zhu Qing gave him. Oh. Senior is a distinguished guest of 3 Dawn. Please follow Xiao Yi. The woman looked at it and carefully returned the star token to Xiao Hua. Okay, Xiao Hua took the star token. Just as he was about to step into the moon gate, he heard another voice not far away. This one's Xiao Yi greets Senior, oh. Xiao Hua was slightly startled. He raised his head and looked over. Unexpectedly, there was also another woman walking out from that place. She was bowing and saluting a figure covered in stardust next to him. Senior, please. Xiao Yi seemed to know what Xiao Hua wanted to say. She smiled and said, in this bright moon palace, all the disciples of Zhai Xing Lu are called Xiao Yi. Huh, interesting. Xiao Hua smiled. In Star Palace, all the disciples are numbered. In Bright Moon Palace, all the disciples are only given one name. This Zhai Xing Lu is really interesting. Xiao Yi didn't reply. She pursed her lips and smiled as she walked into the moon gate. The space inside the moon gate was extremely large. Above their heads were specks of starry sky and below their feet was solid ground. In the center of the space was an enormous vermilion palace. It was divided into 3 levels. In front of this palace, there was an enormous, perfectly straight as mantis tree. Senior, please. Xiao Yi raised her hand again. Xiao Hua gave a rough glance and followed Xiao Yi towards the Vermilion Palace. That palace looked very far away, but after walking for a few dozen steps, they arrived in front of the palace. The palace was simple and unadorned, but its specifications were elegant. Rather than calling it a palace, it was better to call it a large embroidered building. A kind of indescribable hidden bitterness seeped out from the Vermilion Palace. Even the 3 words, Bright Moon Palace, on the door in the middle of the palace exuded endless loneliness. Senior, please take out the star token and place it here. Xiao Yi extended her jade-like index finger and tapped on the door. A furry little white rabbit poked its head out from the door. Xiao Yi used her finger to point at the rabbit's 3-petaled mouth and smiled. Chapter 3268. Xiao Hua glanced at it with interest and placed the star tablet in his hand into the rabbit's mouth. Squeak squeak. The rabbit seemed to be crying out as it retracted its head. Creak. The vermilion door slowly opened, revealing a room of 1 zhang in size. When the rabbit retracted its head, Xiao Hua did not feel any fluctuation of magic power. It seemed to be completely a kind of mechanism technique. Seeing the door open, Xiao Yi bowed again and said, Senior, please. Xiao Hua nodded and walked into the room. He saw that the room was very clean. Other than the door he came in from, there was only a window on the opposite side. Leaning against the window, there was a desk and a chair. On the desk, there were some 4 treasures of the study, a plate of spirit fruits, and a jade plate with a wine pot and a wine cup. Senior, please sit. Xiao Yi walked to the side of the window and invited Xiao Hua to sit. She carefully picked up the wine pot and poured a cup of jade-like spirit wine. She smiled and said, This is my Zhai Xing Lu Yun Yi Ji. It can be considered a famous wine in hidden Immortal continent. Senior, please have a taste. Forget it, Xiao Hua waved his hand, this old man does not like spirit wine. You can have all these spirit wine. This old man will have a taste of these spirit fruits. Hee, many thanks, Senior. Xiao Yi was very happy. Seeing Xiao Hua pick up a spirit fruit to taste, she put away the jade plate. Then, she walked to the front of the window and pushed her hand. The window also opened with a creak, buzz buzz. As the window opened, a burst of abnormal noise rushed in from outside the window. There was even a kind of slightly hot breath that entered. Oh! Xiao Hua was startled. He seemed to have not experienced this kind of noise in the secular world for a long time. Xiao Hua unconsciously stood up and looked outside the window. Xiao Yi looked at Xiao Hua very considerately. Although she could not see Xiao Hua's expression, Xiao Hua's sluggishness when he turned his head immediately aroused her vigilance. She hurriedly said, Senior, if you feel that it is noisy, this servant will ban all the noise. No need. Xiao Hua smiled and said, Since your Zhai Xing Lu has this kind of consideration, there must be someone who likes this kind of noise. This old man will also join in the fun. Yes, Senior. If you feel that it's inappropriate, you can tell me immediately. Xiao Yi was very happy that she had met such a kind senior. She stood at the side with a smile. Xiao Hua walked to the window and stretched his head out to look. He saw that this was a huge space, and at the top of the space, there was a resplendent Milky Way across the sky. The starlight was not flashing in the Milky Way, but it was really like the mischievous eyes of a child, blinking from time to time. In the surroundings of this space, on the opposite side of Xiao Hua, were rings of star veins that rippled like waves. Every place where the star veins dimmed should be a cultivator participating in the auction. This was because every starlight would more or less emit some sort of sound. There were even many places where the starlight lines were connected together, and there were also loud discussions. In the beginning, what Xiao Hua didn't understand was that some of these star patterns were bright while others were dim. Furthermore, there were layers to them. It was as if the starlight around him was already extremely bright. However, in a short moment, Xiaohua already knew that the brightness of these star patterns should be related to the star veins. The area where the cultivator holding the 1-star veins was located should be a bit dimmer. If the cultivator holding the 3-star veins was like him, then shouldn't it be a bit brighter? Everything was beautiful, and compared to the star palace from before, it was even more enjoyable. However, in this misty illusion, there were some bald heads and white beards that were especially eye-catching. Xiaohua looked for a moment and asked with a smile, "Are these Buddhist cultivators?" Xiao Yi glanced at them and nodded. "These are all monks from the temples near the Bronze Pillar State. There are also those old men wearing Confucian robes. They are also rotten Confucians from the Bronze Pillar State." "Oh. They came here to participate in the auction? Why aren't they wearing masks?" Xiaohua was a bit surprised because these monks didn't seem to have a high cultivation. Those old men were even panting. They didn't seem like Confucian cultivators at all. "Hee hee," Xiao Yi laughed. "Those monks naturally came to participate in the auction, but they only bid for the Buddhist sect's relics, ignoring all cultivation techniques and Buddhist artifacts, so they don't need to hide anything. As for those rotten Confucians, they are purely here to cause trouble. Since they aren't here to participate in the auction, they don't need to hide their true faces, right?" "Oh. Cause trouble?" Xiaohua asked curiously. "They don't even have the strength to truss up a chicken. What kind of trouble can they cause?" "Senior will know in a while." Xiao Yi actually kept him in suspense, pursing her lips and smiling. "Senior, take a look. Aside from you and the other seniors holding the 3-star veins who have their own rooms, the others don't have rooms and are sitting together with the others. There are so many people, even if some of them are unwilling to wear masks, they still wear them for the beautiful scenery of the Bright Moon Palace. But these people are really annoying, adding so many bald white flies to the beautiful scenery of the Milky Way." Cough cough. Xiaohua coughed and said unhappily, "Everyone has their own ideas, and they are also abiding by the rules of Zhai Xinglu. As for whether they wear masks or not, that is their own business. These Buddhist sect's great masters are merciful and have come here to welcome the Buddhist sect's disciples' relics back to the sect. How can you casually insult them? Even these elders, they may have some thoughts of causing trouble, but they are old enough to be your grandfather. Don't you feel guilty for being so eloquent?" When Xiao Yi heard this, her expression changed rapidly. Perhaps she didn't have so many filthy thoughts in her heart, so she followed Xiaohua's words and even had the intention to curry favor with him. But she didn't expect that she would end up making a fool of herself. With a plop, without waiting for Xiaohua to say a second word, Xiao Yi knelt on the ground and kowtowed. "Senior, it's all Xiao Yi's fault, please forgive me." "Ah, get up." Xiaohua hurriedly helped Xiao Yi up with a flick of his sleeve and sighed. "Don't think too much. This old man doesn't have any other intentions. I just feel that you should have more awareness of respecting your elders. You have no reason to lose your moral integrity in order to curry favor with honored guests." Yes, this servant also didn't want to, but this servant is only a disciple who attends to honored guests. Xiao Yi lowered her head and replied with some hidden bitterness. "Don't say any more." Xiaohua said with a smile, "Tell this old man, what is a pedantic scholar?" "A pedantic scholar is naturally a pedantic Confucian scholar." Xiao Yi blinked her eyes. Although she was very curious, she didn't dare to ask too much. She answered obediently, "It's those bookworms. They only know how to read, they are inflexible and ignorant of worldly affairs. So they are called pedantic scholars." "Are these white-bearded elders all bookworms?" Xiaohua naturally knew the meaning of being ignorant of worldly affairs, but he didn't expect that these bookworms would have such an elegant name. Xiao Yi's heart became lively again as she said with a smile, "Actually, simple bookworms can't be considered pedantic scholars. Sometimes, Zhai Xinglu will also have some bookworm scholars. They are quite cute, but most of them don't know worldly affairs, that's why they are ignorant of worldly affairs. On the other hand, these old, pedantic scholars are really pedantic. They only know how to use the dogmas in the books to apply to people. They are simply stuck to the rules. Look, this is not good, that is also not good. They also say that our Zhai Xing Lu's female disciples should kneel and serve them. They also say that women without talent are virtuous. Zhai Xing Lu shouldn't have female disciples at all. Other than marrying and having children, women have no other merits. Ha ha ha, this old man understands, Xiao Hua laughed, finally understanding why Xiao Yi was so disdainful of these so-called pedantic scholars. This old man has wronged you just now. This person's words are indeed very annoying. That's right. Xiao Yi also beamed with joy, looking at your appearance. You are not a pedantic scholar. Sweat, this old man wants to be a pedantic scholar. Xiao Hua said with a smile, it's a pity that this old man hasn't read a lot of poetry and books, and also doesn't have that kind of scholarly wisdom. Even if I want to apply dogmas to people, I can't. Hee, if you are like those pedantic scholars who read books, you will have read all the books into a dog's stomach. At this point, Xiao Yi was shocked again, knowing that she had said something wrong. She stole a glance at Xiao Hua, but she couldn't see his expression clearly, so she covered it up and said, on the other hand, the famous great scholars, although they are well-read and can write poems that can shock the wind and rain, and make ghosts and gods weep, they also won't take advantage of their seniority, dong. Just as Xiao Yi was afraid that Xiao Hua would get angry and was trying her best to remedy the situation, she heard a clear bell ring outside the window. Not only did this voice cover up all the other noises in an instant, it even swept away the heat that filled the entire space. Senior, the auction has begun. If you have anything you want to bid, feel free to tell the servant. Xiao Yi breathed a sigh of relief and said hurriedly. Xiao Hua had participated in many auction gatherings, but when had he ever received such treatment? He didn't need to know how to bid, he only needed to tell Xiao Yi, and it would be easy. Xiao Hua nodded slightly and said with a smile, then I will have to trouble Miss Xiao Yi. I don't dare. Xiao Hua's seemingly ordinary words made Xiao Yi's tense heartstrings immediately relax. Xiao Hua didn't pay attention to it, he only looked outside the window and saw that in the center of the space, a burst of star patterns flashed, and a fist-sized brilliance appeared out of thin air. It was just that this brilliance was too dazzling, just like a heartbeat, it was dazzling to Xiao Hua. When Xiao Hua looked carefully again, the brilliance had already turned into 3 balls of light, and they were rapidly expanding. In just a moment, they had already turned into 3 balls of light of different shapes and colors. Hua! The sound of huge waves suddenly filled the entire space, and 3 water-blue brilliances appeared from the edges of the 3 balls of light, like a huge wave, rushed to the center, which was where the brilliance had appeared. On the tip of the wave, the boat that everyone was sitting on previously floated out of the water. A handsome scholar holding a folding fan stood on the boat with a serene expression. Chapter 3269. After the scholar appeared, the water quickly retreated and turned into a strangely shaped pool of blue water that surrounded the 3 different colored balls of light. At first, Xiao Hua was astonished by the appearance of these balls of light. He didn't know what these balls of light meant, but when the waves of water appeared, and turned into a water blue color that separated the 3 balls of light, he immediately had a sliver of understanding. Wasn't this the appearance of the 3 continents? Weren't these water streams the 4 seas? However, Xiao Hua was somewhat baffled. The Dawn Rain continent was incomparably huge and no one knew its shape. Why did the people of the 3 continents know? Could it be that the cultivators of the 3 continents had a higher cultivation level than the Dawn Rain continent? With these thoughts, Xiao Hua's attention was clearly different from others. He stared closely at the edges of these balls of light. Unfortunately, the edges of these balls of light were abnormally blurry. If they were the boundaries of the 3 continents, wouldn't that be too deceptive? Fellow immortals, seniors, good evening. The scholar stood at the bow of the boat and gently opened the folding fan in his hand. He slightly shook it and cupped his fists towards the surrounding people. This one's surname is Yu and given name is Xian. My courtesy name is Lin Feng. Today, My star-plucking pavilion's Bright Moon Palace's auction will be hosted by this one. Oh, I forgot. Although this one can't see you all, this one can't be talking to myself in this sea of stars, right? Fortunately, there are a few Buddhist masters and my Confucian seniors accompanying me. As he spoke, Yu Linfeng stomped his foot. The boat beneath his feet instantly shattered, turning into thousands of fragments that scattered in all directions. Pa, pa, pa. The sound of rain hitting banana leaves rang out. The star patterns from before all shattered, revealing the human figures that sat around the Bright Moon Palace. They were condensed from stardust. Xiaohua slightly poked his head out and saw that the entire Bright Moon Palace seemed to be in a spiral shape. Those spiral stripes were where the cultivators were sitting, and Xiaohua and the others were sitting on the highest floor. The room on the highest floor was also affected, revealing the appearance of a window in space. However, everything inside the window couldn't be seen clearly. Although this one can't see the faces of fellow immortals, this way, I can always feel that someone is listening and watching. It's much better than playing the lute to a cow. Yu Linfeng's voice was very exaggerated. It sounded humorous, and many people actually laughed. Yu Linfeng circled around Bright Moon Palace again and said, originally, this auction was the same as the previous ones. I wanted to see if there were any familiar immortal friends. If there were many familiar immortal friends, I wouldn't have to waste my breath explaining the rules of the auction. But everyone is still hugging the pipa and covering half of their faces. Oh, the masters don't count. Boom. Some people roared with laughter again. Therefore, I have no choice but to explain the rules of the auction once again. Fellow Taoists who have already heard it can cover their ears. Yu Linfeng said from below. Xiaohua narrowed his eyes as he looked at the 3 balls of light. He didn't listen carefully. Now that he had little E by his side to serve him, he could just tell her if he wanted to bid on something. Why would he need to listen to the rules for no reason? Presumably, the cultivators on the same floor as him with the 3 dawn star plate wouldn't listen carefully. Little E, Xiaohua suddenly asked, in this room, no matter what this old man says, you have to listen, right? When little E heard this, a trace of panic appeared on her face. She slightly clenched her teeth and said, no, that's right. Senior's words, this servant has to listen. And, then let this old man ask you. The tricolored brilliance under Yu Linfeng's feet should be the shape of the 3 continents, right? Xiaohua didn't notice little E's strange behavior and only asked indifferently. Little E was stunned and hurriedly replied, yes, that's right. These are the 3 continents and 4 seas. Then that's strange. Xiaohua muttered and probed, according to this old man's knowledge, these 3 continents don't have an end. Where did this shape come from? Xiaohua was naturally confused. If little E said that he was wrong, he would definitely make little E listen to his orders and not tell anyone about this. Unfortunately, little E laughed again and said, of course. This is my Zhai Xing Lu's gimmick. Take a look, the edges are very blurry and there's also a blue brilliance. Just treat it as the 4 seas enveloping these continents. As for the end, only ghosts know. At this point, little E hurriedly stuck out her tongue and said with a smile, this servant said the wrong thing again. Today is the Hungry Ghost Festival, the night of 100 ghosts. This servant can't mention them. Xiaohua laughed. Just as he was about to look at Yu Linfeng, a light suddenly flashed in his mind. He secretly said in his heart, Io, how could I forget about this matter? Immediately after, Xiaohua pointed at the 3 continents diagram and said with a smile, if this old man goes from hidden immortal continent to western paradise, is there any transportation array? Transportation array? Little E stared blankly for a moment, confusion appearing on her face. Senior? What's a transportation array? Oh no. Xiaohua's heart quivered again. He secretly said, could it be that the 3 continents don't have transportation arrays? Or perhaps it's called something else? Oh, it said that in ancient times, when Taoism was prosperous, there was a kind of array that connected two extremely far places. For example, one was Zhai Xing Lu in Bronze Pillar Country and the other was Zhai Xing Lu in Shi Country. Entering the transportation array of Bronze Pillar Country's Zhai Xing Lu would bring you to Zhai Xing Lu in Shi Country. Xiaohua thought for a moment and explained. Little E shook her head blankly. This servant's knowledge is shallow and has never heard of the transportation array that Senior is talking about. And this servant has never walked out of Yuzhou. Perhaps there are other transportation arrays that Senior is talking about? How about, this servant help Senior ask? No need. Xiaohua faintly said, you can't reveal anything that this old man has said here. Yes, this servant understands. Little E hurriedly replied. This request was really simple. Zhai Xing Lu originally asked them to keep their mouths shut. Even Zhai Xing Lu itself never asked about the movements of these distinguished guests. After getting the answer that he didn't want, Xiaohua's heart was in a mess. Previously, when he heard Xiao Jian say that to go to Western Paradise, one had to take a boat across the East Sea, Xiaohua didn't care. He thought that Xiao Jian didn't know about transportation arrays, but now, after hearing Little E's words, he was afraid that the three continents really didn't have transportation arrays. The problem was, without transportation arrays, the cultivators of the three continents would go to very far places. How could they arrive quickly? Did they all fly over? Even if it was as fast as lightning evasion, then, it would still take a long time to fly a distance of 1,000,000 li. Oh, right, Master Qing Chen's Rainbow Wan, Chumu Wan's Flying Crane. Xiaohua suddenly realized, and young Master Duanmu's Golden Carriage. Confucian cultivators and Buddhist cultivators don't use transportation arrays. Instead, they use these flying magic tools and flying spirit beasts. Little E, Xiaohua muttered again and said, at the auction, are there flying magic tools? Senior should be talking about flying magic tools, right? Little E probed. Xiaohua slightly nodded and replied. Of course there are. And there are quite a few of them. Little E said with a smile, Senior should know that the word magic in a magic tool originally meant to control. It said that in the earliest days, magic tools were all called magic tools. Only magic tools used for flying were called magic tools. But later, there were too many magic tools. Furthermore, magic tools and magic chi weren't easy to distinguish, so magic tools were all called magic tools. Hee, this old man knows. Xiaohua made up the numbers and waved his hand, saying, this old man is just a bit puzzled. The legendary transportation arrays are very convenient, so why were they lost? This. Little E said awkwardly, with this servant's knowledge, I'm afraid I can't answer Senior. However, this servant seemed to have served a great Confucian a few years ago. Although he didn't mention transportation arrays, he once said that reading 10,000 books is not as good as walking 1,000 li. Confucian cultivators can only learn more by walking more. Moreover, one can't travel 1,000 li without accumulating one step. Only by advancing step by step can one understand the difficulty of each step. In his opinion, not only can you not have a magic tool for flying, you also can't have a flying demon pet. Where you want to go, you can only rely on your own ability. Sweat. Xiaohua said with a bitter smile, Little E, are you sure this great Confucian isn't a rotten Confucian? Sometimes, it's impossible to travel extremely far in a short time just by relying on one person's flight. Senior, please don't laugh. This servant is just relaying what this servant has seen and heard. It may be a bit contrary to what this great Confucian said. Little E hurriedly smiled, that old man is a famous great Confucian in Yu province. He can't be wrong. Hee. Xiaohua nodded slightly and said with a smile, let this old man ask you, do you know who flies the fastest in the three continents? Hee. Little E blinked her beautiful eyes and said with a smile, Senior has asked the right person. Last time, it was also an old senior who asked this servant. This servant originally thought it was a cultivator of my human race. Who knew that senior told this servant that my human race's physical body is not good, unable to resist the pressure of space. Flying speed is limited. What is the fastest flying golden-winged great peng? It is said that with a flap of its wings, it can travel 90,000 li. Good heavens, it disappeared in an instant. Senior, is this servant right? It's really not bad. Xiaohua nodded with a bit of astonishment. I didn't expect you to know so much. That's... Little E stuck out her chest and said with some pride, although this servant's cultivation is shallow, and I have never traveled far. However, after serving many elites of the human race like Senior, I naturally know a lot of things. Little E's flattery was really not obvious, making Xiaohua feel comfortable listening to it. While they were talking, Yu Linfeng outside the window seemed to have finished speaking. With a wave of his folding fan, there were already some green-clothed youths holding red lacquered plates coming up one after another. However, seeing the green-clothed youths appearing one after another, the scene was a bit cold and cheerless. There weren't too many people bidding. It seemed like these were all ordinary things. Although Xiaohua was chatting with Little E, he was actually listening attentively. He knew that the things that were ordinary to the cultivators of the hidden immortal continent were not the same to him. Chapter 3270. Unfortunately, in any auction, whether it was hidden immortal continent or dawn rain continent, there would always be a gimmick of throwing a brick to attract jade. Following Yu Linfeng's shout, if it wasn't some spirit herbs, some spirit fruits, and even some materials for refining tools. Even the 4 treasures of the study didn't appear. Although these spirit herbs were rare, no matter how Xiaohua looked at it, he felt that these things were only used to arouse the crowd's emotions. Little friend you. A voice rang out like a golden bell. This isn't the first time this old man has come to Zhai Xinglu. I've also participated in this auction 3 times. Why is the beginning of each auction so boring? These are all the trash your Zhai Xinglu threw at you? If you want, you can leave them in the first Heaven Star Palace. If we need them, we can go and buy them. Every time you take them out to show off, the price is so high. Who would want them? Haha, Yu Linfeng laughed and waved his hand. This immortal friend is right. These things are indeed leftovers from the previous auctions. But how can my Zhai Xinglu be so stingy as you say? As the saying goes, the auction is made of iron, and the bidders flow like water. The immortal friends in this auction are naturally different from the previous ones. These immortal friends naturally don't know about the good things from the previous auctions. In order to not let these immortal friends miss out, my Zhai Xinglu has no choice but to take out these things for you to see. However, immortal friends, don't worry. There are still a few slightly rare items. After bidding, you can see the newest item in this auction. Quick, quick, quick. A group of people began to clamor. Next is. Yu Linfeng stretched out his voice and laughed loudly. Last time, a few female cultivators didn't come and bid, the beauty-preserving pill. Oh. That's great. Immediately, a few high-pitched female voices rang out from all around. Immortal friend you, why didn't you take out such a good thing earlier? I've been waiting for a long time. As they spoke, a young girl dressed in palace attire suddenly appeared in mid-air and leisurely walked to Yu Linfeng's side. With every step she took, there was an osmanthus flower. When the girl walked past, the osmanthus flowers turned into petals and fell from the sky. It looked very beautiful. The woman was holding a green lacquer plate in her hand, and on top of it was a budding flower. Yu Linfeng pointed with his finger and the flower flashed with brilliance. Layer by layer, it bloomed and a green pellet flew out from the flower. This is the famous beauty-retaining pill, Yu Linfeng said loudly. I don't need to explain the specific effects. As long as a pretty female cultivator takes this pill, they will be able to maintain the same appearance as when they took the beauty-retaining pill for the rest of their lives. They will not age for the rest of their lives. Woo! Another round of female cultivators cried out in alarm. Heh heh, isn't this Dawn Rain Continent's ageless pill? Xiaohua smiles, looks like, no matter what world it is, a woman's face and beauty will always be number one. It's just that. I don't know if there are many beauty-retaining pills in the hidden Immortal continent, and how many spirit stones can one beauty-retaining pill be exchanged for? The price of this beauty-preserving pill is 50 mid-grade primordial stones. Every increment is 10 mid-grade primordial stones. Ladies and gentlemen, please bid. After Yu Linfeng finished speaking, someone immediately shouted, I offer 80 mid-grade primordial stones. I offer 100 mid-grade primordial stones. The other female cultivators naturally did not hesitate to raise the price. In a short moment, the price had already reached 5 high-grade primordial stones. At this time, the surrounding female cultivators who were bidding suddenly became silent. The previous rising and falling bids had already disappeared. There were only 3 female cultivators bidding for 10 mid-grade primordial stones. Oh no. Xiaohua smiled bitterly, looks like beauty-retaining grass is not very rare in the hidden Immortal continent. Even the beauty-retaining pill that can retain one's appearance has fallen. If this was the Dawn Rain continent, I don't know how many top-grade spirit stones it would cost. Although there was a huge advantage to be taken, Xiaohua himself knew how to refine beauty-retaining pill. There was no reason for him to snatch these beauty-retaining pills from other female cultivators. Therefore, after a few more bids, a female cultivator finally bid for this beauty-retaining pill with 8 high-grade primordial stones. Following that, there were 2 more beauty-retaining pills. However, the price also fluctuated around 8 high-grade primordial stones. There was no special change. Next is the first-grade rejuvenation pill. Yu Linfeng waved his hand. That cyan-colored pill fell into the flower bud. The woman in palace attire used a lacquer plate to hold that flower bud-shaped thing and slowly walked away. When she disappeared in midair, Yu Linfeng spoke again. After taking this first-grade rejuvenation pill, you can return to your appearance from 10 years ago. Yu Linfeng introduced, although it can't compare to the 9th-grade rejuvenation pill that can completely restore one's youthful beauty, it is still much better than the beauty-retaining pill. Following Yu Linfeng's words, another woman in palace attire walked in front of Yu Linfeng. Her hand was still holding a lacquer plate. However, this time, it had already changed into a light green color. I want to remind you all that this first-grade rejuvenation pill can only be taken once. It cannot be taken more than once. As for the specific drawbacks, I don't need to say any more. Yu Linfeng chuckled and said, fellow immortal who wants to regain their youth, don't daydream. Ha ha ha. A few people couldn't help but laugh. It was as if they could see a white-bearded cultivator taking a few rejuvenation pills and immediately turning into a baby. After the laughter, Yu Linfeng spoke again, this rejuvenation pill has the same starting price as the beauty-retaining pill. However, each increment is 20 mid-grade primordial stones. Fellow immortals, please bid. 100 mid-grade spirit stones. A group of female cultivators began to bid. Even a few male cultivators' voices appeared. Contrary to Xiaohua's expectations, this rejuvenation pill was also quickly sold out. Moreover, the price wasn't very high. In the end, it was only 2 more primordial stones than the previous beauty-retaining pill. It was a successful bid for 10 high-grade primordial stones. This was great. Xiaohua, who originally wanted to rely on the rejuvenation pill to make a fortune, was disheartened by this reality. AI, that's right. Returning to her appearance from 10 years ago, what's the difference between this and the beauty-retaining pill? Even if an old woman returns to her appearance from 10 years ago, what's the difference? 2 high-grade primordial stones is still considered a lot. That's right, Xiao Yi. Xiaohua asked in a low voice, how many years can a 9th-grade rejuvenation pill restore one's appearance? Senior knows. It can restore one's appearance from 100 years ago, and it won't change for the rest of one's life. Xiao Yi said in a low voice. Oh, Xiaohua nodded, then, a first-grade rejuvenation pill can't be taken continuously. Then a first-grade and ninth-grade rejuvenation pill can't be taken continuously either? Exactly. Xiao Yi said with a smile, my Zhai Xinglu hasn't bid on a ninth-grade rejuvenation pill for a long time. If Senior wants to take this kind of elixir, it's best to wait. Xiaohua smiled. Is there no elixir in this world that can directly restore one's appearance to one's youth? Is Senior testing this servant again? Xiao Yi pursed her lips and smiled. Isn't the immortal elixir from the Immortal Palace Empress? Moreover, this servant also heard that the Dipankara Buddha in the Western Paradise also has elixirs that can restore one's youth. These aren't things that I can reach. Xiao Hua pretended to sigh. I just don't know how much a ninth-grade rejuvenation pill costs recently. It seems to be 100 pieces of supreme-grade primordial stones. Xiao Yi replied solemnly, this kind of rare elixir is really rare. This servant remembers it very clearly. Sigh, only 100 pieces of supreme-grade primordial stones. Why is it so little? Xiao Hua listened very dejectedly, and he thought of Qian Diheng who was far away in the Dawn Rain continent for no reason. It's still more convenient to bid for the rejuvenation pill in the Sky Patrol City. Damn it, Qian Diheng, this guy took a huge advantage of this Xiao. I don't know how many spirit stones I earned from the rejuvenation pill in the end, but this guy doesn't know what to do with these spirit stones. Give them to Mistress and the rest? Or keep them for this Xiao? Sigh, presumably, with his high standards, he might not take a fancy to the myriad Thunder Valley. Even if he did give some of those spirit stones, I'm afraid it won't be too much. If this Xiao can return, these spirit stones will definitely be this Xiao's. This guy's character is still trustworthy. But if this Xiao can't return, these spirit stones will be too cheap for this guy. In just a few thoughts, Xiaohua actually sighed twice, and a kind of deep homesickness involuntarily overflowed in his heart. Seeing that Xiaohua didn't say anything after asking a few questions, Xiao Yi also didn't dare to say more. She stole a glance at Xiaohua, not knowing whether he would bid or not. Below, Yu Linfeng didn't give Xiaohua a chance to hesitate, and in a moment, another 2 first-grade rejuvenation pills were sold. Okay, there's one last one. Yu Linfeng seemed to be relieved, and said, it's the thunder amplifying wood that failed in the previous auction. Last time, the starting price was 10 pieces of supreme-grade primordial stones, and no one bid. This time, the starting price has dropped to 8 pieces of supreme-grade primordial stones, and each increase is 1 piece of supreme-grade primordial stone. Which immortal friend is bidding? 10 pieces of supreme-grade primordial stones? Damn it, it's the same price as a first-grade rejuvenation pill. Hearing this, Xiaohua unconsciously became interested, and pulled his thoughts away from his homesickness. This thunder-amplifying wood has the word thunder in it. I wonder what use it has. How come no immortal friend is bidding? Seeing the cold silence of the scene, Yu Linfeng bitterly smiled, but he still shouted with all his might, and with a wave of his hand, a dark yellow thunderbolt streaked across the sky, and appeared in front of him. It was a 1-foot-long branch, and the branch emitted a dark gold color. In the center of the branch, there was a section that was charred black, as if it had been burned by fire. There were very few branches on this branch, and there were only 2 at one end of the branch. In the charred area, there were 2 protruding branches. Looking from afar, this branch was somewhat twisted, and unexpectedly looked like a horned dragon. Fellow immortal friends, don't think that this thunder-amplifying wood has already been struck by lightning once, and can't be used again. Yu Linfeng said, after my Zhai Xinglu's appraisal, this thunder-amplifying wood is basically intact. Not to mention being able to withstand 1 lightning strike, even 3 lightning strikes, are not a problem. Chapter 3271. Alas, fellow immortal you, although this item has the benefits you mentioned, it can only withstand the lightning. However, the thunder-amplifying wood can only block the golden thunder of Gengxin. Even the golden thunder of Xinyu is not strong enough to block it. The other types of fire lightning, and earth lightning cannot block it. Instead of bidding for this item, why don't we find a great craftsman to forge a few imperial equipment that can block the heavenly thunder? Who do you think would do such a stupid thing? I've participated in 3 auctions in a row. Fellow Immortal, you've already taken out this item the last 2 times, but no one bid for it. Fellow Immortal, you should save your time and let us see what kind of surprises you'll bring out next. A voice rang out, seemingly very familiar with the thunder amplification wood. Yu Linfeng smiled and said, "This fellow Immortal is right. My Zhai Xinglu naturally knows this as well. However, this lightning thunder lightning is a natural spiritual item of our 3 continents. It is different from those imperial tools that can withstand the heavenly lightning. Although the imperial equipment of a great artifact master was powerful, it was able to block the lightning power and lightning chi of the lightning tribulation. Only a natural spiritual item could block the lightning power and leave the lightning chi behind. If any immortal friend were to rely on this item to pass through the lightning tribulation, the benefits obtained would far surpass that of a normal imperial equipment. My Zhai Xinglu wants to leave this natural spiritual item for the fellow immortal who needs to withstand the golden lightning. Forget it, it's your Zhai Xinglu's business anyway. This old man will be patient." That cultivator sighed, clearly too lazy to explain. Golden lightning? Wood lightning, fire lightning, and earth lightning? Xiao Hua, who was in the room, was bewildered. Seeing that Yu Linfeng was bluffing again, he turned his head and asked, "Xiao Yi, this old man wants to ask you, other than these wood lightning, fire lightning, and earth lightning, what other heavenly lightning are there?" This. Xiao Yi clenched her teeth, her face a bit red. She smiled and said, "This time, this servant has been tested by Senior. This servant has only heard of heavenly lightning and earthly lightning. That Senior just now seemed to have said heavenly 5 elemental lightning. Shinyu golden lightning should be earthly 5 elemental lightning, heh, not bad." Xiao Hua's face should be even redder than Xiao Yi's. Fortunately, his skin was also thick for 200 years. He only chuckled and looked out of the window again, secretly wondering if he should bid or not. 7 high-grade primal stones, a dim figure behind Yu Linfeng shouted. Yu Linfeng's face lit up. He turned to the cultivator who finally made a bid and smiled. Immortal friend really knows how to do business. This thunder amplification wood has a base price of 8 high-grade origin stones. You're only willing to pay 7. You're really making things difficult for me. This item doesn't have much use for this old man. It's just a preparation. If fellow Immortal you doesn't think it's suitable, then forget about it." That person played it down. It sounded like he didn't care about this item at all. Yu Linfeng thought for a moment and said with a smile, "The auction hasn't really started yet, but this rare thunder amplification wood is already breaking the reserve price. I can't make the decision. Fellow Immortal, please wait a moment. This old man offers 8 high-grade primal stones." Suddenly, a voice came from the 3rd floor pavilion opposite Xiao Hua. "Fellow Immortal you doesn't need to ask for permission." Heh, that's great. This old man thanks Senior." Yu Linfeng was even more happy. He cupped his hands and smiled. Then, he asked the cultivator downstairs, "Fellow Immortal, can you increase the price? If you don't, then this item will be this Senior's." That person didn't make a sound. It was unknown whether he was thinking or had already given up. "Oh, is there anyone else who wants to increase the price? If not, then this item will be this Senior's." Yu Linfeng raised his voice. 9 high-grade primal stones. It was still the same voice, but this time, it was filled with helplessness. Xiao Hua laughed from upstairs. This guy really wants it. But it seems like he doesn't have too many primal stones in his small Qinkuan pouch, so he's playing hard to get. Unfortunately, there's also a rich and overbearing person waiting on the 3rd floor. Damn it, isn't this the legendary waiting for rabbits by a tree stump? 10. Sure enough, the rich and overbearing person on the 3rd floor didn't care at all. At this point, the cultivator who just bid couldn't hide his intentions anymore. He could only follow suit. Not long after, the price of the thunder amplification would reach 40 high-grade primal stones. Boom! All of a sudden, the entire Bright Moon Palace was in an uproar. The previously cold and cheerless atmosphere was swept away by the lack of bids. Everyone understood that no matter if it was the rich and overbearing person upstairs or the person downstairs who made the first bid, both of them were determined to get the thunder amplification wood. After all, this thunder amplification wood's use was very targeted. Since these two people both needed this item, then they both needed this item to resist the golden lightning. Since they had already encountered this item, who would let it go? 40 high-grade primal stones, It was more than 5 times the starting price. It was far beyond everyone's expectations, and even more so, far beyond Yu Linfeng's expectations. Fellow Immortal, do you still want to increase the price? If not, then this item is this senior's. Yu Linfeng shouted excitedly, as if he represented the mood of all the cultivators in the Bright Moon Palace. Senior. The person downstairs stood up and bowed. You're upstairs, Junior is downstairs. Junior knows that I can't compare to Senior's primal stones. In fact, when Senior started bidding, Junior should have tactfully withdrawn. However, Junior urgently needs this item. This item is related to the life of Junior's close relatives. Senior, please be lenient. After the auction, Junior will return to the 3rd floor to pay a visit to Senior. In the future, Junior will remember Senior's name and be deeply grateful to Senior. Fellow Immortal, do you still want to bid? Yu Linfeng said sympathetically. I also sympathize with your situation. However, a auction is a auction. Fellow Immortal, please bid. Of course, this Senior didn't say it out loud. Perhaps he also has an urgent matter, so he bid like this. There is only one thunder amplification wood here. There must be a place for it to fall. 41. That cultivator raised the price in a low voice. 42. The cultivator upstairs didn't hesitate at all. He immediately added another primal stone, as if he didn't care about the cultivator's words at all. Hee. Xiaohua felt like he was going to sit on top of the mountain and watch the tigers fight. These two are both cunning old foxes. One is retreating in order to advance. He actually started with 7 primal stones. The other is pressing on step by step, not giving in at all. The cultivator downstairs actually used the life of his close relatives as an excuse. Even I, Xiaohua, have some doubts, not to mention that he really needs this thunder amplification wood. 43. While Xiaohua was pondering, everyone was surprised. The price of the thunder amplification would actually reached 50 primal stones. Of course, contrary to everyone's expectations, this 50 primal stones wasn't called by the person upstairs. Rather, it was the cultivator downstairs who directly increased the price from 46 primal stones to 50 primal stones. It was very obvious that the cultivator downstairs only had 50 high-grade primal stones. After the cultivator downstairs finished calling out 50 primal stones, he said with a somewhat mournful tone, Senior, please understand. This is all I have. Perhaps Senior feels that Junior's reason is somewhat laughable, but Junior has taken out all the primal stones I have on me to show my sincerity. Senior, please forgive me. This was already the 2nd time the cultivator downstairs opened his mouth to beg for mercy. If Xiaohua still had some doubts the first time, this 2nd time, Xiaohua still believed him. He couldn't help but sigh lightly, alas, this poor child. If it was me, I would definitely let him go. Hee, Xiaoyi pursed her lips and laughed from the side. Senior is indeed soft-hearted, just like what I thought. To be able to serve you, this time, I can be considered lucky. However, you're somewhat mistaken. These words. I've heard a lot in the Bright Moon Palace. This isn't even considered much. There are even more crafty and scoundrel methods that you haven't seen before. In a while, you can take a look. I'll point them out one by one for you. Alas. Xiaohua understood and slightly shook his head. The wolf is coming, the wolf is coming. If you speak too many lies, who can still distinguish which is a lie and which is the truth? However, this old man still believes that this person only has 50 pieces. Speaking until here, Xiaohua suddenly stared blankly and suddenly had a kind of realization in his heart. What I gave to that Fujiwen, wasn't it just 50 high-grade primordial stones? It can't be so coincidental, this person can't be Fujiwen, right? That's right. Thinking of this, Xiaohua also thought of what Fujiwen said at that time, that he brought his humble wife to thank Xiaohua. Just now, the person that this person spoke of, wasn't that his wife? 60 high-grade primordial stones. The senior on the third floor opposite Xiaohua still spoke indifferently. Obviously, he had the same idea as Xiao Yi. Alas, with a long sigh, the person downstairs said mournfully, this junior knows that no one will believe what I say, but this is this junior's last chance. This junior still wants to ask senior to be lenient. Rip. With a faint sound like silk tearing, among the many stardust figures, a pale-faced young master in embroidered clothes revealed his true appearance. Ha! Seeing the face of this young master in embroidered clothes, Xiaohua couldn't help but laugh. Wasn't this the Fujiwen that he suspected a moment ago? It seems that this Fujiwen's last sentence wasn't said to others, but to himself. He hoped that if he was in this bright moon palace, he could help him. Fellow Immortal. Yu Linfeng smiled bitterly and said, if you want to ask this senior to be lenient, no matter what, you have to add a primordial stone. No matter what you say, this senior can't give you a piece of amplifying thunder wood for free. At this moment, the entire Bright Moon Palace was very noisy. Almost everyone was discussing whether this Fujiwen was speaking the truth or guessing the identity of the senior on the third floor. Almost all of Yu Linfeng's words were suppressed. Looking at Fujiwen's dejected appearance, Yu Linfeng finally opened his mouth and said, fellow Immortal, I'm very sorry to say this to you, but this is your last chance. If you don't increase the price, this amplifying thunder wood will be this senior's. Fellow Immortal Yu, how many primordial stones is my life worth? Fujiwen raised his head, his face was pale, but his eyes were like stars. Chapter 3272. Yu Linfeng seems to have seen Fujiwen's situation many times. He smiles faintly and says, your life is worth countless top-grade primeval stones. My Zhai Xinglu can't afford it. Senior, look, he's starting to act like a scoundrel. Upstairs, Xiao Yi purses her lips and laughs. Xiaohua doesn't laugh. He asks faintly, how do I bid? Oh. Senior. Xiao Yi is stunned. She looks at Xiaohua in disbelief and says anxiously, Senior, this is. You tell me how to bid. Xiaohua says in a deep voice. Oh. Senior, you only need to say the word. Xiao Yi comes back to her senses and says anxiously, leave the future matters to me. All right, at this moment, Yu Linfeng seems to have lost the patience to pretend. He looks at Fujiwen and says, this thunder-amplifying wood, one top-grade primeval stone. Xiaohua's voice isn't loud, but it's abnormally clear. It's like a huge rock is thrown into a deep pool. However, when the rock enters the water, it's quiet. It seems that everyone has shut up. No one dares to believe their own ears. Even the experienced and knowledgeable Yu Linfeng, who has encountered many unforeseen events, is stunned for a moment. Then he says with ecstasy, this senior bids one top-grade primeval stone. This is the first item in this auction to bid more than one top-grade primeval stone. Boom. At this moment, the shockwave of the huge rock falling into the water raises the heavenly abode. The entire Bright Moon Palace is boiling like never before. A single thunder-amplifying wood, after two failed bids, this time it appears, it immediately causes such a huge commotion. It's actually bid for one top-grade primeval stone. One top-grade primeval stone. Xiaohua exchanged so many broken artifacts for only 10 top-grade primeval stones. This thunder-amplifying wood that no one paid attention to before actually bid for one top-grade primeval stone. Previously, they thought that 60 top-grade primeval stones was already high enough. However, they didn't think that there's no higher price, only higher. Because this is a battle between two rich and overbearing people on the third floor, and this is only the beginning of their first confrontation. While Bright Moon Palace was seething with excitement, Xiaohua's balcony had instead calmed down, as if there wasn't the intense reaction that everyone had expected. After half a cup of tea's time, when the atmosphere in the entire Bright Moon Palace had calmed down a little, Yu Linfeng took a deep breath and slowly flew up. When he was level with Xiaohua and the others, he bowed and said, "Seniors, although the thunder-amplifying wood is not bad, our Zhai Xinglu has prepared many good things for you later." If it wasn't necessary for any of the seniors to do so, they wouldn't have bothered to make a fuss over it. This junior asks the two seniors to calm down a little. "No need." The cultivator opposite Xiaohua said indifferently, "This old man will add 10 high-grade primordial stones. 2 top-grade origin stones." Xiaohua was even more aggressive. He didn't allow Yu Linfeng to ask him and immediately shouted, "Fellow Immortal." The cultivator on the other side seemed to be somewhat angry. How could this thunder amplification would be worth 2 top-grade primordial stones? 1 was more than enough. 3 top-grade primordial stones. Xiaohua was usually somewhat stingy, but when it came to a matter of life and death, or when it came to someone pleasing to the eye, he definitely wouldn't be stingy. Seeing that cultivator's voice floating over the Bright Moon Palace, he immediately shouted, 3 top-grade primordial stones. This sentence was more powerful than any rebuttal. The other side immediately stopped talking. This. Happiness came too suddenly. Yu Linfeng didn't dare to believe it and smacked his lips. He said with a smile, "Since this senior needs the thunder-amplifying wood so much, this item." Wait a moment, the person on the other side hesitated for a moment and said, "This junior didn't come here specifically for this thunder-amplifying wood, so the primordial stones in my hands are slightly insufficient. But when I heard about the thunder-amplifying wood, I suddenly remembered that I have a close friend, who should be able to use this item. In a few months, it will be her birthday. This junior wants to give this item as a gift. Fellow Immortal, please don't give in." This fellow Immortal, this junior's identity, will be revealed to fellow Immortal after the auction. This junior will definitely thank you greatly. Hee. As for this junior's identity, Star Picking Tower's young Master Zhu is very clear. Fellow Immortal doesn't need to worry about anything. Hearing this, Xiaohua was amused. Damn it, if I'm not mistaken, this guy is probably that bullshit young Master Duanmu, right? Even if he isn't, for a so-called birthday gift, you're fighting over this thunder-amplifying wood with Fujiwen. Look at Fujiwen, he's already said that this thunder-amplifying wood is related to his wife's life. You still won't let it go. Even at this point, you still want this Xiao to show mercy? Not a chance. This Xiao doesn't care if you're young Master Duanmu or not. Today, this Xiao will fight to the death with you. Seeing that Xiaohua didn't speak, that person was overjoyed and said with a smile, "Many thanks, fellow Immortal." Cough cough. Yu Linfeng coughed and said with a smile, "Senior hasn't increased the price yet, and this junior will add another top-grade primordial stone." That person suddenly realized and said with some embarrassment. Unfortunately, before Yu Linfeng could speak, Xiaohua said with a smile, "This senior will add 9 top-grade primordial stones." Senior. When the others didn't speak, Xiao Yi hurriedly reminded, "Senior, you can't increase the price anymore." Why? Xiaohua asked curiously, "This senior also wants this item." This. Xiao Yi said with a smile, "Senior, it's obviously your first time coming to this auction. This junior will tell you the truth, the seniors on the 3rd floor all have some background. If it weren't for the last few most important items, it's rare for them to bid like this. Especially that senior on the other side, he's already stated his purpose. He's just short of revealing his identity. If senior increases the price at the beginning of the auction, then that's shedding all pretense of cordiality. This face could be the face of that country's monarch, a sect, or an aristocratic family. Senior, you must think carefully. And this senior understands. Xiao Hua nodded indifferently. Sure enough, the other side was silent and didn't say another word. If nothing unexpected happened, he should be squatting in a corner of the room and drawing circles. Senior, you've offended that senior. Xiao Yi muttered with a bitter face. Now that things had come to this point, the women who served in the room would most likely be implicated as well. When the city gate is on fire, the fish in the moat will suffer. This had always been an unbreakable principle. If Xiao Hua saw that he couldn't afford to offend the cultivator on the other side, he could just say that Xiao Yi didn't warn him and he didn't understand this rule. Wouldn't that be the best way out? Star-plucking tower or the cultivator on the other side might not be able to do anything to Xiao Hua, then where would they get their face from? They could only remedy it from a girl like Xiao Yi. This kind of thing had happened before, and it wasn't like Xiao Yi hadn't seen it before. Her mood was already somewhat bad. Cough cough, since senior has increased the price, this item is senior's. Yu Linfeng coughed a bit. He was naturally willing to bid for the thunder amplification wood at a good price, but such a bidding war also made him tremble with fear. With a wave of Yu Linfeng's hand, that thunder amplification wood slowly flew in front of Xiao Hua. Does senior want to pay the primeval stones first, or do you want to pay after the auction? If you pay now, you can get this thunder amplification wood now. Xiao Yi forced herself to smile and said, Senior doesn't need to do anything. You just need to tell this junior what to do. And, naturally I have to pay the primeval stones now. Xiao Hua said indifferently, also, call that scholar downstairs who revealed his face. Ah. Xiao Yi was stunned. Senior, are you talking about the young master who bid for this thunder amplification wood just now? Yes. Xiao Hua nodded. He took out the primeval stones from the space and handed them to Xiao Yi, saying, just give this thunder amplification wood to him. No way. Xiao Yi cried out in shock as if she had seen a ghost. You actually believe his words? Could it be, you don't believe him? Xiao Hua asked back mercilessly. This junior indeed doesn't believe him. Xiao Yi lowered her head and said, in this bright moon palace, this junior has seen too much. This junior is unable to distinguish between them. This senior is also unable to distinguish between them. Xiao Hua said indifferently, however, this senior is willing to believe. I'm willing to pay the price of 2 supreme-grade primeval stones. It's 3 supreme-grade primeval stones and 10 high-grade primeval stones. Xiao Yi's heart warmed for no reason. All the fear and guesses from before were swept away. No matter how much this kind of senior evaded the responsibility, it was impossible for him to push the responsibility of offending this senior to her, right? Go. Pay the primeval stones and give this to him. Xiao Hua waved his hand, go quickly and come back quickly. This senior still wants to bid for other things. Yes, this junior will do it right away. If you want to bid, you can bid as much as you want. This junior will settle the transaction with the senior after returning. Xiao Yi took the primeval stones and the thunder amplification wood and hurriedly left. Xiao Hua looked below the balcony. Fujiwen was looking at him very eagerly. The reason he revealed his true face was to let Xiao Hua see it and let Xiao Hua make a move. Although this method had the intention of taking drastic measures and forcing Xiao Hua could also feel his helplessness when he put himself in Xiao Hua's shoes. Thinking about Shui in the space, thinking about how much primeval stones Fujiwen's life was worth, Xiao Hua felt that even if he was deceived, it was worth it. In this world, how many men could say these words? However, Xiao Hua didn't dare to wait until after the auction to give the thunder amplification wood to Fujiwen. Xiao Hua's heart was like a mirror, but Fujiwen didn't know. He didn't know if this kind of trust would allow Fujiwen to persist until the auction ended. If he didn't see Fu Jiwen after the auction, Xiaohua didn't have Fu Jiwen's message talisman and other things. At that time, Fu Jiwen would be so happy that he went silly. He said that he would invite Xiaohua to his humble home for a chat and didn't leave any jade eyes. If he didn't see Fu Jiwen, then Xiaohua's 3 supreme-grade primeval stones would be wasted. Fellow immortals. Yu Linfeng, who was in midair, had already landed. He said with a smile, after the fierce battle just now, many of the rare items have already been returned to their owners. Now, this junior will bring fellow immortals to see the rare items in my hidden immortal continent's auction this time. Chapter 3273. While speaking, Yu Linfeng waved the fan in his hand. Like a butterfly flapping its wings, the fan flickered with a faint brilliance. That brilliance split off and rushed towards the silver-white hidden immortal continent light ball under Yu Linfeng's feet. The brilliance was extremely fast, arriving in front of the light ball in a moment. However, just before the brilliance fell into the light ball, it suddenly changed into a complete ray of light. A ray of light as sharp as an awl. Boom! A huge trembling sound rang out. The silver-white brilliance filled the entire bright moon palace. Within the brilliance, a woman wearing a flawless heavenly robe descended from the sky. Her long sleeves, which were like a rainbow, slowly waved. Countless bright specks of light flew out. This woman's face was blurry, but her bright eyes and white teeth were faintly discernible. Everyone's gaze landed on this heavenly maiden. When the brilliance faded, the heavenly maiden's figure disappeared. More than 10 specks of light adorned the light ball as if the heavenly maiden had just placed them there. Xiaohua's divine sense is powerful, and his Tao foundation is even stronger than others. With just a glance, the charm technique within the brilliance lost its effect on him. Seeing the heavenly maiden's dance, Fu Jiwen, who is downstairs, is stunned at first. Then, he seems to have realized something. He turns his head to look and disappears. Xiaohua smiles. He knows that Xiao Yi called Fu Jiwen out and gave him the thunder amplification wood. His karma can be considered settled. 3 top-grade primeval stones were really insignificant for that bone. Since Xiaohua had this dilemma in his heart, he couldn't not help but help. Fellow immortals, everyone knows that my hidden immortal continent's cultivation base is Confucian. Yu Linfeng opened his mouth again. Speaking of Confucian cultivation, although I'm neither high nor low, I also know that I can't do without the 4 treasures of the study. Whether it's the 8 arts of zither, chess, calligraphy, poetry, wine, flower, tea, or the 6 arts of etiquette, music, archery, imperial, and mathematics, they all can't be done without ink, paper, and inkstone. Even my 10 great imperial artifacts, what? Before Yu Linfeng finished speaking, a slightly hoarse voice called out. You! Fellow immortal you, could it be that you want to bid for the 10 great imperial artifacts today? Cough cough. Yu Linfeng's face was rather awkward. He smiled and said, Fellow immortal, can you listen to what I have to say? What's more, I was only talking about the 4 treasures of the study, not the 10 great imperial artifacts. If you really want to bid for the 10 great imperial equipment, do you think I can stand here? Heh heh, heh heh. That person laughed. Who asked your Zhai Xinglu to make the fairies so alluring? This old man had just woken up from the beauty of the female immortal when I heard you mention the 10 great imperial equipment. This old man has only heard of them and has never seen them before. How can I not be shocked? Okay, go on, go on. Yu Linfeng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He helplessly looked at the silhouette and said, the 4 treasures of the study are necessary for us Confucian cultivators to draw scrolls. At the same time, the 4 treasures of the study can also be used as imperial weapons. Of the 10 great imperial artifacts of our Confucian cultivators, the divine pen is ranked 2nd and is the most famous representative. Of course, my Zhai Xinglu temporarily doesn't have the opportunity to bid for the 10 great imperial equipment. Because if I see this item, I will use my family's fortune to obtain it. Damn it, why don't you tell me what the 10 great imperial equipment are? The bystanders all laughed and listened to Yu Linfeng's nonsense. However, upstairs, Xiao Hua was scratching his ears and cheeks. At this moment, a light sound came from behind Xiao Hua. Xiao Yi walked back and said in a low voice, "Senior, mm." Xiao Hua nodded, indicating that he heard. "Senior." Xiao Yi said in a low voice again, "That young master is waiting outside to thank Senior." "Oh." Xiao Hua smiled and said, "Didn't this guy keep saying that he wanted to save his family? Why isn't he in a hurry to go back? Could it be that he really is lying to this old man?" Reporting to Senior, Xiao Yi smiled and said, "This servant has already brought him to the door of Zhai Xinglu. He has already given the item to his servant. Looking at that old servant's appearance, he has already galloped away. He is not a swindler." "Ah. So fast?" Xiao Hua stared blankly, then immediately understood. This bright moon palace probably had a special passage that led directly to the door. Moreover, if not for Xiao Yi leading the way, Fu Jiwen would not have been able to come here so easily. Xiao Hua originally did not want to see him. After all, he had a wife waiting for him at home. However, he heard Yu Linfeng's chatter downstairs. He could not keep asking Xiao Yi, so he smiled and said, "Go, let him in." "Oh, also, Miss Xiao Yi, you wait outside first. When this old man is bidding, I will call you in." "Yes, Senior." Xiao Yi was somewhat unhappy, but she still walked out obediently. "Junior greets Senior." Fu Jiwen walked in, looked around, and hurriedly bowed his head and thanked Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua smiled and did not get up. He waved his hand and said, "No need to be so polite. Didn't you take off your mask so that this Xiao could make a move? Now that we are here, we are instead distant. Hee, so it really is fellow Daoist Xiao." All of a sudden, Fu Jiwen relaxed. He looked to the side and said, "This is the highest level place in Star Picking Tower. Normally, only Confucian cultivators or disciples of aristocratic families can come here. I have never come here before. You also did not reveal your identity, so how could I dare to be careless? How could I succeed if I did not put on a show?" Hee. Xiao Hua smiled and did not intend to say more. Fu Jiwen once again respectfully straightened his robe and bowed. "However, I came here this time to thank fellow Daoist. If not for fellow Daoist's help, would not have been able to obtain this thunder amplification wood. And, since this thunder amplification wood is actually so important, you should hurry back. The matter at your wife's side is the most urgent. Do you not care about this little bit of formality?" Xiao Hua stood up and solemnly helped Fu Jiwen up. "The old housekeeper has already brought the thunder amplification wood back. This thing, even though the bidding price here is so high, in reality, no one will have any ideas about it. Nothing will happen." Fu Jiwen smiled and said, "If I did not come to see if it was fellow Daoist Xiao, there would always be a knot in my heart, and it would be detrimental to my cultivation. Especially, fellow Daoist Xiao, you are a guest from afar. I have to accompany fellow Daoist no matter what. When the matter in Copper Pillar State is over, I will send fellow Daoist away. It won't be too late for me to return. It can also be considered to be a good host." Just right. You can explain to me a bit about the 10 great imperial artifacts of Confucian cultivators." Xiao Hua did not stick to formalities and smiled as he pointed to a chair at the side. "Yes. Fellow Daoist Xiao." When Fu Jiwen heard this, he was also very happy. He pulled a chair and sat next to the windowsill. Just as he was about to open his mouth, he seemed to have thought of something. He hastily put his hand into his bosom, took out a jade eye, and personally handed it to Xiao Hua. "Just now, this little one left in too much of a hurry. I didn't even leave behind my address. I'm really ashamed. This little one is from the Yu province's Ping Shan country. This jade eye contains the address of this little one's residence, and also, some of this little one's cultivation experience. This I really don't know how to thank fellow Daoist. The friendship between gentlemen is as light as water. Xiao Hua glanced at him, reached out his hand, and carefully took it. He didn't check it, and sent it into his space. He smiled and said, "Your jade eyes are actually unnecessary." Hee, fellow Daoist took it. Only then can my heart be at ease. Fujiwen finally let out a sigh of relief. He sat down and looked outside the window. He smiled and said, "This place is really good. I can see the outside, but the outside can't see the inside." At this moment, Yu Linfeng, who was in the air, grabbed one of the light spots on the map of hidden Immortal continent into his hand. It was a rectangular jade box. The outside of the box was drawn with neat patterns. There were even some characters carved on it. Fellow Daoist Xiao, this jade box is different from the Dao Sex jade box. Fujiwen said naturally, ordinary Dao Sex jade box would have talismans attached to it to prevent the aura inside from leaking out and attracting the attention of others. But Confucian cultivators use these characters to suppress the aura inside the jade box. Those patterns also have this effect. In short, there are some similarities between Confucian cultivators and Dao sect cultivators, but in essence, there is a difference between heaven and earth. After Fujiwen finished speaking, Yu Linfeng pointed his hand and a stream of true energy rushed out. Buzz. The jade box also emitted a faint buzzing sound. Waves of clear air came from the patterns and characters. Ka-ba, a crisp sound rang out. Roar. Following the crisp sound, the jade box opened and a red fire dragon rushed out of the jade box. A clear dragon roar resounded throughout the bright moon palace. Then, an even brighter crimson color mixed with an indescribable heat slowly floated out of the jade box. Everyone squinted their eyes and saw clearly that it was an ink brush that was over a foot long and as thick as a fist. The ink brush was made of a very strange material. It was completely red, and a horned dragon was engraved on it. The horned dragon was swimming in the light, and the clear dragon roar came from the shadow of the horned dragon. What was even stranger was that the ink pen was only a pen holder. The place where the brush should have been was empty. Fellow Taoists, this is what I was talking about, a copy of the divine brush, Red Dragon Brush. Yu Linfeng waved his hand and his true energy fell on the red dragon brush. The dragon-like light gradually fell and the heat was withdrawn into the red dragon brush. This red dragon brush is made from the bones of a fire dragon. The dragon engraved on the surface is also made from the blood essence of a fire dragon. When you use this red dragon brush to draw a scroll or use it as an imperial weapon, you can use the fire dragon's soul to fully display the power of the divine brush. Then Yu Linfeng gave a simple introduction of the red dragon brush and announced the starting price of the red dragon brush. Xiaohua naturally wouldn't bid for it. He smiled and asked Fujiwen, "This red dragon brush is a copy of the divine brush. If it's so powerful, then what would the real divine brush look like?" Chapter 3274. Fujiwen thought for a moment and said, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, as the saying goes, a big sound has no sound, a big elephant has no shape, a real treasure is returning to its original state. I have never seen the divine brush before, but I have heard that the divine brush was not made from the tendons and bones of some fire dragon, nor was it made from any other demonic beast. It was made from a type of green bamboo. Only the green bamboo's upright and unbending character could bring out the true noble spirit. What is special is that when the divine pen appears, it always has a faint clear chi. This clear chi can directly rush to the sky and resonate with the literature star in the sky. I heard that when the divine pen is writing the scroll, it can borrow the literature star's literature chi to attract the noble chi of the world. Good, so powerful. Then this green bamboo is definitely not ordinary." Xiaohua smacked his lips and said with a smile. "Indeed. It is said that this green bamboo is taken from the Immortal Palace's Immortal Emperor's favorite green bamboo, and it is personally made by a great artificer who cultivated to the literature saint realm." Immortal Palace? Hearing Empress and Immortal Emperor one after another, Xiaohua unconsciously muttered in his heart and said in a low voice, "Does young Master Fu know where the Immortal Palace is?" "Hee, how would I know?" Fu Jiwen shook his head as expected. "Perhaps when I cultivate to the Literature Saint realm, I will be able to see the mystery of the Immortal Palace." "Oh? Why do you say that?" Xiaohua asked curiously. Fu Jiwen said with a smile, "On the hidden Immortal Continent, all Confucian scholars who can cultivate to the Literature Saint realm can receive the invitation of Emperor Go Chen and Empress Dong Ming to participate in the Heavenly Bestowal Banquet. Although the road to the Immortal Palace is specially guided by the Immortal Palace's warriors, the Literature Saints don't know where the Immortal Palace is. But after all, they can see the wonders of the Immortal Palace." Xiaohua nodded slightly. In other words, even if they participate in the Heavenly Bestowal Banquet, it is impossible to know where the Immortal Palace is. Yes, it should be. Otherwise, this Immortal Palace has existed for who knows how many years, but there is no rumor of the Immortal Palace's location on the hidden Immortal Continent. Fu Jiwen nodded. "Hee, let's not talk about the Immortal Palace." Xiaohua did not care about the location of the Immortal Palace. After all, that was the ultimate goal of Confucian cultivation, and it was far from him. "Let's talk about the 10 great imperial equipment." Fu Jiwen pointed at the falling fire dragon brush and said, "Fellow Daoist Xiao already knows about the second-ranked divine brush. The 10th-ranked imperial artifact is the 10,000 transformation scarf." Ever-changing scarf? When Xiaohua heard this, he couldn't help but laugh. This myriad of transformations sounds like. Why does it have something to do with my Dao Sex Dharma artifacts? Fu Jiwen smiled and said, "Fellow Daoist Xiao, didn't I say it before?" Although Taoism had been in decline for a long time, both Taoism and Confucianism were passed down from ancient times. Both sects had their own advantages and disadvantages, but they could also learn from each other. As for who was whose essence and who was whose fabrication, who would be able to tell? The ever-changing scarf is a Confucian scarf used by a Confucian scholar. Rumor has it that when worn on the head, not only can it change one's appearance at will, but also when reciting poems, the clear air on the head can connect to the stars. Different times can connect to different constellations, and when drawing inscriptions, it can also borrow the power of the constellations. Inscriptions? Xiaohua heard a new term. Fu Jiwen immediately explained, "Inscriptions are words that are written with a divine brush and contain an aura of righteousness. When these words are written on paper, the paper becomes a scroll. If it is directly written in the air to counter the enemy, it is called inscriptions." "Oh, right, the words carved on the jade box just now can be called inscriptions. These inscriptions should be similar to the Dao Sex runes." Xiaohua nodded. "If that's the case, then I understand. These runes and inscriptions are indeed different methods to achieve the same result. The 9th-ranked imperial equipment is misty-like immortal robe." Fu Jiwen said again, "The biggest effect of this imperial equipment is that it can create auspicious clouds in the 9 heavens and dance with the white clouds. It is the fastest flying imperial equipment among the top 10 imperial equipment. It can be considered as a real imperial equipment. Of course, this immortal robe can also become invisible and illusory. Even if it is as strong as the sage of literature, it will not be easy to detect. Good, so to say, who can wear this misty-like immortal robe? In this world, there is almost no one who can defeat him. In this lifetime, even if he can't beat him, he can still escape with his life." "Hee, it is indeed so." Fu Jiwen laughed and said, "Speaking of this misty-like immortal robe, there is a wonderful thing." "Oh? Quickly tell me about it." Xiaohua liked strange things the most and withdrew his gaze from the auction. This matter happened in the Pure Land world. Fu Jiwen said tirelessly, "The Buddhist sect has always claimed that they are benevolent and pity the world. They even shout out slogans such as sweeping the floor for fear of hurting the lives of ants and cherishing moths. A Confucian scholar in my hidden immortal continent thinks that human nature is evil. How can there be such a benevolent person? Even if there is such a person, it is impossible for the entire Buddhist sect to be like that. Thus, in front of a famous temple in the Pure Land world, a very ferocious and filthy beggar appeared. Every morning, this beggar would come when it was time to give out porridge and would leave after eating the porridge. He would not give these Buddhist sect monks the opportunity to say Zen. At the beginning, the monks of this temple were very obedient and did not get tired of it. Every day, they would chant the name of Buddha and give porridge to this beggar. They would also take advantage of the time when they were giving porridge to explain some Buddhist teachings. Unfortunately, that beggar did not listen at all. This continued for 3 years. The beggars who came to eat porridge left wave after wave. However, this beggar's appearance was the same as before, regardless of rain or shine. The beggar did not change, but the monks who gave porridge began to slack off. From the 4th year onwards, the porridge bowl slowly became half a bowl. Moreover, they no longer taught any Buddhist teachings to this beggar. They only chanted the name of Buddha to deal with him. Since he began to slack off, in the future, it will be even more uncontrollable. Xiaohua thoughtfully said, "This monk who gave porridge is not a senior monk of this temple. I'm afraid that he fell into the beggar's trap." Indeed, before the 6th year, the monk who gave porridge had already begun to speak ill of him. Even when there was no one around, he would drive the beggar away. The so-called Buddhist mercy had long been thrown to the back of his head. Fujiwen laughed. The most tragic thing was that one day in the 7th year, the weather seemed to be extremely cold. Except for this beggar, no other beggar went to eat porridge. And the rule of this temple is that as long as someone comes to eat porridge, they must give porridge. I don't know if this monk was in a bad mood, or if it was cold and he did not want to give porridge, or some other reason. In short, this monk actually had a conflict with this beggar when he was giving porridge. He used a porridge spoon to break the beggar's skull, causing his brain to splatter everywhere. Good boy. Xiaohua laughed. This time, the trouble is really big. Yes, this kind of trouble can really be big or small. Fujiwen said in all seriousness, this is also the key to the beggar's test. After all, giving porridge or not, patience or not, are all small things. This life and death is righteousness, whether or not he is a beggar. Alas, this Confucian scholar is really patient. Xiaohua sighed. He actually spent 6 years of effort to investigate the good and evil of human nature, the hypocrisy of Buddhism. This world is most afraid of this kind of persistent investigation. Fujiwen shook his head. If fellow Xiao does not have this kind of persistence, I'm afraid that the road you can walk in the future will not be long. Ha! Young Master Fu is absolutely right. Hearing Fujiwen's tone, Xiaohua unconsciously felt warm in his heart. Although these words are not pleasant to hear, they are really for his own good. Moreover, Xiaohua also heard that Fujiwen should be able to sense his cultivation and feel that his cultivation is still shallow. It's only because he has a lot of primordial stones that he can reach the 3rd floor of Bright Moon Palace. This monk has caused a disaster. The safest way is to directly return to the temple and admit his mistake to the abbot and ask the expert in the temple to perform a ritual for this beggar. No matter what, the abbot will not let this monk pay with his life for this beggar. After all, that place is not my hidden immortal continent. Fujiwen said again. Unfortunately, this monk was lucky. Seeing that there was no one around and the wind and snow covered the sky, he boldly dragged this beggar's corpse into the wilderness and threw it down the cliff. Seeing this corpse falling down the mountain stream like a fallen leaf, even if it is a living person, there is no doubt that he will die. Only then did he feel relieved and returned to the temple. Xiaohua was speechless and said with a bitter smile, a pitiful person must have a hateful side. Just now, this Xiao felt that this monk was somewhat pitiful. After being stared at for 6 years, who knows how many good deeds he did before this, his moral integrity was destroyed for a moment. But from this monk's actions, not only does he have Buddha in his heart, he also has a devil. This Buddha and devil are the most terrifying. Correct. Exactly. Fujiwen nodded and said, actually, this monk also has his own difficulties. It is said that the next day is a big day. A bodhisattva from the Great Lane Temple will come to their temple to give a lecture. Therefore, the entire temple was moved by this grand event. This monk originally also had something to do, but he could not refuse to give porridge to this beggar, so he had resentment in his heart. Especially, before this grand event, how could he dare to report the matter of him killing the beggar to the abbot's table? He could only quietly cover up this matter. Of course, the weather that day was extremely cold. Other than that beggar who was killed, no one came to eat porridge. Even the entire temple was busy and chaotic. They did not know that a murder had occurred in front of their temple. This day passed by very quietly. That monk who was originally somewhat worried and nervous finally fell asleep. He thought that everything had passed and that everything that he had endured for 6 years had become a passing cloud. However, on the second day, that bodhisattva from the great Lain temple came to the temple. Before he opened the altar to give a lecture, the monks in the temple discovered that the chests of all the Buddha statues in the temple had been broken open, revealing holes in the golden body. On each hole, there was a large flamboyant character. Naturally, the abbot did not dare to be negligent. He thought that this was a conspiracy against the bodhisattva and hurriedly reported it to the bodhisattva. After the bodhisattva heard it, he released his Buddha's consciousness to investigate. After seeing these words, he sighed, "The human heart is hard to fathom, human nature is hard to be at peace." Then, without saying another word, he stepped on a lotus and flew away. Chapter 3275. This time, the entire monastery, even the high monks and abbots who heard the news were confused. They didn't know why the bodhisattva left in a huff. When a group of monks gathered the words written in the Buddha's heart together, they formed a nondescript poem. Oh! What poem? Xiao Hua was very interested. Sweeping the floor, afraid of hurting the lives of ants, cherishing moths, covering the lamp with gauze, human life is hard to be heavier than moths, Buddha's heart is lighter than white porridge, if not for the ethereal immortal robe, beggars would have lost their lives in front of Buddha. This time, everyone understood that it was the matter of giving porridge. When the abbot asked the monk who gave the porridge, his face unconsciously turned ashen, and all the monks present were sad. Fujiwen laughed. The specific outcome of the matter was not spread out, but the name ethereal immortal robe was famous in the hidden immortal continent for a while. This ethereal immortal robe was originally not in the top 10 imperial artifacts, but after this matter, it was included in the list. Hee hee. Xiao Hua clapped. It seems that every imperial artifact has a thought-provoking story. However, young Master Fu, do you know? In this world, there are people who give porridge every day for decades. Although he is often hungry, he has never stopped. How is that possible? Fujiwen frowned. Which temple's high monk is this? I hope fellow Taoist Xiao can enlighten me. When I have time, I will pay him a visit. Ha ha ha. Xiao Hua laughed. He seemed to be in an extremely good mood. It's not a temple, and it doesn't need a time. It's the old Taoist from the Seven Suns Temple in Bronze Pillar Country. Taoist sect. Fujiwen was somewhat shocked. Xiao Hua looked at the auction downstairs. Under Yu Linfeng's persuasion, the Crimson Dragon hair brush had already been sold for a good price, and now he had bid for several rare items from the hidden immortal continent. Looking at Yu Linfeng's hand grabbing, it seemed like another imperial artifact flew out. Xiao Hua said indifferently, not only does the hidden immortal continent have mystical imperial artifacts, it also has the Taoist sect's loyalty. If young Master Fu has time, you might as well go take a look. You also have Taoist cultivation, this might be useful for your persistence. Indeed. Fujiwen nodded. In my eyes, most of the Taoist sects are deceitful and cunning people. It's rare to see someone as magnanimous as fellow Taoist Xiao, and I've never seen such a tenacious and kind person. After daybreak, I will definitely pay a visit to this senior and seek his advice on cultivation. You will be disappointed. Xiao Hua shook his head. This Taoist priest has no cultivation at all. Fu Jiwen nodded slightly, and a look of admiration appeared on his face. If it weren't for the persistence in your heart, if it weren't for the great kindness in your heart, you wouldn't have been able to persist like this. With such people, the Dao sect can prosper. Yes, I think so too. Only people like Master Dao Shan are the backbone of our Dao sect. Xiaohua sighed, they are the ones who are supporting our Dao sect when our Dao sect is in decline. Master Dao Shan. I will remember it. Fu Jiwen nodded. At this moment, Yu Linfeng's voice rose again. Previously, the bidding for the crimson dragon hair set off a small climax. Then, he bid for some rare items. Although these items couldn't be compared to the crimson dragon hair, they were still very popular. The atmosphere of the entire auction was maintained at a relatively high level. However, following the appearance of a few rare items, the atmosphere began to drop. Yu Linfeng was naturally an expert in this field. He immediately waved his hand, and a ball of extremely tragic brilliance flew out from the ball of light of the hidden immortal continent. It landed in front of him, and he said loudly, "Fellow Taoists, can you guess what this item is? If any of you can guess it, I will make the decision and reduce the amount of primordial stones during the transaction." One of the 10 great imperial artifacts. Just as Yu Linfeng's voice fell, an old voice sounded. Yu Linfeng smiled bitterly, "Fellow Daoist, you really think too highly of my Zhai Xinglu. Just now, I already said that my Zhai Xinglu has never bid for the 10 great imperial artifacts." Fellow Daoist you, at this moment, another voice sounded from the slightly chaotic clamor, "This brilliance looks very strange. It doesn't look like the luster of an imperial artifact, nor does it look like the righteousness of a scroll. But this light is filled with a kind of indescribable brightness. Even my clear eyes technique is unbearable under this brilliance. This really makes me puzzled. If my guess is correct, this isn't a rare item of my hidden immortal continent. No, that's not right. If it isn't a rare item of my hidden immortal continent, how can it be taken out from the ball of light of the hidden immortal continent?" Seeing that his goal was achieved, Yu Linfeng didn't dare to let everyone guess anymore. He hurriedly said with a smile, "Fellow Taoists, what you said is reasonable. However, you didn't completely guess. This item is naturally something that my hidden immortal continent's Confucian sect uses." Saying this, Yu Linfeng opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of clear air. The clear air landed on the bright ball of light, and it was like a layer of thin clouds covering the ball of light. At this moment, everyone could clearly see that the ball of light was actually a block of ink. However, it was just a block of ink that was 2 inches wide and 3 inches long. In addition to the dazzling brilliance, the surface of the ink block was very smooth. Faintly, there were some small lines on the surface. Those lines were slightly fine, and there was a faint scarlet color. Many cultivators with high clear eyes technique could already see that these lines were some blood vessels. However, it was precisely the blood vessels within these lines that emitted a dazzling light that caused the cultivators who were staring at the ink stick to feel waves of dizziness. Amidst this dizziness, another strange demonic beast was revealed. "Light. Light beast." A voice cried out, "I understand. This is blood ink refined from the light beast's light blood." Yes. Hearing this, Yu Linfeng clapped his hands and said, "Fellow Taoist is right. This blood ink is refined from the extremely rare light beast's blood essence in the Thousand Devils sacred realm. It is most suitable for us Confucian cultivators to make scrolls. Of course, this blood ink can only be used by seniors above the level of literature master. Fellow Taoists below the level of literature master must not try it. In particular, seniors who have reached the level of great grandmaster can use this blood ink to write scrolls that have the power of literature saints." A figure not far from Yu Linfeng cried out in shock, How is it so powerful?" "Ha ha ha, that's not all." Without waiting for this person to finish speaking, another voice called out, "Since this blood ink is mixed with the light beast's blood essence, it doesn't need to be written into a scroll. As long as you hold it in your hand, not only will ordinary demonic beasts not dare to approach you, you can even wander around in the middle of the night. All the evil spirits and ghosts won't dare to approach you. Also." Across from Xiaohua, another person called out, with this blood ink on your writing desk, your reading will be like the help of a god. If you practice qi, it will be twice the result with half the effort. Fellow Taoist you, what's the starting price for this item? While several people were showing off their knowledge, someone had already asked eagerly. Not only was Yu Linfeng overjoyed, he hastily reported the starting price for this blood ink refined from the light beast's blood essence. On the third floor, Xiaohua smiled and pointed his hand, saying, "Young Master Fu, you just said that the crimson dragon hair brush was similar to my Taoist's magic tool talisman brush. Now that this blood ink has appeared, isn't it the same as my Taoist spirit talisman refining? Both use the spirit beast's blood essence and use magic to draw talisman charms?" "Hee, that's right," Fu Jiwen said with a smile. "A true scroll doesn't need the help of any spirit beast's blood essence, nor does it need the help of a special imperial tool. That so-called divine brush is nothing more than an accessory. This one has only heard of this kind of scroll, and this kind of inscription can only be written by seniors at the level of literature saints. As for the rest, they are all at a disadvantage. And let them bid. Left and right. Oh, young Master Fu, if you like something, you can say it. This one only came to take a look, I don't plan on bidding for anything," Xiaohua said with a smile. Fu Jiwen hastily waved his hand and said, "This one's needs have already been met, I have no more requests, there's no need to mention this matter again." Up to you, up to you." Xiaohua smiled, that bone was very useful to him. Xiaohua always felt that a thunder amplifying wood wasn't enough to express his gratitude, so he said this. Fu Jiwen glanced at the enthusiastic bidding, he said with a smile, "Just now, this one was talking about the misty-like immortal robe, the 9th of the 10 great imperial tools. Above the misty-like immortal robe is the Myriad Miles Mountain and Rivers fan. Actually, when it comes to this Myriad Miles Mountain and Rivers fan, this one feels that rather than calling it a Confucian cultivator's imperial tool, it would be better to call it a Taoist magic tool." "Oh." Xiaohua raised his eyebrows, "This imperial tool is different from other imperial tools?" "Yes." Fu Jiwen nodded, "It is said that this Myriad Miles Mountain and Rivers fan's original form is a Taoist magic tool called the Mountain and Rivers Map. However, this magic tool was damaged during a fight, and it was extremely serious. Taoist magic tools were unable to repair it, so it was abandoned. Later on, a Confucian great tool master obtained this item and used Confucian magic tools to seal a strand of dragon qi from the 9 continents into it, using the dragon qi to nourish the damaged magic tool. After more than 1,000 years, it was completely repaired. When this Myriad Miles Mountain and Rivers fan is waved, it has the weight of 10,000 miles of mountains and rivers, and it also has the appearance of a majestic dragon qi. Without great luck and the strength of dragons and elephants, it is extremely difficult to resist. Therefore, it is ranked above the misty-like immortal robe." "Luck?" Xiaohua frowned and asked, "What is luck?" What young Master Fu said about the weight of mountains and rivers, the strength of dragons and elephants, this one can understand, but this majestic dragon qi, great luck, this one can't understand. Fu Jiwen smiled faintly and said, "Luck is very illusory. If we look at it in a big way, it is the direction of all things in the world. For example, Confucian cultivators, Buddhist sects, and Taoist sects, whoever can occupy great luck will be able to prosper and develop. In the ancient times, the struggle between Buddhism and Confucianism was a struggle for luck. If Taoist sects' luck was occupied by Buddhism and Confucianism, they would reach a dead end and could only perish and descend into desolation. If we look at it in a big way, it is the development of a country and a family. If a country obtains luck, it will prosper, and the country's strength will be strong. If a family obtains luck, it will flourish, and its descendants will flourish, lasting for thousands of generations. If we look at it in a small way, if a person obtains luck, he will definitely win every bet, and disaster will become auspicious. Chapter 3276. Hiss. Xiaohua slightly inhaled a breath of cold air. Although Fujiwen said it very simply, it was also easy to understand. Doesn't the Tao sect have auspicious talismans? Didn't I also get the Phoenix Jade talisman? It seems like I can inexplicably turn misfortunes into blessings many times. Isn't this what Fujiwen said about luck? Because luck is very complicated, Confucian cultivators even have specialized cultivators to research this technique. Unfortunately, I am very unfamiliar with this. Actually, most people only heard about it from hearsay. It is impossible for them to know the details. Fujiwen said again, moreover, it is said that dragon chi and luck are closely related. On the hidden immortal continent, where there are dragon veins, there will be dragon chi, and where there is dragon chi, the luck will be especially vigorous. Therefore, only people with great luck can resist the dragon chi on the fan of 1,000 miles of mountains and rivers. Hee hee. Hearing this, Xiaohua laughed. If this is true, then wouldn't the dragon kings of the 4 seas become the rulers of the 3 continents? Wouldn't the dragon palaces of the 4 seas become the place with the most abundant luck in this world? Fellow Xiao is wrong. Dragon chi, dragon veins and dragon race are not too related. Dragon veins are born from luck, it is just borrowing the dragon shape, and the dragon race themselves do not have luck. Fujiwen also said with a smile, if it is as fellow Xiao thinks, the place with the most abundant luck is Dragon Island. That dragon palaces of the 4 seas are only part of Dragon Island, suppressing the 4 seas. Dragon Island is the place where the dragon race resides. Speaking of dragon palaces, Xiaohua asked again, Dragon Island is probably the same as the Immortal Palaces, no one knows where it is? Yes, that is exactly the case. Fujiwen nodded, a trace of longing appeared in his eyes. No matter if it is the Immortal Palaces, Dragon Island, Great Lightning Tune Temple or Great Sage Temple, they are all only heard of but not seen. Let's not talk about this anymore. Xiaohua asked, let's talk about the 10 great imperial equipment. Yes, Fujiwen said with a smile, this imperial equipment ranked 7th is a wonderful item, it is called Beauty Jade. Beauty Jade? Xiaohua reached out his hand and scratched his chin a few times, as if he understood. He said with a smile, young Master Fu means, all male cultivators should like it? Ha ha ha, Fujiwen said, it is said to be so. But I'm afraid that only the man who actually obtained the Beauty Jade would know the specific benefits, right? Sweat this kind of thing can also be called a imperial equipment? After Xiaohua seemed to understand, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Fujiwen explained again, since fellow Taoist Xiao has thought of one of the layers, I'm sure you also understand that when this Jade of Beauty is used, it can transform into a frightening heavenly maiden. It's extremely easy for people with unstable mental states to fall into the trap. Lust is the first blade. Xiaohua sighs and says, the power of this color is even heavier than the power of dragons and elephants, and even heavier than our mountains and rivers. No wonder this Jade Beauty is ranked above the fan of mountains and rivers. That's right. There are several times more male cultivators than female cultivators in this world. It's very difficult to escape from this Jade Beauty. What about the 6th-ranked imperial equipment? Xiaohua pursed his lips and smiled. This Xiao is very curious as to which imperial equipment can suppress the Beauty Jade. To be able to suppress the Beauty Jade, it's naturally the words that have existed since time immemorial and run through the past and present. It can turn a woman into a skeleton. Fujiwen says with a smile, without words, without sentences, without text, those beauties can only be a lump of meat, a skeleton. After 100 years, who can still remember them? Inscriptions? It should be said that the collection of inscriptions and scrolls is completed. Fujiwen nods. This imperial equipment is called the 10,000-word book. According to legend, it was written by the earliest 9,999 inscriptions born in the world in ancient times. When the 10,000-word book is used, every word can reach the stars, every word can disturb heaven and earth. It can be said that every word is a gem, every word is heavy, every word is ancient. Under this 10,000-word book, even if the sage of literature can reach the Milky Way, he will still be suppressed by these words. Not even a trace of noble spirit will leak out. 9,999 inscriptions? Xiao Hua frowned. Why not 10,000? It is said that when the 10,000th inscription was created, heaven and earth changed colors, gods and devils wept, mountains collapsed and the earth cracked. Thus, the last inscription A was merged with heaven and earth, and no one can see it. Of course, if anyone can see this inscription A, their body will immediately become a sage. Hearing this, Xiao Hua can't help but secretly curl his lips. Isn't this the soul cultivator's green seal text? Xiao Hua clearly knows what the inscription A looks like. Xiao Hua is even more clear about the power of the green seal text. In this world, besides the green seal text, how can there be 9,999 inscriptions A with the same power? Isn't this the legendary inscription A? Oh, young Master Fu, please wait a moment. Just as Xiao Hua curls his lips and Fu Jiwen is about to speak, Xiao Hua suddenly waves his hand and says. Fu Jiwen is stunned, but looking at the auction downstairs, he immediately understands. Just as the two are talking, Yu Linfeng has already bid for the blood ink. The one who obtained it is the person who bid for the thunder-amplifying wood with Xiao Hua. After the blood ink, he bid for a few more rare items. Now, on the lacquer plate in front of Yu Linfeng is a jade eye. Yu Linfeng is also speaking in a loud voice. Fellow immortals, after bidding for some rare items of the hidden immortal continent, let's take a break for a while. Now, there are a few interesting items. Although they have nothing to do with us Confucian cultivators, if any of you are good at both, you can use a small amount of primeval stones to bid for them. This jade eye in front of me records a Taoist technique called wind and cloud spell. Just as Yu Linfeng says this, an impatient person everywhere interrupts him. A cold voice says, Fellow immortal you, our 3 continents have a law. No one can sell Taoist techniques. What are you doing? Aren't you afraid that Zhai Xinglu will be destroyed by the immortal palace? My Zhai Xinglu has always been enforcing the law. How can we violate the iron law of the 3 continents? Yu Linfeng says with a smile, in order to contain the great enemy of us Confucian cultivators, the immortal palace prohibits the sale of Taoist techniques. However, it is only limited to low-level and basic techniques. As for high-level techniques, they don't really care. As for fellow immortals, there are people with peerless aptitudes. I'm afraid many of you also have Taoist cultivation, right? My Zhai Xinglu's technique is only a technique between the 3 levels of essence energy. It should be a Taoist golden core technique, but it is not prohibited by the immortal palace. Hearing this, Fu Jiwen looks at the star-shaped Xiao Hua and understands something. He knows that Xiao Hua wants to bid for this item. Oh my, a Taoist technique of the 3 levels of essence energy. That voice smacks his lips and says, this thing must cost a lot of primeval stones, right? Not much, not much. 1 top-grade primeval stone. Yu Linfeng waves his hand and says. Damn, 1 top-grade primeval stone. That voice seems to want to jump up from below. This is too expensive. How could anyone want it? Yu Linfeng shrugs his shoulders and slightly waves the folding fan in his hand. With a calm appearance, he says, there's no other way, it's a rare item worth hoarding. This is the price. This is a technique. Unlike some imperial tool or scroll, it can be passed down forever. Moreover, in the eyes of fellow immortals, it may be worthless, but in the eyes of others, it may be a priceless treasure. 1 top-grade primeval stone. Without waiting for Yu Linfeng to finish speaking, someone not far away called out a price. Oh. Xiao Hua was greatly surprised. He looked downstairs. Needless to say, this person must have a Taoist cultivation base. Moreover, he must have already reached the peak of foundation establishment, or even the early Jindan stage. Only then would he come to the auction to bid for this Jindan cultivation method. Good, this fellow immortal bids 1 top-grade primeval stone. Yu Linfeng raises his eyebrows and calls out in a slightly exaggerated manner, is there anyone else bidding? Hee, I'm afraid one top-grade primeval stone is enough to close the deal. Besides Xiaohua, Fu Jiwen says with a smile, even fellow Daoist Xiao wouldn't spend a few top-grade primeval stones to compete with a Daoist disciple for this golden core technique, right? Xiaohua nods, indeed. Now that the Daoist sects are in decline, any Daoist cultivator who has some sense of the big picture wouldn't kill each other like this. Sure enough, after this cultivator speaks, although the entire auction is somewhat noisy, no one bids against him. If no one bids, this item will be this fellow Immortal's. Yu Linfeng raises his folding fan and is about to drop it. Wait. At this moment, the person on the third floor opposite Xiaohua speaks again. I'll add 10 top-grade primeval stones. Oh. This is. Not only is Xiaohua baffled, even Fu Jiwen raises his eyebrows and looks at the opposite building with some surprise. After all, although the opposite side has only bid twice, the items they bid for each time are completely unrelated to the Daoist sects. One is the Thunder Amplification Wood, the other is the Light Beast Blood Ink. How could they bid again for a golden core technique? Could it be a diversion? This person in front of us is also a Daoist cultivator? Xiaohua seems to understand something. His goal is the same as mine, also a Daoist treasure? If so, just now, I was too impetuous. I thought this person was that Duanmu. That's not right. Just as he thinks up to here, Xiaohua seems to have thought of something again and a trace of a smile hangs at the corner of his mouth. Fuck, just now from that tone, I can only guess with 30% certainty that that person is young Master Duanmu. But now that this guy opened his mouth to bid for this Daoist sex technique, I'm afraid I'm 70% sure that this person is young Master Duanmu. The person who bid for the Thunder Amplification Wood with me just now is really a Daoist cultivator? Fu Jiwen at the side shifts his gaze from outside and looks at Xiaohua. After all, the Daoist sex methods are unique and can use this Thunder Amplification Wood in many places. Would a Daoist sect disciple be very familiar with this star-picking tower's manager? Xiaohua smiles faintly. Fu Jiwen, however, says with a smile, fellow Daoist Xiao, I'm not too sure about your cultivation, but I reckon you should be the kind of cultivator who secludes himself from the world and only cultivates Daoist sex techniques, not involving yourself in other things. Fellow Daoist also doesn't know, in this hidden immortal continent, no, it should be the 3 continents. Although many cultivators don't dare to say that they are good at both sects, there are often some Confucian cultivators who have Daoist divine abilities and Buddhist sects who have Confucian cultivators' divine abilities. The person bidding may not be a true Daoist sect cultivator, but he may also have Daoist divine abilities. Even if this kind of person has some connection with star-picking tower, it's also normal. Chapter 3277. Xiaohua had already told Fu Jiwen about his situation. Now that he had asked him so many seemingly ordinary things, Fu Jiwen's explanation was also normal. Especially since Fu Jiwen didn't know about his conflict with Duanmu Gongzi, of course he didn't think as much as he did. Let's wait and see. Xiaohua didn't explain and only responded. Downstairs, in this short moment, dozens of high-grade primeval stones had already been added. Finally, the cultivator downstairs helplessly withdrew. Clearly, he was somewhat embarrassed. Good, this wind and cloud art will go to this. Yu Linfeng waved his hand. Just as he was about to settle, Xiaohua raised his voice again, 2 top-grade primeval stones. Boom. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire auction was bustling with activity again. Obviously, the first wave of the thunder-amplifying wood was caused by Xiaohua and the person opposite him. Now, this inconspicuous jade eyes had successfully provoked a fight between the two. Add 10 high-grade primeval stones. The voice from the opposite side was extremely fast. It was a bit faster than the previous bid with the cultivator downstairs. And this voice, when heard by Xiaohua's ears, actually carried a kind of relaxed, a kind of excitement. It really is this guy. Xiao Hua's eyes slightly narrowed. That's right, since Xiao Hua could guess that the person opposite him was Duanmu Gongzi, how could Duanmu Gongzi not guess that it was Xiao Hua here? Not to mention that Duanmu Gongzi had already met several distinguished guests on the third floor before entering the balcony, just based on Duanmu Gongzi's words just now. As long as someone paid attention, they would be able to guess that the person on the balcony was Duanmu Gongzi. But Xiao Hua still twisted his neck and competed with him. Who else could it be other than Xiao Hua? Of course, it couldn't be ruled out that there were other cultivators who urgently needed the thunder-amplifying wood and thus didn't care about Duanmu Gongzi's face. Therefore, Duanmu Gongzi was the same as Xiao Hua, bidding with the cultivator downstairs in an uncertain situation. The purpose of this bidding wasn't the wind and cloud art, but Xiao Hua's identity. Even the moment Duanmu Gongzi bid for the wind and cloud art, he already denied that Xiao Hua was on the balcony and thought that the cultivator downstairs was Xiao Hua. Of course, in this way, Duanmu Gongzi won the wind and cloud art and ruined Xiao Hua's good thing, so Duanmu Gongzi was also happy. After all, it was only a top-grade primeval stone, Duanmu Gongzi could still afford to waste. Since Xiao Hua understood the reason, why didn't he stand up to fight? There had already been conflicts left and right, so what was one more? Naturally, Xiao Hua's shout had revealed his identity to young Master Duanmu at the same time. How could young Master Duanmu not be excited? 3 top-grade primordial stones. Xiao Hua shouted again without hesitation. Fu Jiwen was greatly alarmed and said anxiously, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, although this cultivation method is rare, but it's really not worth 2 supreme-grade essence stones. Add another 10 upper-grade primordial stones." Young Master Duanmu also opened his mouth. "Forget it." At this moment, Xiao Hua smiled and said loudly, "Just now, this old man took advantage of this fellow immortal. This time, even though this old man really desires this jade eye, in order to make up for the injury I inflicted on fellow immortal, I'll give it to fellow immortal. You." Right after Xiao Hua finished speaking, a furious roar rose, but it only lasted for a moment before the voice fell silent again. When it spoke again, there was no anger in it. "Then thank you, fellow Taoist." Hearing the word, fellow Taoist, Xiao Hua shrugged and said to Fu Jiwen with a smile, "See, you're indeed a fellow Taoist. This Xiao knows his mistake and corrects it. Can this be considered the greatest virtue?" Fu Jiwen naturally couldn't see Xiao Hua's expression, but he stood up apologetically and cupped his hands, saying, "Alas, it's all my fault. I caused fellow Taoist Xiao to become enemies with this person." At this point, what did Fu Jiwen not understand? It's just that he thought it was his own matter that made things difficult for Xiao Hua. "It has nothing to do with you." Xiao Hua waved his hand, indicating for Fu Jiwen to stand up. If there's no accident, that person should be young Master Duanmu of the Duanmu family. This Xiao doesn't know his name, but when I entered Star Picking Tower, this Xiao inadvertently had an unnecessary conflict with him. Even if this Xiao ignores him, he'll still remember this Xiao in his heart. There's no harm in letting him spend 3 supreme-grade primordial stones, to deepen his impression. "See Duanmu family." Xiao Hua said it casually, but Fu Jiwen gasped. The Duanmu family was truly a colossus to him. "Ignore him." Xiao Hua waved his hand, he also doesn't know who this Xiao is. "After tonight, we'll go our separate ways." Fu Jiwen looked at Xiao Hua's figure, bit his lips slightly, and said in a low voice, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, the Duanmu family isn't an ordinary family. Even if fellow Taoist has the cultivation of 7th grade essence energy, I'm afraid you won't be able to confront them head-on." "Oh? 7th grade essence energy?" When Xiao Hua heard this, he unconsciously felt a little bitter in his mouth. 7th grade essence energy was the cultivation of body integration. Given 1,000 years, who knew if Xiao Hua could cultivate into body integration? However, Fu Jiwen hesitated again and said, "The descendants of the Duanmu family are also divided into direct and side branches, and even partial branches. Not everyone with the surname Duanmu can't be provoked." To be able to participate in this kind of auction in Bronze Pillar Nation, they shouldn't be from the direct branch of the Duanmu family. Fellow Daoist Xiao doesn't need to be too worried. And this Xiao understands. Xiao Hua's voice regained its calmness. He already had a plan in his heart. This Duanmu family was like the Imperial Thunder sect. Although it was very big, but on the other hand, it also had a lot of disciples. This Duanmu young master's cultivation wasn't very high, but there were probably many disciples like him in the Duanmu family. There might not be any top cultivators who would stand up for some small matter for no reason. You better tell this Xiao what the fifth imperial artifact is. All right. Fu Jiwen saw that Xiao Hua was calm. Although he was a little anxious in his heart, he could only agree and sit down again. He said, the fifth imperial artifact is the Divine Devil Chess. Divine Devil Chess? When Xiao Hua heard this, he frowned again. What chess? How did it become one of the top 10 imperial artifacts? Fellow Daoist isn't the only one who is puzzled. Even I and many other cultivators don't understand. Fu Jiwen said absent-mindedly, it said that the reason why the Divine Devil Chess became one of the top 10 imperial artifacts is because of the mystery of this Divine Devil Chess. No one has ever seen this Divine Devil Chess, and no one knows the use of this Divine Devil Chess. I have only heard that this Divine Devil Chess is a chess set that uses heaven and earth as the chessboard, and gods and devils as the chess pieces. Gods and devils? How is that possible? Xiao Hua snorted. He felt that this Confucian student was the best at making up nonsense. Everything that came out of their mouth was impossible. Gods and devils, how could they be chess pieces? If gods and devils were chess pieces, who would be able to control gods and devils? That's right. Fu Jiwen withdrew the trace of worry in his eyes and said with a smile, that's right. However, I have also heard of some legends that are related to this Divine Devil Chess. Xiao Hua looked downstairs. The auction had started again. Yu Linfeng actually took out some Dao sect talisman crafting and alchemy techniques to bid. These talisman crafting and alchemy techniques were obviously more popular than golden core cultivation techniques. Many cultivators began to bid. Of course, the price of these secret techniques was far less than the golden core cultivation techniques. Suddenly, Xiao Hua's heart moved, and he secretly said, damn it, I forgot. I have now reached the peak of golden core stage. Although I still don't have any signs of condensing a nascent soul, and I don't know how to condense a nascent soul, I should prepare these nascent soul pills and nascent soul birth pills. Now in these 3 continents, Dao sects have declined, and it's hard to say if there are any nascent soul cultivators. Where would there be people who can refine nascent soul pills and nascent soul birth pills for them? I'm afraid I have to refine them myself. It's said that only pills refined by pill masters who surpass nascent soul can truly form a nascent soul. However, in terms of cultivation and comprehension of heavenly Tao, my green-robed primordial spirit may not be inferior to a nascent soul cultivator. I wonder if the nascent soul birth pills and nascent soul birth pills he refined are useful? No matter what, I don't have the pill formulas here, and I have to find the pill formulas of these pills in these 3 continents. Alas, it's really difficult. Hee, young Master Fu. Xiao Hua's ears perked up, waiting for Yu Linfeng to finish refining the pill formulas. At the same time, he said to Fu Jiwen, quickly tell me about the legend. Fu Jiwen cleared his throat, and said with a smile, this legend is different from Misty like Immortal Robe. According to legend, tens of thousands of years ago, there was a flourishing empire on this hidden immortal continent called Dongqin. This Dongqin Empire's territory was vast, and it occupied most of Qing Province and Su Province among the 9 provinces of hidden immortal continent. It was more than 10 times bigger than the second-ranked country. Moreover, this Dongqin Empire's several generations of kings were extremely wise. Under their political and military skills, this Dongqin Empire's people were rich, and the country was prosperous, attracting tens of thousands of countries. However, in the end, an extremely ambitious monarch appeared in the Dongqin Empire. He wanted to be the ruler of the entire hidden immortal continent, so he began to develop his military force and frantically expanded. At the beginning, the Dongchen Empire's expansion was very smooth, and it once reached 3 provinces. However, when the Dongchen Empire attacked a nameless small country in Yan province, they encountered an unprecedented resistance. Many of the Dongchen Empire's famous generals died in this small country. In the end, the king was enraged and personally led the army to attack. This king was said to have a cultivation of 5th grade essence force, and he had countless generals under his command. All of them were 3rd or 4th grade essence force cultivators. Under the king's frantic attack, that small country was forced to retreat, and finally reached the end of the line. Just when the Dongchen Empire's king thought that victory was in his hands, he heard a series of earth-shattering roars from thousands of miles away. The originally clear sky was instantly covered with dark clouds, and the entire ground was also covered with black flames. In this drastic change in the sky, a huge chessboard appeared. On the left and right of the chessboard, there were 6 godly generals and 6 demon generals. Each of them had their own responsibilities, and they charged out from the chessboard. Within thousands of miles, all living things were slaughtered by these 12 godly demons. Although the king urgently mobilized all the generals to fight back, how could they be a match for the godly demons? In just half a day's time, Dongchen Empire's 100,000 elite soldiers were all crushed into meat paste. Not a single one of them could escape alive. The most frightening thing was that the nameless small country also had no survivors. Within thousands of miles, all living things were plunged into misery and suffering. Vengeful spirits wandered around freely, and even the demon generals who were born with ghosts could not devour the millions of living things in time. Chapter 3278. After all the living beings were massacred, wind and thunder raged between heaven and earth. Torrential rain poured down, and everything within 10,000 miles became a swamp. However, within this swamp, corpses lay everywhere, and blood flowed everywhere. The stench of blood did not dissipate even after 100 years, and no one could survive in this place. Fujiwen spoke eloquently. As for the celestial fiend chess that caused such a calamity, it disappeared without a trace. Where it went, or which expert triggered the celestial fiend chess, no one knows until now. Of course, from this legend, I feel that this celestial fiend chess is a great killing machine. Its activation requires the sacrifice of tens of thousands, or even hundreds of millions of living beings. Unless it's a matter of life and death, no one would easily take it out. That's why it's so mysterious. My goodness. Xiaohua sighed, such a great killing machine. I'm afraid it's ranked first among the 10 great imperial artifacts, right? Why is it only ranked 5th? Fujiwen shook his head. This celestial fiend chess is too bloody. Confucian cultivators would never place it first. Actually. Xiaohua laughed again. This legend is too exaggerated, to the point that I feel that it's all made up. Look at that so-called Dongchen Empire. They're crazy and exaggerated. Do those Confucian aristocratic families not care? Although Duanmu aristocratic family is a first-class Confucian aristocratic family, it's not difficult for them to reach out and take care of this matter, right? Secondly, that monarch was actually able to cultivate to the 4th grade of origin power. How long is his lifespan? He's probably tired of being the monarch, right? Thirdly, so many famous generals have fallen in this nameless small country. That monarch, how could he personally go into battle? Furthermore, life is the most important thing. Fourthly, since Dongchen Empire is so powerful, it must have 10 great imperial artifacts, right? Can't the ones ranked first suppress the celestial fiend chess? Ha! Fujiwen laughed. Fellow Daoist Xiao, don't nitpick too much. This is just a legend, who knows if it's true. However, there's one thing that's true. Oh. It's that 10,000 miles of blood pool, Fujiwen said. Today, that blood pool is still uninhabitable, and it's still abnormally bloody. Even birds can't fly over that blood pool. Back then, I even made a trip there. Is that so? Xiaohua asked curiously. That place is in Yan province? Yes, it's Celestial Fiend Blood Pool. If there is a chance, this Xiao will personally go and take a look. It was very strange. When Xiaohua heard this very unfamiliar name, a trace of feeling suddenly appeared in his heart. This feeling was indescribable, as if it was a kind of summoning. Oh, that's right. As soon as Xiaohua felt this, he immediately asked, the God and Devil Blood Pool is the place where the God and Devil chest disappeared. Could it be that no one went there to see it? Xiao, Confucian, Xiaohua, Confucian, Yen, Confucian, Taoist and cult of cultivators, fiends, Yen, 1,000 years, and Confucian, Xiao, Confucian and years. Xiao, Yate. Xiao, 8, Yen. Xiao. How dare you? You're going against your ancestors. Just as Xiaohua sighed and wanted to listen to the stories of the other 10 great imperial equipment he heard a few angry curses that sounded like rolling thunder coming from downstairs, instantly attracting Xiaohua and Fu Jiwen's attention. The two of them thought to themselves at the same time, what's going on? At this auction, Yulin Feng had a row of 4 scrolls open in front of him. These scrolls were all rolled up together and tied together with purple threads. In front of him, the so-called rotten scholars that Xiaohua had just seen walked out of the crowd. They stood under these scrolls and scolded, Yulin Feng, you are also a disciple of us Confucian cultivators. Your star-plucking tower is also a branch of us Confucian cultivators. How can you be so blinded by primeval stones? The so-called imperial artifacts, the so-called spiritual herbs, the so-called blood ink, you can just bid. Those are only used for cultivation, defense, and attack. But although the calligraphy and paintings of the great scholars of the early years contain an unparalleled noble spirit, they themselves represent the academic achievements of these great scholars. They are the crystallization of their lifetime's knowledge, and can't be compared to those earthly imperial artifacts and scrolls. You're bidding for the painstaking efforts of these great scholars in public. Isn't that a disgrace to culture? Isn't that a disgrace to your ancestors? Although Yu Linfeng's expression was somewhat awkward, he still carefully cupped his hands and said, Seniors. Although these scrolls are the writings of great scholars, they're still scrolls. Our star-picking tower can't just keep these sacred objects in our tower, can we? We have to let these great scholars' knowledge be admired by the younger generation, right? Perhaps our star-picking tower's method is a bit wrong, a bit vulgar, and can't enter your eyes, but it's still our star-picking tower's way of commemorating and valuing these great scholars, right? Bullshit. An old man with a bald head and a few strands of white hair under his chin raised his walking stick and swung it at Yulin Feng in midair. He scolded, I'll beat you to death, you unfilial junior. The calligraphy and paintings of great scholars are elegant objects that can only be admired in a quiet room. Once these elegant objects are here, they're stained with the stench of money. Inside, the noble spirit that all of you are drooling over is also somewhat inferior. Although these calligraphy and paintings have an incomparably pure noble spirit, these are the condensation of the great scholar's essence, qi, and spirit. They're not used for ordinary attacks. Another old man raised his trembling arm and said, You little bastard, your words are even better than singing. Who doesn't know that you're using these calligraphy and paintings as scrolls? Using the essence, qi, and spirit of these great scholars to fight for you? When the essence, qi, and spirit of these calligraphy and paintings are gone, these calligraphy and paintings will become trash. What a wastrel. Ha ha ha. Upstairs, Xiaohua laughed, thinking, isn't this the rotten scholar that Xiao Yi mentioned just now, who's here to cause trouble? They treat the scrolls of those great scholars as their heirlooms and don't allow Zhai Xinglu to bid for them. But, is this possible? Sure enough, Yulin Feng said loudly, Seniors, if you feel that these calligraphy and paintings are the painstaking efforts of great scholars and can only be admired in a quiet room, then why don't you bid for these calligraphy and paintings? If they're in your hands, won't my Zhai Xinglu be more at ease? Your Zhai Xinglu is blinded by greed. Don't tell me the base price of these calligraphy and paintings are in supreme-grade primordial stones. How can a few poor old men like us afford to bid for them? A few rotten scholars said angrily. Hearing this, Fu Jiwen also understood. He sighed and said, what these seniors said, is right. The ancient great scholars' handwriting is getting fewer and fewer. I don't know when these will all disappear. Calligraphy and paintings without essence, qi, and spirit, are simply dead objects. It's impossible to show the style of the great scholars of various sects. Xiao Hua just stood there and spoke without pain. He waved his hand with a smile. If the old doesn't go, the new won't come. Without these ancient great scholars, aren't there still the great scholars of today? There are more and more great scholars in each generation. What's so great about that? Haha, Fu Jiwen smiled bitterly and said, fellow Xiao may not know, but the so-called great scholars are also called great scholars. They're not purely from cultivation. They're those who read books and poems, have noble moral character, and are knowledgeable scholars. Those who can be called great scholars, or great scholars, are those who opened a school of thought and have a place in the debate of the 100 schools of thought. How can it be so easy for the later generations to give birth to them? So that's how it is. Xiao Hua's face unconsciously changed, and he was filled with respect. He already understood that this so-called great scholar was not a kind of realm as he thought, but a kind of honor, a kind of title. If he forced himself to compare with the people of the Tao sect, then the founder of the Imperial Thunder sect, Taoist Master Qian Yun, was probably this kind of person. Then, the debate of the 100 schools of thought. Xiao Hua just said half of this sentence, but he swallowed it back down. He didn't even seem to understand the 10 great imperial artifacts. Now he actually wanted to ask about the debate of the 100 schools of thought. He was afraid that if he let Fu Jiwen ask them one by one, he wouldn't be able to finish all of them tonight. Let's wait and slowly ask in the future. Xiao Hua didn't ask anymore, but at the auction, those rotten scholars became even more aggressive. They practically jumped up and cursed Zhai Xinglu's evil deeds. From the calligraphy and paintings of the great scholars to the cultivation methods of the Confucian school, and even the imperial artifacts of the Confucian school, they all became Zhai Xinglu's crimes of forgetting their ancestors and betraying their ancestors. No matter how Yu Linfeng explained, he was not allowed to bid on these great scholars' calligraphy and paintings. Xiao Hua was a bit bored and was just about to ask about the 10 great imperial artifacts when he suddenly became vigilant. He raised his eyebrows and asked, Xiao Yi, what's the matter? Reporting to Senior, someone sent a visiting card and wants to come and pay a visit to Senior. Xiao Yi's voice came from outside. Xiao Hua's eyes turned, and he said with a smile, come in first. Yes, Senior. As Xiao Yi spoke, she walked in with a golden visiting card. Just as she was about to respectfully hand it over, Xiao Hua hurriedly waved his hand and said, don't be anxious. This old man is just asking, is the owner of this visiting card an honored guest on the 3rd floor? Yes, Senior. Xiao Yi nodded and said, any honored guest on the 3rd floor of the Bright Moon Palace can pay a visit to each other if they don't want to hide their identity. Just now, this servant not only saw several attendants of the honored guest carrying visiting cards to other pavilions, but also saw 2 honored guests enter other rooms. Who sent this visiting card? Do you know? Xiao Hua asked again. Xiao Yi shook her head. This servant doesn't know. The one who sent the visiting card was also Xiao Yi, not that Senior's attendant. And, since that's the case, this old man doesn't need to look at this visiting card. Xiao Hua said with a flick of his sleeve, tell that Xiao Yi exactly what I said. Xiao Yi's expression changed slightly again, and she begged in a low voice, Senior, you don't need to make things so stiff. Even if you don't want to see that person, you only need to say that you don't want to see him. There's no need to return the visiting card. This kind of face-slapping matter. Senior should consider it more carefully. Chapter 3279. So it's like this. Xiaohua had always believed in the advice of others. He thought for a moment and said, then put down the visiting card. You tell Xiao Yi that this old man has a guest here and it's not convenient for me to see him. Xiao Yi's face lit up with joy. She smiled sweetly at Xiaohua and placed the visiting card on the desk before hurrying out. Fu Jiwen really wanted to know who the guest was. However, this was clearly Xiaohua's private matter. Since Xiaohua didn't intend to open the golden visiting card, Fu Jiwen shifted his gaze away from the golden visiting card and looked at the auction. At this time, the auction was as lively as a marketplace. Although there were no peddlers, the several old men, whose veins were bulging, looked like old beggars who were pointing and gesticulating around a vegetable stall. Where was the elegance in them? Where was the etiquette? It was as if the beauty of their first love was suddenly exposed in front of everyone, and they were trying their best to hide it. However, as Xiaohua watched, he felt somewhat sorrowful in his heart. Yes, the people of the secular world often said that there were only two words in this world, either fame or fortune. Everything else was born for fame and fortune, and if these two words were combined into one, they would become one word, and that would be profit. All the people in the world came for profit, and all the people in the world went for profit. This was exactly the case. Similarly, in the eyes of cultivators, there were also two words, either merit or longevity. All other things were born for this, merit and longevity. This skill was naturally the cultivation level, the realm, and the strength. This longevity was also lifespan, and immortality that cultivators pursued. If these two words were combined into one, it would be longevity. The cultivators in the world had countless methods. Killing and robbing, deceiving each other, and being selfish, wasn't it all for strength? And with strength, wasn't collecting a lot of resources for one's own longevity? It could also be said that everything in the world came for longevity, and everything in the world went for longevity. On the other hand, these seemingly inflexible scholars, although they took advantage of their seniority and pointed fingers at others, what they stubbornly defended was also the thought in their hearts. This thought was the inheritance of Confucian cultivation, the essence of Confucian cultivation, the true meaning of Confucian cultivation. Perhaps Dao Shan, who doesn't have any cultivation, can be compared to them. Looking at these rotten scholars, Xiaohua couldn't help but think of Dao Shan. When they had just arrived at the Seven Suns Temple tonight, Dao Shan's meticulous etiquette and clean and decent Taoist robes had left a deep impression on Xiaohua. This might be the last pride of these so-called rotten scholars, and also their last struggle. Xiaohua looked at the few old men who were panting and shouting hoarsely as he thought to himself, in the torrent of people who pursue profits, the so-called persistence can only be regarded as pedantic and can only be used as a support. In the eyes of others, the dignity that they try their best to maintain can only be regarded as the performance of actors, which can only make people laugh. Perhaps, such a Confucian cultivator is the hope of Taoism? Thinking of Xiao Yi's mockery of these rotten scholars, Xiaohua understood that the previous inheritance of Confucian cultivation had already declined, and the Taoist cultivation method that they had always ridiculed had gradually appeared. Even if it was only the beginning, it was clear that the essence of Taoism cultivation had already been implanted in the hearts of the new generation of Confucian cultivators. After another half a meal of cultivation, several white-haired rotten scholars collapsed on the ground. After all, they were already old, and their bodies could no longer support their rainbow-like ideals. Several Xiao Yis from the Bright Moon Palace leisurely walked over and offered hot tea and pastries. But, how could these old men use the pastries of the Bright Moon Palace? What was the difference between this and food that was given away? The old man's face was pale, and with a wave of his sleeve, all the pastries and hot water fell to the ground. He stepped on the pastries and slowly staggered away. Looking at these lonely figures, the entire Bright Moon Palace was deathly silent. Other people might not have thought as much as Xiaohua, but these old men's actions that pointed directly at their hearts caused them to naturally feel ashamed in their hearts, an indescribable sense of inferiority. Sigh. Contrary to Xiaohua's expectations, Fu Jiwen, who was beside him, looked at these old men with an indescribable expression in his eyes. He sighed deeply, and his tone was obviously heavy. "Young Master Fu?" Xiaohua asked curiously, "Could it be, you have other thoughts about these rotten scholars?" "Hee, fellow Taoist Xiao also knows about rotten scholars?" Fu Jiwen smiled faintly. "This humble one not only has some thoughts, but this humble one has also been deeply harmed by them." "Deeply harmed by them?" Xiaohua was even more puzzled. "Can you tell me more about it?" "I'm really sorry, fellow Taoist Xiao, but this is this humble one's privacy, and it's not good to joke about it." Fu Jiwen shook his head. "However, although this humble one says that this humble one has been deeply harmed by them, the root of this harm is still love. It's just that this love is too heavy, too old-fashioned." Xiaohua looked thoughtfully at Fu Jiwen's complicated expression, then smiled and said, "As long as it's love, then it's fine. Whether it's old-fashioned or heavy, it's better than nothing. Moreover, this is love, the most selfless thing in the world. Young Master Fu, treasure it well." "Yes, this humble one understands." Fu Jiwen nodded. "Deep love, deep responsibility, that's exactly how it is." At this point, Fu Jiwen didn't say anything else, and Xiaohua didn't ask any more questions. He stuck his head out and looked down. At this moment, he was very curious about these 4 scrolls. These were the handwriting of a great scholar who founded a sect. What would they look like? Fellow immortals. At this moment, Yu Linfeng smiled bitterly. "My Zhai Xing Lu actually understands these elders' painstaking efforts. These scrolls are indeed the handwriting of an ancient great scholar, and shouldn't be treated as ordinary scrolls to be auctioned. Of course, my Zhai Xing Lu has also taken out these scrolls separately as a sign of respect. Moreover, my Zhai Xing Lu has always been a place for auctions. Since my Zhai Xing Lu has obtained these scrolls, it means that these scrolls can be auctioned. Moreover, our Confucian cultivation is the grandest cultivation method in the world, and we can't stick to the rules. We can only innovate at every moment, and maintain a fresh flow of water. This is the only way to ensure our Confucian cultivation's solid position in the 3 continents. Forget it, this humble one won't say much. Either way, others will be criticized, and this humble one will silently guard my heart. This humble one is currently the host of this auction, so this auction will be a success." Yu Linfeng pointed at the scrolls in front of him again and smiled bitterly. "Also, this humble one would like to say that the handwriting in these scrolls, although it's also left behind by a great Confucian cultivator, it's not the great Confucian you all mentioned just now. For example, the scroll on the left has the word law, written by the great Confucian of the legalists, Senior Han Cheng. Fellow immortals, think about it, if it's really the handwriting of a great Confucian who founded a sect, then it's a treasure of calligraphy in the world. Not to mention that my Zhai Xing Lu can't afford it, even if we want to bid, we have to save it for last." "Huh, fellow immortal you, don't hold back your resentment." A cultivator laughed. "The old man's words make sense, and your Zhai Xing Lu's actions are also reasonable. There's no right or wrong in this world. Fellow immortal, why don't you open Senior Han's treasure of calligraphy and take a look?" "That's right, fellow immortal you, hurry up and open Senior Han's treasure of calligraphy. We can't wait any longer." Many people started shouting, and even more people looked eagerly at the other 3 scrolls. They really wanted to know who the great Confucian handwriting that Zhai Xing Lu had put up for bid belonged to. "Everyone, please wait a moment. I still have to inform the officials of the Copper Pillar State. If the great Confucian handwriting is opened, it'll cause too much of a commotion," Yu Linfeng said, gesturing to a corner of the Bright Moon Palace. There, a woman in palace robes hurried over. "Fellow Taoist Xiao, upstairs," Fu Jiwen explained to Xiaohua, "the legalists are a branch of Confucian cultivators. Because they believe in using law to rule the country, there's no need to be close or distant, there's no need to be high or low, there's no need to judge by law, they're called the legalists." The famous ancient figures Guanzhong and Zichan were the pioneers of the legalists. Li Kai, Shangyang, Shenbuhai, Shendao, and the others founded the legalists. In the end, Han Fei combined Shang Yang's law, Shen Dao's power, and Shen Buhai's technique to form the culmination of the legalists' ideology. Therefore, Han Fei can be considered the great scholar who founded the legalists. He received the honorific title of Z and is known as Han Fei's Z. Note, in the future esoteric debate, the third place won't be listed solely for the ancestors. It's in accordance with history. However, everyone must remember that this is just a name. There's no need to take the rest seriously. Apart from Senior Han Fei, Z, the other representatives of the legalists are Li Si and Shang Yang. As for Senior Han Cheng, he's a descendant of Senior Han Fei, Z. As for which generation, I'm not too sure. Apart from the legalists, what other 99 schools are there? Xiao Hua finally couldn't help but ask. Fu Jiwen smiled and waved his hand. Fellow Taoist, you misunderstand. The esoteric debate is just a description of the numerous and complex schools of thought. There aren't really 100 schools of thought. To be honest, according to the historical records, there were many schools of thought that hadn't been founded. How could there be only 100? There were more than thousands. Confucianism is actually this prosperous? Xiao Hua was truly amazed. Apart from the legalists, the most famous schools are the Confucians, the Mahists, the militarists, the scholars, the Yin-Yang school, the school of vertical and horizontal, the school of miscellaneous, the school of farmer, the school of fiction, the school of martial arts, and other schools of thought. Fu Jiwen said simply. Even if it's just these simple and famous schools, I'm afraid fellow Taoist Xiao will be confused if I explain them one by one. Why don't you take a look at what scrolls the Bright Moon Palace is selling and I'll slowly explain them to fellow Taoist. Hee, that's great, Xiao Hua nodded. To be honest, when he heard the legalists say something like, don't be too close or distant, don't be too noble or lowly, cut off by law, Xiao Hua felt a headache coming on. He was a genuine Taoist cultivator. Although he had some Confucian foundation, he didn't have the slightest understanding of any theories or poetry. How could he possibly understand? He might as well listen to the stories of the 10 great imperial artifacts. Chapter 3280. Yu Linfeng smiled and raised his hand. Han Cheng's scroll slowly flew to Yu Linfeng's eyes. Yu Linfeng carefully reached out and pinched the purple thread. With a gentle tug, the scroll slowly unfurled. Swoosh! A pure white light shot out from where the scroll was unfurled, as if opening a door under the sun. Buzz! Another sword hum followed the white light. Boom! The light was so dazzling that even someone as strong as Xiao Hua couldn't help but squint. Before he could get used to the light, another muffled thunderous sound rushed out from the scroll like a torrential river, going against the heavens and rushing towards the top of the Bright Moon Palace. See-la-la. With a sound that sounded like it was crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood, the defensive primary formation on top of the Bright Moon Palace was instantly destroyed by the overwhelming gang qi contained within the white light. Not only did the countless sword cries within the Bright Moon Palace resonate, but the overwhelming gang qi also pierced straight into the night sky like a giant sword. Bright Moon Square was a place that didn't sleep. It was brightly lit and people didn't sleep at all. Zhai Xinglu was an extremely mysterious place to them. Because those who could come to Bright Moon Square were all rich, but rich people might not be able to go to Zhai Xinglu. Even if some people who didn't know the details wanted to take a look at Zhai Xinglu, they didn't have any vitality stones or traces of cultivation. It was difficult for them to enter Zhai Xinglu. Now, this giant flying sword was like a heavenly soldier rushing into the night sky. Everyone within 10 miles could see it clearly. How could they not be shocked? Inevitably, everyone in the Bright Moon Lane escaped from the nephrite and the fine wine. They stretched their bodies to look at the flying sword in the night sky, gesticulating with their hands and feet. They were abnormally excited as they discussed incessantly. Such a grand occasion was even more beautiful than any fireworks. Although all eyes in Bright Moon Square were focused on Zhai Xinglu, although those who hadn't slept yet were also focused on Zhai Xinglu, the vast energy that represented righteousness and righteousness couldn't illuminate the night sky. Between the light and darkness, there were still some ghosts that wandered freely in the darkness, undisturbed by the sharpness of the flying sword. This is the sword chi of a sword cultivator. The moment Han Qing opened the scroll, the brilliance was so brilliant that Xiao Hua couldn't help but close his eyes. However, even so, the large law character still passed through Xiao Hua's eyes and engraved itself into his mind. Every stroke of this law character was in the shape of a flying sword. The entire brilliance rushing into the night sky was also a soaring sword energy. Xiao Hua, who was used to seeing sword chi in Dawn Rain Continent, couldn't help but groan. He completely understood in his heart, this sword cultivator is indeed a branch of Confucian cultivator. Moreover, it actually originated from Confucian cultivator's legalism. Alas, there are laws in the mortal world, with punishment as the guiding principle. There are laws in heaven and earth, with the sword as the guiding principle. Isn't the law of heaven and earth swept away by sword energy? Inside the Bright Moon Palace, the sounds of metal clanging could be heard. Some were the cries of swords, and some were the cries of weapons. Even some of the weaker cultivators had their true energy stirred. Whoosh! Yu Linfeng shook the scroll in his hand, and the scroll slowly closed up. The sword light that soared into the sky was absorbed into the scroll. Naturally, the sounds of metal clanging within the Bright Moon Palace gradually faded away, and the palace gradually returned to its previous calm. Good heavens, this is merely Senior Han Cheng's handwriting, but it already has such a powerful aura. The majestic aura contained in this handwriting can really shock heaven and earth. Even after fellow Immortal you put away the scroll, this one still hasn't seen Senior Han's original handwriting. If someone were to hold this scroll, wouldn't it be comparable to an imperial weapon? A shocked voice couldn't help but speak. I just don't know. If it was Senior Han Fizi's original handwriting, what kind of aura would it have? Fellow Immortal, what you said is also this one's thoughts. Yu Linfeng's eyes flashed with fervor as he looked at the scroll in front of him. Although this one hasn't seen that kind of heaven-shaking aura, this one heard from the seniors of Star Plucking Tower that if it was Senior Han Fizi's handwriting, this brilliance should be able to penetrate the outer realms and reflect the power of the outer realm stars. No evil in the world can resist this power of starlight. In particular, if it was Senior Han Fizi's handwriting, what broke through just now wasn't my Bright Moon Palace's origin array, but all the restrictions within a radius of 100 li would no longer exist. Damn it. Others didn't say anything, but Xiao Hua jumped up first and scolded with a smile, how is that possible? This thing isn't a real spiritual treasure. Without anyone activating it, how can it have such power? Unfortunately, before Xiao Hua finished speaking, Fu Jiwen laughed and said, fellow Taoist Xiao, you're still lacking. What Yu Linfeng said. I'm afraid it's not enough to describe Senior Han Fizi's original handwriting at his peak. According to this one's ancestors, 100,000 years ago, when the demon realm invaded. What? Demon realm invaded? Xiao Hua's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. This was the first time he heard about the demon realm in the hidden Immortal continent. Yes, it's really that time when the demon realm invaded. Fu Jiwen didn't understand Xiao Hua's surprise and nodded. That time, Senior Han Fizi's original handwriting revealed its might for the first time. When it was opened, it directly killed 100 demon generals. 100 demon generals. Xiao Hua was flabbergasted. He already knew from Zhang Qingxiao that the strength of a demon general was comparable to the golden core and nascent soul stage of the Dao sect. This Senior Han Fizi's handwriting was actually able to kill 100 nascent soul stage demon generals. Wasn't this too unimaginable? Bragging. Although Xiao Hua didn't refute, it was obvious that he was already secretly criticizing. It's exactly 100 demon generals. Fu Jiwen laughed, fellow Taoist, don't think this one is exaggerating. The righteous chi of us Confucian cultivators is the nemesis of the demon realm. Although their physical bodies are incomparably powerful, the demon flames and demon blood they cultivate have no resistance in front of the righteous chi of us Confucian cultivators. Especially when they invaded my hidden immortal continent, in front of the righteous chi that has been settled for hundreds of millions of years, it was like a drop of water falling into a sea of fire. How could it set off a big wave? Oh, this one understands. Xiaohua nodded, there is righteous chi in heaven and earth. Since ancient times, it has been supporting the justice of the world. As long as there are people, there will be this kind of aura, everlasting. No, what fellow Taoist said is wrong. Fujiwen shook his head, there is righteous chi in heaven and earth. This righteous chi has existed since ancient times and does not vary from person to person. Where there are people, there is righteous chi. Where there are no people, there is also righteous chi. It can be said that everything has righteous chi. Even the demon realm also has righteous chi. And this righteous chi is the true chi cultivated by Confucian cultivators. It is not the spiritual chi of heaven and earth cultivated by the Tao sect. Boom. Fujiwen's words were like a stone rushing into Xiaohua's ancient well that had remained motionless for 10,000 years. Xiaohua instantly became like a clay statue. An indescribable fluctuation emitted from Xiaohua's body. The stardust that was originally covering his image instantly turned into dust and floated around Xiaohua. Of course, in just an instant, the starlight and silver light in Xiaohua's eyes retracted. All the dust fell around Xiaohua and turned back into stardust. A sudden realization came from Xiaohua's mouth, so it's like this, so it's like this. This one was wrong. Yes, Xiaohua was really wrong. His mistake was inconceivable. He had always been cultivating the righteous chi of Confucian cultivators, but what he refined was only the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. How could it be the righteous chi? No wonder he had been cultivating for 100 years and was still unable to condense his core. It turned out that the path he started on was wrong. And his success in refining essence into chi, most of it was because of the core that he passed on to others, right? Fellow Taoist Xiao. Fujiwen was somewhat puzzled. He hesitantly asked Xiaohua, what's wrong? Nothing. Since he found the root, Xiaohua immediately felt refreshed. He said with a smile, this one always thought that the righteous chi was the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. Who knew that it was actually so different? Oh, that's natural. Fujiwen understood and said with a smile, this is the difference between the Tao sect and Confucian cultivators. Of course there are differences. However, sometimes, the righteous chi has the spiritual chi of heaven and earth, and the righteous chi within the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. However, it may not be possible to distinguish them clearly. Then, how can one distinguish the righteous chi? Xiaohua asked tentatively, is it possible that there is a secret technique within the basic cultivation method of Confucian cultivators that is the same as the Tao sects? It's not the same. Fujiwen waved his hand and said, the reason why Confucian cultivators are called Confucian cultivators is because they use the righteous chi as their foundation. They rely on Confucian to distinguish the righteous chi. Although everyone more or less has the righteous chi in their body, how can a common person like a common person understand the righteous chi? Only people like us who read and recite scriptures can read the righteous chi from the ancient characters. Only then can we use this righteous chi to trigger our own righteous chi. With our own righteous chi, only then can we draw on the righteous chi of heaven and earth. I've learned. Xiaohua nodded. He understood that the cultivation of Confucian cultivators was still the same. It seemed that the so-called secret technique was just an opportunistic trick of the Tao sect. Suddenly, Xiaohua's heart jumped. He seemed to have a bad premonition. He seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly asked, Fujiwen, just now, did you see something? Fellow Taoist Xiao, what are you talking about? Fujiwen was surprised by Xiaohua's question. He didn't know what was going on. Xiaohua saw Fujiwen's ignorance and unconsciously felt relieved. In the moment when he was absent-minded, Xue saw his death. Master Kuqin also saw his death. Xiaohua didn't want this Confucian cultivator in front of him to follow in their footsteps. It's nothing. Xiaohua waved his hand and said with a smile. However, just as he waved his hand a few times, he was stunned again. That's not right. If Confucian cultivators don't need the spiritual qi of heaven and earth to cultivate, then what spirit stones do they use? If they don't use spirit stones, why do they still use spirit stones on the hidden immortal continent? Xiaohua seemed to have suddenly woken up. He seemed to have suddenly become confused. He frowned and thought. Chapter 3281. Forget it, let's just ask. Xiaohua bitterly smiled. Since I've already asked so many questions, I don't mind asking a few more idiotic questions. After Xiaohua finished speaking the doubts in his heart, it was Fu Jiwen's turn to be surprised. If it was some common knowledge from before, it could be said that Xiaohua was a cultivator from overseas and had not stepped on the continent for a long time, so he did not know much. However, this matter of origin stones was too inconceivable. Cough cough. Xiaohua smiled. Young Master Fu, I've always been a lone cultivator and I've always been self-sufficient, so I really don't know about this. Nothing. Fu Jiwen hurriedly waved his hand. What you know is what you know. What you don't know is what you don't know. Fellow Taoist Xiao is indeed magnanimous, but I'm still lacking. Then, Fu Jiwen gave a simple explanation. Contrary to Xiaohua's expectations, this primordial stone also contained righteous qi. However, from what Fu Jiwen could see, the primordial stone was slightly inferior to the primordial qi used for Taoist cultivation. Of course, Confucian cultivators also had methods to absorb the noble spirit from the source stone. However, ordinary Confucian cultivators didn't use these methods. Confucian cultivators believed that the noble spirit was a living and lively world origin qi. Only the noble spirit that flowed between heaven and earth and was drawn from densely populated places was the best. Therefore, source stones were used to refine imperial equipment and arrange origin formations. So that's how it is. Xiaohua suddenly understood. Connecting it to what he saw with his illusion breaker eyes, there were many types of world origin qi in this world. If Taoists picked one type, Confucian cultivators could naturally choose another type, and the world origin qi could also be condensed into a spirit stone. However, absorbing the noble spirit from heaven and earth is somewhat difficult. It's easy to absorb the noble spirit from the source stone. Nowadays, students are greedy and many students have secretly started to use source stones to cultivate. Fu Jiwen sighed and said, especially my Taoist sect spirit pills. It is said that after refining with a special method, it can also promote the cultivation of Confucian cultivators. Students who haven't broken through for a long time have also started to try. Now, the spirit grass and spirit fruits are a lot more expensive than before. Humans are insatiable and always seek opportunities for themselves. In the long run, what difference will there be between Confucianism and Taoism? In any case, this Xiao is a Taoist, so I won't worry about Confucian cultivators. Xiaohua shrugged. Everyone sweeps the snow in front of their own door, there's no need to worry about others. Looking back at the auction, legalist Senior Han Cheng's handwriting had already set off a frenzy of bidding. Even young Master Duanmu, who was opposite Xiaohua, was repeatedly bidding. Clearly, this handwriting was his main objective for coming to Zhai Xinglu this time. After more than 10 rounds of bidding, everyone finally stopped. No one else bid against young Master Duanmu. However, at this moment, everyone's gaze was focused on Xiaohua. He thought that Xiaohua hadn't opened his mouth to bid from beginning to end. Ha ha ha, Xiaohua laughed. He finally understood why young Master Duanmu sent the visiting card. That was to test him, to show him a kind of intention. That was, to not let Xiaohua compete with him in order to reach the bottom line in his heart. Add 10 high-grade primordial stones. Xiaohua said indifferently. Boom. Everyone immediately cheered loudly. This one will also add 10 high-grade primordial stones. Young Master Duanmu's tone was also indifferent. It didn't matter if Xiao Hua increased the price, the key was that he couldn't force him step by step. In the end, it was just as young Master Duanmu thought. Xiao Hua only increased the price once, conveying that he already knew the meaning, and didn't say anything else. This caused the cultivators who wanted to watch the show to feel sad. All right. Yu Linfeng had a smile on his face. With a wave of his hand, great scholar Han Cheng's handwriting flew into young Master Duanmu's pavilion. With another wave of his hand, the second scroll slowly landed in front of him. This is the second great scholar's handwriting today. Fellow immortals may not be familiar with this great scholar, but fellow immortals definitely know about Confucianism. This great scholar is the Yinyang school's old master Zhou Yuanhan. Along with Yu Linfeng's long voice, he stretched out his slender finger and pulled the purple silk thread. As the scroll fell, 2 bright and dark rays of light suddenly appeared. Although it was somewhat inferior to Han Cheng's sword Qi, the light and dark rays had a solemn air of annihilation. At the same time, these 2 rays of light soared into the sky, higher than the previous sword Qi, and formed the shape of a huge yin-yang fish in the night sky. As the brilliance of this yin-yang fish circulated in the night sky, thousands of evil spirits scattered in the night sky, causing the entire bright moon square to seem to tremble. Clear yang is the sky, turbid yin is the earth. Above the earth is the clouds, below the sky is the rain. Rain comes from the earth, clouds come from the sky. Yin and yang are the Tao of heaven and earth, the outline of all things, the parents of change, the origin of life and death, and the abode of the gods. Fu Jiwen looked at the yin-yang fish in the sky through the broken origin array of the bright moon palace and sighed. Heaven and earth have yin and yang turn into 2 qis. Everything can be divided into 2 sides, yin and yang. This school of yin-yang advocates controlling the yin and yang of heaven and earth, using the 2 qis of yin and yang to kill all things. The great scholar who established the school of yin-yang was Zhou Yan. Later on, because he was called Zi, he was given the name Zhou Yanzi. This old master Zhou Yuanhan is most likely his descendant. The esoteric debate is indeed formidable. Xiao Hua clapped his hands and said, even though our Taoism also has the saying that Tao begets one, and one is divided into yin and yang, but the profoundness of yin and yang is truly obscure. Without a certain level of cultivation, how can one understand it? This Xiao really did not expect that this Confucian cultivator actually has a school of yin-yang that specializes in studying yin and yang. Furthermore, this Xiao admires this senior Zhou Yanzi even more. How can he explain yin and yang so clearly? That's right, 100 years ago, when Xue and Wu Hai's soul entered Xiao Hua's space, he had already experienced the division of yin and yang. If one were to talk about comprehension, Xiao Hua himself indeed has a lot. However, if one were to ask him to form a theory and explain it, it would be extremely difficult. Just like what the Taoists often say, Tao can be said, but it is not an ordinary Tao. Name can be named, but it is not an ordinary name. Just a few words can indeed extend a lot of comprehension, or can only be understood, but not explained. Actually, a strange expression appeared on Fu Jiwen's face. He hesitated for a bit, then smiled and said, this yin-yang school might have been extremely powerful in the past. It is said that Senior Zhou Yanzi obtained an innate spiritual object called the Yin-Yang Illustrated Handbook. From it, he comprehended the Tao of yin and yang and established his own school. However, as the yin-yang school of yin-yang developed, the Yin-Yang Illustrated Handbook was lost for some unknown reason. The yin-yang school of yin-yang's research on yin and yang gradually deviated. Didn't fellow Taoist Yu Linfengjiu say it clearly just now? Everyone might not know about Zhou Yanzi, but almost everyone in the yin-yang school knows about him. That's because the current yin and yang, more or less falls into the intersection of yin and yang. Some crooked sects, such as the yin-yang unity school, also pass down some of their secret techniques from the yin-yang school of yin-yang. At this point, Fujiwen did not say anything else. Xiao Hua was also a person who had undergone dual cultivation. How could he not understand? Perhaps some dual cultivation secret technique, some fusion technique. These yin and yang mating techniques were the things that the yin-yang school of yin-yang was talking about, right? Decline. Xiao Hua smiled bitterly. This might be the current situation that those so-called rotten scholars don't want to see. Fujiwen smiled and said, time flies, clouds and flowers pass by like water. On this hidden immortal continent, not only are the dynasties of 10,000 countries replaced, even the 100 schools are also being washed away by great waves. Only schools and doctrines that can adapt to the changes of the times can truly be preserved. These are not things that can be done by humans. Back then, the Tao sect was tyrannical for a period of time. It could almost contend with the Confucian cultivators, Buddhist sects, and even the demon race. However, what about the current Tao sect? After the ancient war, wasn't it also obliterated? If you want to revive the Tao sect, is it something that can be done by a few generations? Let's not talk about this. When Fujiwen talked about the decline of the Tao sect, he seemed to be afraid that Xiao Hua would be displeased, so he changed the topic. Looking at the fierce bidding scene downstairs, he said, such a rare yin-yang school of yin-yang writing, doesn't fellow Taoist Xiao want to bid for one? Even if this thing's true qi is used up, it is still an authentic work handed down from generation to generation. Forget it, Xiao Hua said with a smile. If it was some yin-yang illustrated handbook, if it was some harmony secret manual, this Xiao would still be interested. What kind of writing is this? This Xiao doesn't understand. Pfft, Fujiwen laughed. Fellow Taoist Xiao is really a straightforward person. If it was an ordinary Confucian scholar, they would definitely not say these words. You dare to do it while hiding in your room, but don't dare to say it when you come out? Xiao Hua snorted disdainfully. If you want to say it, you have to use alternative words. For example, the joy of the boudoir is even greater than the one who draws the eyebrows. Fellow Taoist Xiao's straightforwardness is a disgrace to the refined. Damn it, to turn a good yin-yang into a marriage, isn't this a disgrace to the refined? Xiao Hua really couldn't see through the act of covering one's ears while stealing a bell. Especially using words to replace imagination, it was really annoying. While the two were talking, that Zhou Yuanhan's old man Zhou's calligraphy was also bought by a certain senior on the 3rd floor. Xiao Hua also clearly saw that young Master Duanmu also seemed to slightly raise the price and immediately gave up. Clearly, he also had a tacit understanding with the others. Xiao Hua could know, and Yu Linfeng even more so. However, this was a kind of mutual compromise. The price of the calligraphy was something that both sides could bear. Who would care about the movements behind the scenes? Yu Linfeng sent that scroll to the 3rd floor's balcony and began to bluff the 3rd scroll. Fellow immortals, the writing on this 3rd scroll is also very famous. Moreover, this school created a Confucian cultivation method that is widely spread in my hidden immortal continent. As he said that, Yu Linfeng opened this scroll again. Hua, like a burst of water, 10,000 rays of brilliance poured out from the scroll. Like the Milky Way pouring out, it directly rushed into the night sky. It was incomparably gorgeous. Noble Spirit River. Dozens of young voices shouted in unison, this is the school of vertical and horizontal Confucian cultivators. Ha! Yu Linfeng laughed loudly and said, correct. The river character on this scroll is the authentic work of the school of vertical and horizontal Confucian Lu Wensheng. Chapter 3282. Upstairs, Fujiwen pointed at the righteous spirit that flashed like the Milky Way and said, the school of vertical and horizontal is a very famous school in the esoteric debate. The school of vertical and horizontal is 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 the school of vertical and horizontal. This is the so-called vertical and horizontal. The school of vertical and horizontal was created by the two seniors Zhang Yi and Su Qin. Senior Su Qin advocated the vertical and Senior Zhang Yi advocated the horizontal. It was in the vertical and horizontal that the two seniors comprehended the true essence of water flow and created the cultivation method of the righteous spirit Long River. Using this as a basis, they were honored as Su Qin Zi and Zhang Yi Zi respectively, leaving their names in history. Moreover, this righteous spirit Long River is very easy to obtain. It is the simplest among the many cultivation methods of the Confucian cultivators. Therefore, once this cultivation method was spread out, it was immediately passed down. In the ancient times, the number of disciples of the school of vertical and horizontal were as many as the hairs on an ox. The Confucian cultivators who answered in unison just now were most likely disciples who cultivated the righteous spirit Long River. Of course, now that this cultivation method has been spread out, they may not necessarily be disciples of the school of vertical and horizontal. As Fu Jiwen spoke, many cultivators began to bid again. This time, the liveliness was even greater than before. This was because great scholar Lu Cheng's handwriting not only had the same righteous spirit Long River as the previous handwriting, but also the true essence of the righteous spirit Long River could be found in this handwriting. This was the so-called killing two birds with one stone. All the Confucian cultivators who cultivated the righteous spirit Long River naturally rushed like ducks. After seeing the righteous spirit Long River of legalism, school of yin yang, and school of vertical and horizontal, Xiao Hua was looking forward to the handwriting in the last scroll. He simply didn't ask about the 10 great imperial artifacts that Fu Jiwen hadn't explained yet. He smiled and stuck his head out, looking at the sounds of bidding below with interest. Fu Jiwen saw that Xiao Hua's attention wasn't here and didn't say much. He looked at Xiao Hua's star-like figure with some confusion. He really didn't understand why Xiao Hua asked him so much common sense. That's right, common sense. As a cultivator of the hidden immortal continent, whether they cultivated Confucian cultivators, Buddhist cultivators, or even Taoist cultivation methods, as long as they grew up here, they should know this common sense. Although Xiao Hua was a Tao sect cultivator and didn't understand the cultivation of Confucian cultivators, the 100 Schools debate was an ancient story. The 10 great imperial artifacts were stories that ordinary people grew up listening to. How could Xiao Hua not know? Even if he was an overseas rogue cultivator, he still had to grow up, right? Fu Jiwen did not believe that a cultivator who grew up in the hidden immortal continent would not know about the 10 great imperial equipment. Perhaps fellow Taoist Xiao came from the Thousand Demons sacred realm or the Pure Land world. This was Fu Jiwen's final guess, but this guess was immediately doubted by himself. Essence stones, who in the 3 continents didn't know about them? Maybe he came from the Pure Land. That place doesn't need vitality stones. When the dust settled, to everyone's surprise, the authentic work of the school of vertical and horizontal's great scholar, Lu Wensheng, was not bought by the cultivators on the balcony. The final bidder was an unknown cultivator on the ground floor. Looks like I'm not the only one who's keeping a low profile. Xiao Hua laughed. Fu Jiwen frowned and said, that might not be the case. In my opinion, I'm afraid several small aristocratic families or several sects gathered together to bid. Who cares who he is? It has nothing to do with me. I've never cultivated the noble spirit river, and I don't know anything about authentic works. Xiao Hua stretched. Moreover, this star-picking towers auction, TSK, it's really boring. There's nothing that I want. Fu Jiwen laughed and said, right now, the auction is for Confucian cultivators. Tao sex items are very rare. What about the especially precious items? Perhaps at the end, fellow Taoist Xiao, please don't be impatient. I know. Xiao Hua nodded and pointed outside the window, saying, what I want to know now is, who is the owner of the last scroll? Which school is it from? The most famous of the 100 schools of Confucian cultivators are Confucian, Mahist, Legalist, Military, School of Famous, Yin Yang, School of Vertical and Horizontal, School of Miscellaneous, School of Farmer, School of Novels, and School of Vertical and Horizontal. Just now, 3 great Confucian scrolls appeared, school of legalism, school of yin-yang, and school of vertical and horizontal. As for the fourth school, it's hard to guess. Fujiwen's curiosity was also great. He pinched his chin and looked at Yu Linfeng holding the fourth scroll in his hand. Yu Linfeng's face carried a trace of mystery. His hand was placed on the purple silk rope, but he didn't release it. Instead, he raised his head and looked around, saying with a smile, "This last scroll, I don't know if it's out of everyone's expectations." Before Yu Linfeng finished speaking, his finger shook. Boom! A violent vibration sounded, as if 10,000 horses were galloping. A five-colored brilliance mixed with an indescribable noble spirit rushed out from the scroll. Ah! Xiao Hua was used to seeing the brilliance of Daoist cultivators' treasures. This five-colored brilliance didn't count as anything magical. But Fujiwen actually jumped up from his chair in shock, shouting in shock, This is Confucian's 5 cheese unifications? Sure enough, that five-colored noble spirit rushed into the night sky and actually formed an auspicious cloud several meters in size, illuminating half a mu of the sky. That five-colored brilliance was different from when it rushed out just now. This time, it was extremely gentle, even more silky than a lover's gaze. And above this auspicious cloud, endless starlight faintly sprinkled down, enveloping the auspicious cloud. It really is Confucian's 5 cheese unifications. Fujiwen raised his head and said excitedly, Zhai Xinglu is indeed amazing, to actually be able to find the authentic writings of Confucian great Confucians. Nowadays, on the hidden immortal continent, the authentic writings of Confucian great Confucians have long been extinct. That's right, that's right. At this time, Xiao Hua suddenly shouted in hindsight, Young Master Fu, you just said that there must be Confucian writings among the century-old theories. Is Confucian the same as Confucian cultivators? Hee, of course they're not the same. The excitement on Fujiwen's face hadn't disappeared, and he answered with a smile, Confucian cultivators are naturally a kind of cultivation method, just like what I just explained to fellow Daoist, using the noble spirit of heaven and earth as the foundation. And Confucian is a school of Confucian cultivators. It's just that the influence and scale of this school is far greater than the sum of the other schools, so this cultivation method is also called Confucian cultivators. It's not what fellow Daoist thinks, that Confucian cultivators are Confucian cultivators. At this point, Fujiwen smiled bitterly again, smacking his lips and saying, although that's the case, in reality, Confucian cultivators account for 90% of Confucian cultivators. Saying that Confucian cultivators are Confucian cultivators is not impossible. Who was the great scholar who founded Confucian? Xiao Hua's eyes lit up, and he asked with extreme curiosity. Speaking of Confucian cultivators, Fujiwen was also in high spirits, and he spoke frankly with assurance. Confucian cultivators are one of the most important schools of thought in the 100 schools of thought. Confucian cultivators use the 6 arts as their method: advocate, etiquette, music, benevolence, and righteousness. They advocate loyalty and forgiveness, and they advocate the golden mean. They advocate rule of virtue and benevolence. Confucian cultivators emphasize the function of education, and they believe that heavy education and light punishment is the only way for a country to be stable, and the people to be rich and happy. They advocate education without discrimination, and they should educate both the ruler and the ruled, so that the whole country from top to bottom becomes a person of high moral character. The founder of Confucian was surnamed Kong, and his name was Chiu. His courtesy name was Zhong Ni. He was from Yu Province's Lu country, and after he founded the Confucian school, he was revered as Confucius. Today, he is respectfully called Eternal Paragon by the later generations of hidden immortal continent. The core of his theory is benevolence. He advocates love, and demands that people should love each other and get along harmoniously. To realize benevolence, one must be tolerant of others, and do not do to others what you do not want done to yourself. And the system or code of conduct that embodies benevolence is restrain oneself and return to etiquette. Confucius's works include poem, book, etiquette, music, and so on. These 5 books are the most famous, and they are often called the five classics by Hidden Immortal Continent. Other than Confucius, there are two other important figures in Confucian. One is Meng Ku, whose courtesy name is Ziyu. Senior Meng Ku advocates benevolence, and further proposes that the people are the most important, the state comes second, and the ruler is the least important. His ethics is good by nature. The other is Sun Quan, and people at that time called him Sun Qing. He advocates benevolence and righteousness, and the way of the king, and using virtue to convince people. He also proposed that the ruler is the boat, and the commoners are the water. The water carries the boat, and it also capsizes the boat. These two were also respectfully called Zi by later generations, Meng Zi and Sun Zi. The four books that Hidden Immortal Continent often refers to, De Shui, the Golden Mean, the Analects, and Meng Zi, were written by these three great scholars. Although the cultivation method of Confucian cultivators was passed down from ancient times, it doesn't matter what it was called in the beginning. After Confucian cultivators appeared, this cultivation method became Confucian cultivators. Xiaohua understood and sighed. The influence of Confucian cultivators on Hidden Immortal Continent is so deep. These opinions and propositions, although they are not cultivation, they are enough to have an impact on cultivation. This five qis unifications should be the manifestation of the noble qi in the chest of Confucian cultivators being condensed to the extreme, right? Fu Jiwen nodded and said, "Fellow Taoist Xiao is right. Confucian cultivators emphasize on entering the world, which is different from Taoist cultivators. Therefore, all Confucian cultivators have their own opinions to govern the country and educate the people. This is related to cultivation, but also has nothing to do with it. This five qis unifications is the purpose of Confucian cultivators. As long as one cultivates to the realm of five qis unifications, one's physical body can become a saint, and one can ascend." Hiss. Hearing this, Xiaohua sucked in a breath of cold air, as if he had thought of an inconceivable question. He almost blurted out, "Then, the place where Confucian cultivators ascend, is the immortal world? Is this immortal world the same as the immortal world of Taoists?" Ha ha ha. Fu Jiwen laughed heartily. "Fellow Taoist Xiao, if you want me to answer this question, I'm afraid you have to wait for me to cultivate to the realm of five qis unifications, ascend to the immortal world, and then return from the immortal world, right?" Hearing this, Xiaohua touched his nose and helplessly said, "This is indeed true." At this time, at the auction, the people who were as shocked as Fu Jiwen were also boiling with excitement. The people who were familiar with each other were not only whispering, but even the people who didn't know each other were also saying something loudly. If they weren't showing off their talent, then they were showing off their knowledge. You're tuning into the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.